And you were self-employed at the time.
I was like, listen, you three are coming with me. We have to find this son of a bitch. And I just pulled him out.
I think that was the day I knew. I was like, I'm working at the right place. I was like, no work today, boys. We're blood trailing.
No work today, boys. We're blood trailing. Hey guys, appreciate you listening to this week's episode of the HUNTR Podcast with Mike, Jared, and myself. Apparently we had so much fun that we forgot to hit record on the two main point of view cameras. So the majority of this podcast is going to be basically from our aerial point of view camera, and even that fills up towards the end. So that tells you this is a long podcast, and you might just have audio at the end, but super cool listen, just a few dudes sitting around a table, drinking some bourbon, bullshitting about life. Doesn't get much better. We appreciate all of you, and we appreciate you guys listening to this week's episode of the HUNTR Podcast.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt.
Should be no surprise to anyone listening to this that back with Hoyt another season. I'm actually going to be shooting the AX2 aluminum this year.
You traitor.
But you're still going RX9.
Yeah, blacked out as always.
Blacked out. Yeah. Big surprise for everyone. 80
pounds. Big surprise. Yeah.
But seriously, man, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Every year, it seems like we get a new Hoyt bow in our hands, and they're always a step above the last and just a step above everybody else.
Yeah, they're so consistent, man. Just their processes get better, every year. And we've really been excited about, as we've grown with Hoyt, we've brought some others in with us. And we just feel like the Hoyt family is growing, like the community, and we're really excited about the people that are involved, excited to be a part of that company. And it's really awesome.
So for anyone that's excited about Hoyt, like Jared and I are, you can use the code HUNTR, HUNTR, on Hoyt.com.
Get serious, get Hoyt.
And we're back.
Ew.
HUNTR Podcast, episode 250. That's like a milestone. Bicentennial plus 50.
For sure.
Does that sound
right?
For sure.
250. 250.
250.
Joined by a good buddy, Mike Lauer. Mike, welcome back today.
What's up, folks?
As we were recovering, what was it? Episode 71 and 83?
Yeah.
Was your mindset?
You've done two others.
This is my third time here.
Yeah.
Wow. Three-peat.
Yeah. And a new shirt. I've been really excited about this shirt. It's Bigfoot being abducted by aliens.
I was going to say, well, it's appropriate because last time we talked about your Bigfoot encounters and
Yeah, several
of them.
And when we tap into that whiskey, I got a really good UFO story.
Oh wow,
I mean
that.
Something it'll pucker your ass. It's no bullshit. It is
like Mel Gibson signs.
Yeah, swing away.
Swing away.
It was absolutely out of this world, but it's so great to be here with you guys, and
right on.
I'm so excited. It's turkey season, and sitting next to my buddy JP and Lil Flinter.
Love that you're repping the game commission hat.
Well, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, we picked that off the shelf right before. It seemed appropriate. So
very appropriate.
Really appreciate law enforcement.
And on that note, we appreciate you guys being here. Wherever you're listening to us from, whether it's YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts, that's where we drop these episodes every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern time. If you've written us on Instagram DM or the website, those are the two that we check the most frequently. Fairly up to speed on that. If not, we're getting to you or try again. We're doing our best on that. We have some. Yeah, we're
doing our best.
We're doing the old college try.
Yep.
We have some merch. We have some hats and some Nalgene's water bottle stuff.
We're coming up with some new shirt designs. Not like that, but shirt
not
designs.
Quite that elaborate,
Overtime.
but that's inspiring.
Overtime,
it's
yeah.
inspiring for sure. We'll have some of that on the website for you guys shortly. And other than that,
Here we go.
Here we go.
It is May the 1st. Crazy May.
Yeah,
hard to believe.
You're the main event today, Mike. We shot a pod, just Jeremy and I.
Solos.
And then we did a farm companion. So we're
kind of getting back to our
warmed
roots
up
here.
For you.
Farm companion.
Yeah, farm companion.
Yeah.
So we feel a little hot. That's because we're coming off of.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Get me in there, baby.
Heck yeah.
We're coming back to the roots of Mike Lauer in studio with bourbon on the table.
What do you guys want to do? We got it.
Well, I said, no offense to the kill bottle over here, but it is Kentucky Derby.
We'll save that for another day.
So yeah, I'm straight Kentucky for the rest of the week.
Yeah, as you should be. Keep the fidelity.
Yeah, I mean I have to.
That would be the mint. I could have brought mint.
Oh, if we would have made mint juleps, I've been all up in that. But yeah, so yeah, it's good assortment. I'm gonna go with some makers.
I was thinking makers also.
Can I use the Flynn glass?
Yeah, go for it.
Round one, makers fight.
Yeah. Yep.
I do love Angel's Envy. I think if there was my
Angels
favorite
is
bourbon,
really good, actually.
it's got to be the Angels.
Yep.
I'm not sure what's calling me to the makers because I do think Angels is
Probably the
a
wax.
little better.
Probably
but
the wax dip.
yeah.
Usually is.
buddy.
Shout out to my buddy Simone. When we go backpacking, it's always makers, but we have done the Angel's Envy. But you got to go hot. You got to increase the heat. And the heat on the Angels, I think, is a little bit hotter than the makers.
It is.
I think when I was a kid, I used to call it Members Mark. I was like, you know how
Members
kids
Mark?
get confused, and I was like, oh, that's Sam's Club.
Sam's Club.
That's what that is. Yeah.
When we were kids, we went to your grandma's house. We went up into the attic, and we found those little mini bottles.
Yeah.
And I was like, these look like they're from like the 60s or the 70s.
We used to heist booze out of my grandma's.
Oh,
She had
very
like
nice.
it was the barn that I got married in.
Yep.
And they'd lock it up because there was farm hands and there was a lot of booze in there. They had like a booze closet, and I figured out that there was like a hay door from the bottom, and so Mike and I would like get on each other's shoulders
all
and
collectibles. Like, you know, every single one of them were collectible. You know, little because people collect those.
Grammy's like, what the hell is happening to this
She was so
supply?
nice.
my Uncle Sam noticed one time, and I think he yelled at one of the farmhands. He thought they were stealing it. But we were cool. We got on the same page.
We're cool.
Me and
We're
Martha.
cool.
Yeah.
She was a very nice lady.
Good times, man. Yeah.
That's funny, man.
Well, here, bring it in. Here's to the birds.
Hey.
And the bees.
Welcome back.
Right?
Welcome back.
Here in the
Welcome back.
fields. Hi.
Once it hits the lips, it's so good.
Very nice.
That tastes excellent.
Well, Mike, we appreciate you coming in from Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, an hour and a half.
Yeah, not too bad.
When Jared told me to come on, and it was like my nipples popped out of my shirt. I was so excited.
You've been waiting.
It's so much fun to come in here. And
We've apparently held you at bay here for 200 episodes.
That's a long time. You said 83 was 87?
83, right?
83 was the last one? I mean, dude, yeah, that's
170 episodes. It's
like,
crazy.
It's like
I made an appearance when he killed that mega monster. When Trump election day.
That's right.
Yeah, we
guys,
did.
You know, brought me in, and we were laughing and being idiots.
Oh my God, we were so hammered. I forgot about that.
I was in bed, butt ass naked, watching on YouTube, and my wife's like, "You got to get downstairs. You're keeping me up." And you guys,
pull it in.
You guys like synced me in.
Yeah,
I didn't even know it was possible. We saw an invite thing pop up. I'm like, Mike Lauer wants to join your call. We're like, sure. Yeah.
When you log on Instagram when it's a live video, stuff comes up like, "Would you like to join?"
Wow.
And I was like, "Well, yeah, I'd like to join."
That's hilarious. I do remember that now.
And you guys were all pumped, and I watched you tape it.
We need to watch that back. This recorded. That's on the podcast, I think, right? The live one?
It was a live
was
podcast on YouTube.
It was, okay.
no, it was
It's
Instagram.
Maybe we
Instagram.
switched over
We
to
did a
Instagram.
couple YouTubes because we kept losing service, which was frustrating. And then we eventually went over and we did an Instagram live. I don't know if we still ran the YouTube live in parallel or not, but that was a fun night.
We had a couple different ones going.
Oh, it was so exciting.
That's why I wanted to bring that in to show.
That's
today,
wild, man. There's so much happening that night.
Well, dude, you were also one of the few people that I talked to on the truck ride home.
Yeah.
You remember?
Oh, you told me.
You never forget that stuff, dude. That was like,
How could you?
you were
forget?
so stoked for me, dude, and it meant a lot to me.
Well,
at
we
the
talked
time.
before, and you were just, and you did not know that buck was there, right? Or maybe you didn't know. The neighbor knew that it was there.
We had some pictures of it.
We just didn't know he was that big.
We didn't know how big he was.
And then you and you were so humble. He didn't get that excited. You were really excited.
I was jacked.
Yeah, but he was just like, "Oh man, this is just happy to be here." You're like Sidney Crosby.
Yeah,
It's like-
I think he was just more in a state of shock, is what it was. Of like, because I mean, number one, we had just drove all night to get there.
Yeah.
We didn't even anticipate hunting. Then the weather clears out. Then it's like, we got to go hunting. Then that happened. And then it was like, okay, well, now we've got a live pod. We've got the most important presidential election in history. Like, all of this stuff's happening. We're like, there's
just all
overload,
happened so
sensory
fast.
overload.
And there were a lot of people watching live too, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And when I got pulled in, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm naked, laying there. I was just like, oh shit. And I was like, okay, we're gonna keep the camera here. And what I did was I grabbed this. I got two young kids. My 2.5-year-old left this like fake ice cream cone thing. I said, "There's Joe Biden. There's Joe Biden here. We're eating ice cream." And I was like, I looked down and I was just see like 175. 275, 300 people. I'm like, oh shit, I better get off of this pretty quick. Like, there's a lot of people on here.
That was funny, man. Yeah,
that was the night, dude. It was election night. So everybody was just, I mean, it was like.
You were glued. Yeah, everybody was glued to what's happening.
You made it all the way through to the election, I think.
We
Pretty
did.
close.
Well, when he
it.
won Pennsylvania, we were still on some sort of live. I don't know where, but we were. And then, then it was at that point where I was like, I got to get up to the hunt in like an hour.
Yeah. Well, it was the Democratic convention, like where they were all together.
And nobody was there.
They flashed to there, and they were all like clearing the lawn to like leave, and we're like, that's it, it's over.
It's over.
That's when we knew.
Yeah, and then then we went to bed.
But yeah, it was 1 or 2 at that.
And I
point.
woke up and I was like, should have been hunting this
What
morning.
were you drinking that night?
Beer.
Yellow Jackets.
I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Was it a whole?
The Yellow Jackets were gone.
And the glass. Short ones, I think? Or were they cans?
No,
Cans.
I would assume they were cans.
For sure, cans.
And you guys ate something. You made something?
Pizza
Pizza.
in the oven. Classic.
Classic deer camper.
It was perfect. You brought it out, not burned. Not. It was, yeah.
And how beautiful is it, not to be too philosophical, but when you're on a podcast, it's usually sitting around a table and you're talking and people have a drink and it's kind of cool and it's fun. But when you're at a deer camp and you're hosting your podcast and you're standing up and Lil Flinter's screaming at the TV, it's like, that is fun.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
Dude, we had a giant buck in the bed of a truck. It was election night. We had pizza. We had beer. It was our first hunt ever in Iowa. Like, all these things are coming together, and it was like, that's why we always try to.
It was one of the best nights of my life.
When did we? I was trying to think. I watched back on a couple of them. The first live from deer camp that we did was the one at the Illinois Airbnb. Does that sound right? Or did we do one before then?
It was one of them for sure.
I'm trying to think. I mean, the one with the dads
right.
in Kansas was
Not the first. That wasn't the first.
That wasn't the first.
We didn't have headsets yet because I remember still bringing stuff to set up around the table for Kansas. But yeah, I think Illinois Airbnb was probably the first.
Yeah,
because we tried running it through like Riverside.
Oh yeah,
and it like the connection was
weird.
all spotty, and so it took us a few to figure it out.
But it was like those atmospheres to be able to bring people into, because like this is fun, like having the table and stuff. But when we're like in the people can tell like these guys are in the mode right now.
Yeah, you're wearing your hunting clothes.
Oh, dude, we're in it.
You got hair on your hands.
Which is long johns and yellow
and
jackets.
then you took the pod outside to measure the deer.
Yeah, that was fun too. Because we had no idea at that point. We knew the deer was big, but we had no idea. Like,
it was like
You called it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, on my mind, probably both of ours, I was like, do I dare say 180? Like
that's a dirty word.
That number doesn't seem real. We're like, for sure Booner, but and to go 187, I'm like, blew it out of the water.
I think it was once we got you. I think when you did a beam, and I don't remember what they were, long 25 something, 26. And I remember getting that number. I'm like, this deer's like mid 80s.
Mm-hmm. I remember. Yeah, you did.
I remember that
say
too.
that.
As soon as I got that number, I was like, oh my God, like this is way bigger than we thought.
Yeah.
Way bigger.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, that whole night was just fun. I do remember now, like seeing the Mike Lauer wants to join your chat. I'm like,
that was so funny.
Okay.
No, you guys said help me because you always keep me fact checked. Is I was like, and I hit it, and I was like, oh shit, and I was like, and you go, it was like 5 minutes later, and you said Mike Lauer wants to join and you're like, get him on here.
Yeah, get him on.
Get him on here.
Bring him on.
And you're like,
it's
Lauer, get on
I
here.
saw it come up, and it's just like a dark, blurry Mike Lauer in a dark room. I'm like, Mike?
And then the funniest part was, as I'm on, my Instagram's going, this person wants to be your friend. This person wants to be your friend. This person wants to be your friend.
Funny, man.
All because of a 180 plus.
Yeah. Well, those live from deer camps are a lot of fun. We've gotten a habit, I think, of doing that for most if we can coordinate it.
I mean, we got one probably in Kansas this year of both dads and Uncle Dale.
That'll be a first.
Big Uncle Dale guy.
Oh,
that'll
my
be
God.
a first that anybody's seen Uncle Dale. As long as I haven't told him about it yet, so hopefully he's willing to do that. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, he's not hunting Kansas if he's
That's
not.
right. It's kind of a deal breaker.
You're either on it or you're not.
We actually need to we have to get a new board to fit more than 4 people on it. So we're going to do something like that.
How people wonder like how, what do the dads think of that? My mom to this day, the last one when my dad was basically 8 high lifes in when he was yinsing up and down, If my mom literally says, that's your dad's legacy.
And I don't know your dad, but that makes perfect sense.
Oh, dude.
High lives.
We're 5 minutes in, and he's like, let me tell you about fucking crossbows.
Yeah, he took it from there for sure.
Oh, that's so funny. You know, you go to Climber Sheets, they got good breakfast sandwiches.
He's like, when we were growing up, yins didn't shoot crossbows, okay? Like, people thought you were a big pussy at that point.
My dad, that's so funny about crossbows. My dad's the most hardcore, hunter. He shot stuff with recurve, but he loves that compound.
Yeah.
Because it's easy.
Yeah.
That's
crossbow, you mean?
Yeah, or sorry, the crossbow is so easy.
Yeah.
And that's where, the whole conspiracy, or not conspiracy, but, we talk shit. It's like, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
It's easy. You got to earn it.
That's the only justification I have when people like our age are like, hey, well, it's tough with a crossbow. I'm like, no, dude, my 5-year-old killed does with crossbows.
That's exactly the segue
That's the reason that they use it.
Yeah, I feel like I teed you up on that one. But
it's the reason they use
what
it.
it is. Like people will say, oh, did you see so-and-so's kid shot that 10-point? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, with a crossbow.
That's not fair for somebody that has to grab a bow.
Yeah, I saw
Pull it off the hook.
I saw it. I just said I saw it.
Line it up. Range find it, which is almost, a cheating tactic to be able to range find it.
It's one of the best inventions that's ever happened.
Draw the bow. Make the thing. Put your level right. And release. With a crossbow, it's like rifle season. It's a gun.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever
I
thought
didn't
about
go there, but we went
Well,
there
yeah,
now.
but I mean, have you ever thought about just how many deer you would have killed if you had a crossbow versus a compound in your hand?
All of them. Like that buck that came in Old Big Sides when I was full draw forever and we were trying to film it. Crossbow, game over.
Yeah.
What did happen with that one?
We talked about it on episode, what was the first episode I came
71?
on? 71. We talked about it on 71. It's hard to film. When you're trying to film a hunt, and I'm trying to coordinate, and you're above me, below me, I don't know, but it's like I'm
in
full
you,
draw.
one of the two.
Yeah, either way, great kisser. But it's like, how are you supposed to communicate? Are you on them? Because if you're above me to the left, there's a tree. If you're above me to the right, there's a bush.
Yeah,
and it didn't work out, and he pegged us.
Yeah, for sure.
And
he was circling us.
Him. Yeah, it was a big Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
a
yeah.
130 is a giant.
38.
Buck.
Yeah,
138 point.
It was a 130.
Stud.
I have to stop myself because I know you're going to call me out because I'm like 145, 150, but like a nice 130.
We were young, dude. I was
20.
10 years ago.
You were 21.
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
I'm 32 now.
Yeah, so I mean, there weren't, obviously at that point we're 10 years into antler restrictions, but like
you didn't even meet Marge, I don't think.
Yeah,
No, you knew her, I think maybe, but
yeah,
there weren't a ton of 130s running around Pennsylvania at that point in time. Like now there are.
But if a buck's coming in and I got my buddy here and I have a crossbow and he's staring at me,
we would have got him for sure. I think, it's the ones that when I was younger, like we've gotten probably more lethal with our compounds, but there was a lot that we messed up on.
Oh yeah.
That in hindsight, as kids or younger, late teens, early 20s, that probably
a lot.
Like the one I shot over his back at 30 yards.
Oh yeah,
dead
type of thing. And there's 2 or 3 others of those that would have been toast. The one that my release froze on.
Oh, I remember that.
That sucker would have been done.
It's just weird to it's weird to think about that culture because Pennsylvania obviously has a super rich deer hunting tradition. And like growing up, so I mean I hunted, my first year would have been 96 that I hunted. So whatever, 5 or 6 years prior to all the antler point restriction changes and stuff. But like in the 90s and even early 2000s, like, dude, nobody shot a crossbow. Like you had if you got a doctor's note, you could shoot one.
You were injured or something.
Dude, people had torn rotator cuffs and are like, no, I ain't shooting that. Like they'd shoot their bow, right? Or they would just gun hunt. Like those were your 2 options. It's so crazy just how the culture shifted the moment that became legal to like, oh, like this is, everybody can do it. It's like, and a lot of what we hear, and it's what it's for is like, well, I can't because my shoulder's blown out. Well, dude, what happened from like 1990 to 2010?
Yeah, I swear everybody's got a bad shoulder all of a sudden. Like
you could have shot it before. Just go get a doctor's note.
But now I can take my wife or my son who's never practiced.
Yeah.
And they can go bow hunting on the best time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole issue.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean,
it's not an issue. I mean, inherently, that's not a bad thing. But the consequence of that
No,
is
you're right.
Well,
it's
not a
awesome.
bad thing.
That's a great thing.
That's a great thing.
Maybe it is and maybe it isn't. And I say it as a dad whose kids, my youngest killed his first deer with a crossbow at 5 years old. My oldest was,
which honestly,
Which
just
is pretty impressive.
It's crazy, dude. Think about us at 5 years old.
Yep.
I wasn't ready when I was 12 years old.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying is like, and they've been very successful. They've killed multiple deer with them over the last few years, but they're like hunting. They're in hunting now, right? For us, dude, I drolled out the window at 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, waiting for that magical 12-year age.
Yeah.
That anticipation, that basically it was the you can't, right? That made me want to do it.
100%.
And now it's like anybody can. Anybody can.
Yeah. The first day, as soon as you want to, let's go.
12. I'm 12 and I get to go.
Dude, it was the rite of passage.
Yes.
I mean, we did it. We had a camp tradition where we did a snipe hunt where we would go out there and catch a mythical animal.
Yes.
Right? To be part of the camp before you were able to hunt at 12
100%.
years old.
And we did it at our camp.
Like that, all of that died. And so I'm not saying, and people will say, well, but if we didn't, like they would lose interest. Maybe. We don't know. Right? This is the stuff that we talk about all the time about, like, can you put the cat back in the bag?
That's a hard one.
You don't know. Like you're saying,
it's like
they're
Monday
too
buck
busy,
season instead of Saturday buck season.
which is on fire still to this day.
Maybe Saturday is better, but we don't know. But we're used to something.
We don't know. Yeah, we have no idea. Yeah, and I mean, I get the arguments. I get as a person who travels out of state for Thanksgiving and then comes back, I traditionally now miss the opening day of gun season in Pennsylvania.
It was something great. It sure was something great.
I got up Friday morning after Thanksgiving. The truck was loaded. We were gone. We were at camp Friday, Saturday, small game hunting. We watched the Steelers on Sunday, and we went and tried to kill a deer on Monday, and it was awesome.
You're damn right.
And now we don't.
Well, if you look in my top drawer at my parents' house, my mom put a journal entry that I wrote when I was 11 years old. Not able to hunt.
Yep.
Year before. And I wrote a little journal entry with my shitty handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, I get to go next year.
Yeah.
And it's great. You have kids. I have kids.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take my kids before they're 12.
Yeah.
My son could probably hunt. He's 2 years old. He could probably kind of sort. It's like whenever you show up at the arts and crafts fair. It's like, well, that parent did their homework for them.
Yep.
And it's like, oh,
yep.
he caught that fish on youth day, and the kid helped him. But it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're out there. The kids are engaging.
Mm-hmm.
But if you worked and you waited for it when you were 12 years old,
that's why we're all still in it.
Doesn't that make it so much more special?
It does.
And it's also that Monday. Nobody had school.
Nobody. We still don't.
But Saturday, there's no school.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. Is it a good thing? Like you said, I don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know.
Well, you still got to do all of the things other than pulling the trigger. Like I'm trying to just remember those.
Oh, dude.
Like 9 through 12. Like I can vividly remember the day before gun season in Meadville. My dad and my grandpa and my uncle, they would leave their guns out in the breezeway. Mm-hmm. So the scopes and I remember being bummed.
So they went and fought.
That like the last couple of years I was like, it was I wanted to go, and I was like but I wasn't of age yet, but I still got to, like, me and my uncle would still go, and I was spotlighting all the time. I would ask my dad all the time to take me out.
Those are great memories.
My uncle would take me.
What a lost tradition that is.
Yeah, my uncle would take me to check spots and help him. Like I remember him being up in tree. Nobody had harnesses and anything at that point, so
we weren't pussies.
Real men back then, so I still got to do all those things, and I even went with my dad on a few hunts.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I remember more vividly. We went on waterfowl hunts.
Yeah,
together.
I know you say that. That's interesting.
Because it was easy. I would go. We would walk. That's why I'm not afraid of cows, because we'd walk like a mile.
I got stories about him and bulls.
I would walk a mile and a half through this pasture, all from the Roberts house all the way to the lake, and it was cows everywhere. And 4 a.m, so we'd walk through all the cows, and then. So I remember like the sun coming up and shooting the ducks that were flying over, not me, but being a part of that, the excitement and stuff. And we had other guys that would be on the other side of the lake and stuff. So I got all of that exposure. And then like they would make me carry the geese home. Try to carry a goose a mile and a half at 10
rite
years
of
old
passage
over your shoulder.
Little Flanner's saying, Rite of passage. You have to earn it. If you're going to pull that trick, you earn it. You
I don't feel like I missed out on any hunting experiences those years.
I think a lot of it, we are the last generation that really, and maybe it's better. Maybe it's going to be better for our kids.
I don't know.
Who knows?
But it is, yeah. I mean,
carry the, hey, stand over here and help me skin this, or hey, go get me a fresh beer.
Yep.
Like
iconic.
I mean,
that's iconic.
I was trying to carry a turkey or a goose out of the
I'm holding the flashlight.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Your arms falling asleep, but you can't move it. Yeah, dude. I was putting drives on at 10 and 11.
100%.
There was no gun. Yeah, I was just out there. The dog, and they'd be like, "Hey, you see that?
That's right. You were the dog.
Those monkey vines and greenbriers, right through it, buddy. Go right through it. Okay, you know." And I would just dog out.
And I was proud of it. I remember proud of it.
Yeah.
I was the dog. I was going to go recover the birds.
You more of a better hunter, not to be a double positive, but then when you're 12, you have an idea what's going on.
Dude, I knew that. I knew the woods around my camp because I was in Glen Campbell in Mahaffey, right in your wheelhouse,
right where we both learned to hunt.
I knew those woods better than the 40-year-olds that I was hunting with.
Mm-hmm.
When I would direct the drives, they'd be like, "Okay, I'm like, no, you're going this way. Posters out here. You're going out this way." And that was because I had been the dog for 3 years, just going and walking and reading sign and learning.
And getting yelled at. There's nothing worse than being yelled at. Oh,
absolutely, dude.
You're 11 years old or 12 years old and you got your 243 and you're like, this is great. I'm the man. And then somebody's being like, get over here.
You let a deer get between you and the next guy, you are in deep shit.
Yeah.
You are in
man
deep
your
shit.
post.
Is there an age restriction on trapping?
Yeah, it's 12.
It's 12 also?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I remember...
well, it was. I don't know now.
Yeah, nobody knows anything about anything.
Yeah, I mean, a baby could trap it now, I think.
Well,
with a mentor.
Yeah, with a mentor.
I'm talking about when we were...
It's 12.
When you and I were... How old are you? 34?
I'm 35.
35. Yeah, so...
You needed to be 12.
40, 35, 32. When I was a kid, I remember trapping being a big part of the early days there. I want to say it was before I was... But it might have been my dad running the line and we were doing it together type of a thing. But...
it was 12.
Yeah, that was a big part of it too.
Yeah, I mean it's just so hard to think about. I even go on the fishing side of things, like opening day of trout, which still 2 point is, but opening day of trout was another big one. You go to camp on Friday, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. People always think it's weird. It's 8 a.m.
It's not weird.
7:58, guy yells down. He's like, I've been waiting 365 goddamn days for this, and then casts out, and you're like, okay, we're ready.
My mom and dad to this day stand there. They're 69 years old, and it's kind of cute. But they wait and they're like, okay, 1, 2,
that's awesome.
3.
I love that.
And now my wife and I
pick
do
that
the
up.
same thing. And my parents are watching, holding the grandkids.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, that 8 a.m.
It's cool.
And I like the youth day, but just don't bullshit anybody. I'm fishing. My kids are there. They're going to pick it up, and they're going to throw minis into the water.
Well, I didn't even understand the concept of you. In fact, I wrote the Fish Commission here this year. So last year, a couple of my buddies and I took the kids. We went up to Laurel Hill up here on the mountain.
Oh, nice.
And we kind of bounced around. We ended up getting into a spot, and we were ripping them. And then, 6 guys come across the creek, and they're like, what do you want?
I saw Mike was empty here. I was going to pass him a maker.
Six guys are across the creek just ripping lips like crazy. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's mentor day. It's mentor day. Come on. And they're throwing them back, right? They're not keeping them.
But are their kids engaged?
There you go. So I call the Fish Commission and I said, hey, listen, this happened last year. It's going to happen this year. It's just, I know it's going to happen. And they're like, well, do they have kids with them? I'm like, there are kids there. I don't know if they're their kids. I don't understand. They're like, well, if they're the mentor, they also can fish. And I was like, well, that's gay.
Is that right?
I was pissed off, honestly. I didn't know that was the law. It is the law, by the way. I didn't know that was the law.
Restate the law.
The law is if you are a mentor of a kid who is also fishing on mentor day, you are also allowed to fish legally.
Wow.
Correct. Yes.
And I didn't know that. I was really pissed off at the guy. In fact, I was this close to swinging on stuff because they were just being assholes.
Still, it's the back of your brain. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's for the kids.
This is for kids.
Like,
what are you doing?
Yeah, why? What? And they're like, well, we're just throwing them back. I'm like, obviously, these fish aren't going to bite for these kids now.
Now, granted, if you do catch a fish when you're trying to get your kid to fish, this is a no bullshit. And your kid's over here behind you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just fishing, reeling them in and letting them go, no, you're like, hey, come on over. There's going to be a moment where it's like, hey, get over here. Help me land
There was
them.
no engagement like that, though.
But what a douche you have to be to just be out there fishing. So we have Stop. There is a place that I like to fish. And there's a guy, and he caught 75 fish with his girlfriend or something. And he's like, oh, we don't even live in the state, and we're taking these fish home to feed our dogs.
Oh, interesting.
And isn't that kind of funny? Because it's like, man, I don't want to yell at anybody. I don't want to be the guy that shows up and be like,
is there a limit?
Yeah, 5 fish.
Yeah, 5
fish
per person.
But it's kind of like, man,
So it's illegal, right? Is what you're saying?
Fucking this up for everybody.
Yeah, you're messing it all up.
And it's like, that's a hole that had 75 fish in it that doesn't have 75 fish in it anymore. And it's an ongoing saga that always happens.
Yep. No, I mean, somebody ruins it for everyone. The fishing side of things, and I know people are like, oh, I don't fish Pennsylvania trout, whatever. The fishing side of things, the thing I don't like about the mentor season is that gave the Fish and Boat Commission the reasoning to start stocking essentially in February. Well, dude, by the time we get to opening day, the first Saturday in April, they are not in that creek that I'm in. They're either washed down or they're picked out.
And it's the day before, which is the almost worse or better. Who knows? I don't know the answer. But now they're stocking the day before.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like...
No, it used to be the week of. The week of. Like, I remember going down Friday evening before opening day and looking over a bridge and being like, there they all are.
Not to change the subject, this is on topic. You're a wildlife biologist.
Technically, yes.
What is going on with the brook trout with the gill lice?
Oh, bad. I mean, there are no brook trout.
Please educate me, because I don't know anything. It's like torpor when I asked you about bears.
Yeah, so I mean, the problem is, so there's been a couple of things. Part of it is that this gill lice is essentially thriving in a little bit warmer waters, and especially last year with the drought, the water temperatures increased dramatically really quick. In fact, a lot of the hatcheries, including the Game Commission or Fish Commission's hatcheries, they weren't able to feed. You're not able to supplementally feed the trout in the hatcheries when the water temperature gets above 65 degrees because they can't digest it appropriately. So their metabolism drops, so they don't feed as much, which means you can't feed them, which means they don't grow as much. So what happened is a lot of the trout that should have been stocked this year effectively didn't grow to get to that length for stocking purposes. And in the case of the brook trout, this gill lice that's happening, as well as some other things because of water temperature changes and stuff, is effectively wiped them out from a hatchery standpoint. Like, there are very few hatcheries that have any brook trout whatsoever left to stock. I mean, in fact, if you look now on most of the stockings in Pennsylvania, there are no brook trout being stocked. It's rainbows and maybe some browns. That's it. So it's
How long did it take you to explain that? Not very long.
Not very long.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah.
See where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I get you.
Is it not getting explained by?
Well, when you think about Pennsylvania, there's no native trout to Pennsylvania. Brook trout are a char. Correct?
Yep.
So we don't
What's that
have a char as a
It's a
species
type of fish, like from Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania has wild brook trout.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
What do you mean though? They're not native.
Non-native. They're exotic, and they're no. Brook trout are native. They're from here.
From
so
here,
if you'd go back 1,000 years ago, you'd catch a brook
But
trout.
wild rainbows, wild browns are not really wild.
Those
like
are all
they're
from
exotic.
HR.
They're
It's in the family.
descendants of the same.
Where are they from?
A lot of the char are from Asia, and you see some in Alaska at this point too.
Do they have like rainbow trout in Asia?
Oh, they've got like in Eastern European, you've got a lot of big browns. You go to like South America and to Chile and stuff, you've got big browns. You go to New Zealand, you've got giant brown trout. So all of those are brought in essentially.
That sounds like a fun trip.
Oh, my dad just
South
got back
America
from
brown
Patagonia.
trout?
My dad was in Patagonia.
Monsters.
He had a blast.
Monsters.
But not to be a purist,
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't you stock just brookies in Pennsylvania?
Well, I mean,
Theoretically speaking.
yeah, the argument also has always been, and I know that they have some designated, is that on the wild trout side of things, they have continued to stock a lot of those waterways, which essentially when you have wild brook trout in an area and you start to put stockies in, they compete for food. Stockies outcompete the wild brook trout. You have a decline in population.
I assume
This is
those-
why I asked him this
I
question.
assume the
He
rainbows
just
are
answered.
hardier, right? Like that's probably why they.
Well,
prefer
they're
to
not
stock those.
hardier as much as they are just they're fierce competitors.
And the
with
browns are
wild
the
brooks.
most
Oh my
competitive.
God, off the charts.
So why would you stock browns
It's terrible.
With anything else.
You
Browns are the worst. Grab them out of the creek, smash their head off a creek or a rock, and throw them out.
It's the same way, like with
But-
wild browns. Like
Yeah.
it's cool to see them, but they compete with the natives.
Correct, but if you go into or you go into a where the creek makes a turn and there's a nice pool, you're not going to have 5, 15, 20
No.
fish. You're going to have one big brown.
Yep,
But
dominates a space.
if you're going to reintroduce a species with naturalized.
Yep.
Are they considered naturalized? Am I
Yeah,
sounding dumb?
naturalized.
Naturalized browns. Shouldn't you introduce brookies because
You should.
they can make?
Problem is, it's too costly. Is what it's gonna.
But
They're
if
gonna
you
say.
introduce brookies and there's browns, there's a species called tiger trout.
Oh, your tiger trout crossover.
So
Yeah,
how cool would that be?
it would be awesome.
So it's like, okay, here's a little bit of a balance.
Yep.
So you'd think that'd be happening, but we have no control over anything. And I ain't bitching, but I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, my big complaint was it started with the early stockings because I hated that because we fished.
Yeah, you're wasting money.
We fished a stream up here. The first year I moved back here, so it was 2016. We fished up here, and I fished it when I grew up. We had an unbelievable opening day. It was just my dad and I, our first time back in fishing together for years, right? I don't know how many we caught, 30, 40 trout, right? All catch and release.
Great
It was a
day.
blast. Next year we go back. There's, 10, 15 guys lined up at the 8 o'clock thing. 8:15 goes, 8:20. Nobody catches a fish. Nobody catches a single fish. Guys up and down the stream, nothing. I'm like, what the hell? Next year, same thing. And it's because instead of stocking the week of or 2 weeks of, they stocked 2.5 weeks or 2.5 months before. All those fish are down in the Youghiogheny. They're probably down in the Mon at this point, right? So I call them and I was like, hey, first beef is like this. Second was, you guys.
Water?
You guys traditionally have, when we were growing up, like when I was in high school, stuff, especially, literally would say to the number, how many browns, how many rainbows, how many brooks were going in that creek, right? Boom, boom, 500, 400, 300, whatever it was. Yeah. No numbers anymore. They don't say any numbers.
Some clubs, like sportsmen's clubs, they are giving those numbers.
Most of the sportsmen's clubs are, but that's
not
on
the
a
state stocking.
Which is where I'm
They're
like,
just
I'm
showing
buying
up
a trout and salmon stamp every year, just like I have for the last.
I'm not bitching, I'm not complaining, but you heard it directly from the mouths of babes, Chet.
Right. Like it's been 35 years or whatever that I've been, paying for a damn trout and salmon stamp the same way. Now all of a sudden, and I know it's not a secret. It costs more to raise trout now than it did in 1999, whatever. But I want to know how many fish are going in here. When I go fish a small stream, were there 250 that were put in there, or were there 50 that were put in there?
Right.
And people aren't going to bitch as much as like when I go there. So Mentor Day, we went to a small stream. I knew it was stocked that week. Took us 2 hours to find a hole with fish in it. And when we found it, there were like 5. And I'm like, come on.
Most people have the same story.
Come on. And I know because I stocked a pond at my house this year. I know from the hatchery that they had a really tough time because of the drought.
And that's where people are going to go. I'm going to build my own fucking pond, and I'm going to stock my own fish, and that'll be my day. And I'm going to go to Laurel Run. I'm going to get some rainbows. And you know what? Fuck this shit. I don't want to play anymore. I'm throwing my bat, my ball down on the ground. I don't want to play.
It's crazy, man. And all you got to do is like just communicate to us. We're not idiots.
Now, when you talk to these people, allegedly, when you talk to some of these people who are stocking the fish and getting the buckets, and there's people and there's a whole thing, they've already made up their mind before that bucket is being handed to the kid. They're going, oh, well, it's not even like a community discussion.
Yeah. In terms of like where it's going,
what species.
No discussion.
It's like, hey, give me an extra $10 donation and maybe we'll have bigger fish. If everybody who's in the sportsman's club donates an extra $10, instead of having 9-inch fish as a minimum, we'll have 14-inch as a minimum.
Yep.
And you have 20-inch browns that are already there. I digress.
But this is good. This is a good topic. Although people are like, how the hell we get on trout? So I stock my pond this year. I use Laurel Hill Trout Farm. Shout out to Laurel Hill Trout Farm.
Big
awesome.
shout out. They're the best.
Awesome guys. Amazing. Okay. I spent $1,500, which included delivery. They brought about 170 fish to my pond. Okay. Studs. Dude, I've got, 12 or 15 palominos in that group too. Golden, whatever you call them. Palominos. That's what we call them here in Pennsylvania.
Palominers.
Palominers.
Yeah.
Palominers.
And but all of a sudden, like, we're catching consistently 17 to 20 inch trout out of my pond for $1,500.
We'll do some math with people who buy a fishing license.
That's what I'm saying.
Sporting stuff. And then it sounds to me like it's very poorly managed.
It seems like it's very doable, right? Like if I say 170 fish, hypothetically, cost me $1,500, and I mean substantial size too. Like there's some breeders in there. I mean, Harlan caught the first 2 days. Harlan gets like a 21-inch palomino, like really quality, healthy looking fish.
Yeah, and he's hooked.
Yeah. So if I do the math and say, okay, how many anglers in an area does it take for me to get to 1,000 fish to be stocked in an area? It's not that many. It's not that many.
Not even, no.
And you would think that trout and salmon stamp is going primarily to that, right? Because now they've got a separate volunteer wild trout stamp and all this other stuff. I'm doing
help me out here. What are you guys getting at? Like, are you thinking they're shorting us? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
And I just feel like it's like, not to leave you out because you're not a dad yet. You had a dad. You have a great dad.
You had a dad.
Yeah, he's
what
not
happened to Dwayne?
He's not dead.
Damn it.
He's still
This is
alive.
the way it is, and this is how it is,
Yeah.
and you don't have a
Yeah.
say in it. Do you want a Christmas gift this year?
Yeah.
And it's like, we don't have a voice.
Yeah.
But hang on a second. But we are in a podcast,
Mm-hmm.
and
With a platform.
we have a voice,
Mm-hmm.
and people comment,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a voice.
Mhm.
So people, it's like,
If
say
it
no
wasn't
more.
for the sportsmen's clubs, like I'm not spot burning, but the Youghiogheny is a big river. That river is really good for trout fishing. But if it wasn't for the sportsmen's clubs that stock that river, if we relied solely on the Fish and Boat Commission and fingerlings and things like that, it'd be shit. It'd be terrible trout fishing.
And nobody stocks bait. Nobody's putting mayfly,
No.
larvae. It's just, hey, put them in here. You're going to catch them. But,
Yeah.
to your point, you're like, wait,
I was
what's
just
the
trying
point
to
of this conversation here?
Well, I was trying to
It's the
understand.
point
It's
of like, hey, we're frustrated.
Yeah.
We're oppressed.
Yeah, that. What? They're not putting the size.
I'm frustrated with where the we're
Yeah,
seeing this
yeah.
also
The
at like
dollar.
the NWTF and the Pheasants Forever, like all of the
Yeah.
nonprofit levels.
Is it
too.
possible that there's a limitation to how many can be produced? Like, hey, we can only farm so many.
Yeah, because they are Pennsylvania.
like a
Fish
money
and Boat
thing, it's just we can't
Commission
make any more
hatcheries.
fish.
There are hatcheries and there are conditions like the drought last year that affects those. But did you hear anything about it? Did you hear anything about, hey, drought was tough on our hatcheries, so the stocking's going to be less this year? Did you hear
You hear it
anything
from
about
somebody
that?
else.
You don't hear it
about
from them.
in Outdoor News, which I love that publication.
Okay, so the gripe is they're not being
there is an
communicative
issue,
about the numbers that are being put out
if
there.
there is an issue,
I do remember, I don't trout fish as much as maybe I used to, but I do remember it was like around COVID time, if not slightly before. It seemed like they were there. It was like there was something happened at that time.
It was the mentored season.
Because I remember, because I was used to being able to go on their website and be like, oh, hey, where did they stock trout?
Yep.
And then at some point they were like, it stopped like happening. I remember that.
Yep, and it's still
I was
on
living
there.
in Scottsdale at the time.
It's
That was
still
like
on
6-8
there.
years
It's like
ago.
week of that they're doing stockings. It doesn't give you numbers. It will tell you what they're putting in there, like terms of rainbows.
Why do you
or
think that
browns.
is? Do you think it's intentional?
Well, they can't. They know if they say, hey, I'm putting 1,000 trout in this area, and you're gonna say, well, that's not enough. That's, or hey, we put 50 trout in this little creek here. Well, that's not enough. So they basically took away the number and they say, yeah, we stocked it, but they won't tell you the number.
Mhm.
People aren't stupid.
I don't like that.
Yeah. No, yeah. You nail on the head and it's like, I'm just thinking about my own little node of stream that I
Same.
like to fish. Everybody has that.
Yeah.
Everybody has that story.
That opening day that we had was so great. And then the next year, we had Ryan Fuhrer on the podcast.
Yeah.
So Ryan and I and my dad were all standing like next, just coincidentally, we're all next to each other at this creek. And like 20 minutes into opening day, right? Like the bait doesn't even hit the water. Somebody already caught one. 20 minutes into opening day, I'm like, anybody catch anything? And everybody's like, nope. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? I ended up catching one like 2 hours into it, like a holdover, basically. I'm like, did they stock this? And it was like, it was a meeting of the minds, right? Because we're all there on the stream. We all have waited for this day.
You're gonna riot down on the stream.
Yeah, and we're like, what the hell's happening here?
Well, you just don't want to feel left out. If you feel left out and you weren't informed.
Or shorted. You expect
Or
it to be
shorted.
stocked, and it's No, it wasn't.
Well, and
That's
I
not
just
there.
it's kind of the
Hey, pheasants are the same way.
that's what I was going to go to. Like you now have to buy, which traditionally you didn't. Now you got to buy a pheasant stamp. Was it $26? I think.
And how many pheasants were in that area, that cage or whatever they raised them in? Some of them, there were none.
None. I mean, and I mean, again, on the mentored side, is I am all for as much youth opportunity as possible. Frankly, we drilled the Pennsylvania Game Commission last week that they don't have a mentored deer season. I think that's a mistake. I think they should have a gun season for youth prior to our gun season. They looked at me like a deer in the headlights, though. Like, oh my God, we could never do that. Well, why not? Well, because
they don't have one?
No, because adults will shoot deer.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we don't have a mentored deer season. That's ahead of the normal season.
They have an archery
Biting the shit out of my
season?
tongue.
Nope.
Oh, interesting. Well,
We have a
lot of states do.
We have a
Ohio
doe. We have a
does.
doe rifle season that is juniors and seniors,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
but nobody cares about shooting does.
Yeah, right.
We've discussed this.
Not to segue away, but to bring it back to episode 83 or whatever, last time I was here.
Reference 83.
I think it was 83.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Why don't we have a bait bear season in the spring?
Oh,
right
I know, that's crazy.
Right now, I want to go to my
Nuts.
bait. I want to go to my bait spot with my game camera,
Nuts.
and I want to shoot a big, huge 700-pound boar.
We have one of the best bear populations in the country.
But you can't do that,
I know.
and you can't hunt them with dogs, which is like, there's a lot of roads. Pennsylvania, it's not that.
Mhm. But from a spring bait season,
But hang on, viewers. The PA Wilds is bigger than Yellowstone National Park.
yeah,
So Pennsylvania ain't no shit.
no.
But we can't hunt spring bears over bait
Can't hunt spring
to
bears,
manage
period.
a population.
Can't hunt them, period, in the spring.
And wouldn't that be fun to say, hey,
Yeah.
we're gonna do the pod.
Yeah.
Come at 4 o'clock. We're gonna go there. We're gonna get some Mexican food.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
And
It
it's
would
gonna be
fun.
really great. And hey, we're gonna go.
Isn't it interesting
sit
how
on a bait pile?
Jeremy and I spent this whole morning talking about how opposed to baiting we are on
Deer.
deer.
What's the difference between that and a big boar bear?
And in
Do
fair,
you want to shoot sows and cubs? Well, continue what Pennsylvania's doing. You want to shoot big boar bears?
Yeah.
Go over a bait pile.
Has to
because
be
you can
targeted.
Identify it.
Has to be targeted and
find 'em.
identified.
Hey,
Well, and
if you shoot a sow or a
Yeah.
cub, you lose your hunting privileges for 1 year, or you get a fine or something.
Yeah, I just
stupid.
find them.
in
whatever.
fairness to my statement here, I don't know nearly as much about bear as I do about deer and deer hunters. The dynamic that exists there, but like, I am in favor of baiting for bears in the spring. I think that would be
Get a good shot. They're there. They put their
Well,
arm in front.
I mean, think about it. If you, in a quick glance, right,
Yeah, not like you're
50 yards away, okay? Yeah. At 50 yards, bear comes across the field, right? Was that a boar? Was it a sow? Was it a cub?
How the fuck are you supposed to know?
Right. Okay. 50 yards, a deer comes across the field, and during antler season, it had antlers. It was a buck. Right. You can identify very quickly the difference between male and female of deer species.
I'm with you.
You don't need to target and identify
Yeah.
in a close quarter like you would with a bear to understand that.
Sexual dimorphic.
That's not why I feel that way, though. I don't think.
In terms of the bear baiting side,
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I would do a lottery. You know how much money we would make?
Yeah, just like the bear.
Yeah.
Or just like the
A
elk.
thousand
Just like the elk.
spring tags.
This is where I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I have no comment on the elk.
a thousand spring tags.
That's a good call.
Be easy to corrupt.
Oh, absolutely. But if you had 1,000 spring tags,
You don't want to talk about that?
Nope, not making a comment.
I bet you would get 50,000 applications probably for 1,000 spring tags.
Yeah,
You'd make a fortune.
that'd be cool.
Do the math real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What would that make the state? Do it real quick.
Well, just say it's a $50 tag.
Watch, he'll be able to do it before I do it on my calculator.
$20, say $20 application, and you get 50,000. That's what's that?
Million.
$1 million. Yep.
That quick. Bam.
Yep. And then you pay $50 for your extra tag. That's another $50,000 on top of that. No, I'm sorry. That's another $500,000 on top of that. So you make $1.5 million in a spring, and you would shoot. I mean, what's the success rate going to be? 50%? That's
No,
high,
no,
probably.
That's super.
30.
I'd say 25 sounds fair.
Okay, so say 250 to 300 bears then get shot.
And you're going to be
That's-
shooting boars.
That's what, 10% of
Nobody
what we shoot in the
nope.
fall?
Yeah, nobody's shooting a 10-pound bear.
No.
You don't think?
No, that has to be in the
They are
bylaws,
now, right?
No, you would have that as boar only. It'd almost be like an antler point restriction, right?
Right.
Like, hey, maybe you miss some opportunities, but if you shoot the wrong one, you're gonna.
And
get
if you're
fucked.
that dedicated,
I'd be into it. I mean, no offense.
I'm locked.
I'd go bear hunting before I go turkey hunting.
Yeah, I would too.
You can eat shit, Jared.
I would as well. I would 100%.
Flynn, I'm gonna walk out of here.
You're telling me if you drew a
You're
tag
telling me if I put you in,
and you could go shoot,
There's a chance.
you're one of the 1,000 people that could go shoot a spring boar in Pennsylvania. You're gonna go turkey hunting over that?
I have shot several bears over bait. It's awesome. I've shot them up near the Arctic Circle. Awesome. There's nothing like a bird screaming in your face.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
nothing like
and I will say I'm
Someday
not
when
inherently
Mike-
drawn to bear hunting. Doesn't necessarily interest me, but something about spring bear
'cause
hunting.
You don't want to shoot a bear running through the grapevines.
No,
or the-
that's not it.
Oh, yeah.
That's not it. It's because they're a big raccoon to me. You know what I mean? I'm like, what am I going to do?
Species-wise, are they pretty close?
pretty close.
I'm like, what am I going to do? And they stand up on their hind legs and stuff. It's not an animal I'm super interested in.
It'd be
shooting.
another. I mean, obviously you can kill a bird with a bow too, but it'd be another cool archery season for you.
I just think a Pennsylvania spring bear season, there's something like that feels right about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, it tickles my balls. I want it so bad. And it makes so much sense, especially as a private landowner. It's like,
Oh, absolutely.
put a game camera out. How often do you get pictures? It's like you can document things that are going on. You're putting something out, and you're not shooting something running through the hills. You're not shooting something running through the mountain.
Blasting through Mountain
And you're not
Laurel.
going to blow something's leg off that has 2 cubs with it.
Yep.
It comes in. It's a boar.
You identify it.
And you're going to draw your bow. You're going to get your gun out. And you're going to make a good shot.
Yep.
There's ethics that is associated.
And it's not like nobody
fucking,
else is spring bear hunting.
If Aldo Leopold was sitting right fucking here, he would be like, fill these whiskey glasses up.
Would it be it be an archery only season?
No, I would do
whatever,
gun.
Yeah, gun season?
Whatever.
I would do
Overlapping?
I
Yeah,
think whatever.
Be
I'd
both.
overlap them.
Anything.
Just make a good shot.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if you look at this, look at Canada. You look at a lot of like Minnesota and stuff. I mean, most of them favor the spring bear season over a fall season.
Yeah.
Like a fall season is not what they want. They want spring bear baiting. That's the time they make their harvest.
You can identify what you're shooting at.
Well, they want to shoot. They want to shoot the boars, and they want to keep the baby producers around.
And for some reason, not saying what state we live in, but there's a state out there that doesn't.
Yeah,
There's no mindfulness.
yeah.
Are there fall bear seasons in most states that you can hunt bears in, or
Not
what
most.
states can you hunt bears in? And
I mean, a lot. I mean, West Virginia, obviously, our sister state,
And they have
Just in the-
dogs.
just
You
in
can
the
have
and they
fall?
have dogs. yeah.
fall and spring?
I know fall. Can you hunt them in the spring in West Virginia? I don't think you can.
Bait or no bait?
I don't think so.
No bait for sure. Dogs.
I shot my first my first bear in Maine.
Yep, Maine.
They do spring
Yep.
bear.
North Carolina has been a big one recently because they've got giants down there.
Big
Spring
bears.
and
And then-
fall?
Yep,
And bait?
Yep, and bait. And then you go to like the
Interesting.
Minnesotas. I think Wisconsin has a bear season. I know Minnesota does. Michigan, I think.
I wonder what the population of bears are like in Wisconsin.
I don't know. I mean, Minnesota is a big one. I know that. And then go west, like Idaho,
Yeah.
Colorado, like those ones. And then obviously Canada is giants.
And they do only bear.
Only
bait.
spring-
Yeah, or like spot and stalk, which
Yeah, I think most of it's spring bait.
unless you're a guy like us or Steve Rennell or Seth Morris, or
Yeah.
you don't know. How to
When is
identify.
their breeding season?
June, July.
Yep.
Yeah. So what is the point of a fall season? Why is it there?
Population control. Remember we talked about this with deer all day today. What's the state want to do?
Yeah, manage populations.
That's it.
So
why you have
yeah, so why fall? Why is the season there?
because you can kill females and cubs and everything else. It's just
You
it's
can't kill them
mass
in the
hunters.
spring.
You're not going to kill a 10-pound cub in the spring
So they want it to be of size so that you can kill it.
of size. Yeah, I mean, I still see guys
Right.
putting them in their small game vest, but
You think that's why the season is there?
it's purely populations.
Well, because like I don't know this for sure, but it seems like the deer season is anchored around like the rut
It is.
loosely.
Yep.
Why wouldn't they anchor it around the bear's breeding season?
I think that there's the numbers are so sensitive, right? Like you could overhunt a bear population pretty quick, and it isn't going to bounce back as fast as a deer population. Like you kill a bunch of does, and they'll still bounce back pretty fast.
So why are we drawn to the spring? Why I just inherently I like the idea of it. It seems like that's when you'd bait one in. But
So spring's coming out of torpor, right?
Yeah.
So females are typically still tending closely to the cubs because they're small, right?
Yep.
Your males are looking to bulk. Like they just came out of dormancy, so they're eating.
Yeah. So that seems like a huntable like pattern. You're like, hey, if the males are looking to bulk at that point,
Yes.
like that's when you're.
Absolutely.
And honestly, from a deer perspective,
Are they also in the fall though? I assume going into winter.
yeah,
Probably the same
they're
thing.
but they're hitting mast in the fall.
Okay.
What are they eating in May and June?
Shrubs, I assume. Shrubs,
No,
berries.
fawns.
Fawn. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they're eating.
You're a male bear.
Yep,
How many fawns you eating?
a lot.
Several.
Not several, like several a week.
Because there was a study when I was. At
Are
school,
they-
like?
Go ahead.
They tracked one bear and it ate only one
Yeah,
calf elk. Do they really eat that many fawns?
Yes.
You think so?
Yep.
I mean, that's what I'm eating.
No, it's a lot.
Why to me do bears, especially boars, seem more like they'd prefer a morel mushroom
you
over
think
a fawn?
because they look large and lazy.
Opportunist.
Yeah.
They look like they're fat and lazy. No, dude, they will mow. Here's the problem: is that so when I worked at the Smithsonian in Front Royal,
What? You worked for the Smithsonian?
I was a scientist.
Science. Come on.
Science, yeah.
Science.
So we had this awesome 2,000 plus acre facility that effectively was high fenced. Okay, but the bears just would come in and out. Didn't matter.
Sure.
Well, we had the highest bear density in like the tri-state area.
Can I read this real quick,
Yeah, go
just for
ahead.
context
Go
here?
ahead.
I just googled how many fawns do bears eat.
Mm-hmm.
It said black bears eat a number of fawns, though the exact amount varies. And in one study in Minnesota, bears were responsible for about 58% of fawn deaths. Another study,
Fuck out of here.
but
Flynn.
listen, it gets less though. Another study found that bears consume 10% of the fawns available in the area.
Still pretty high.
10%.
Where's that at?
Just as another
Minnesota.
I don't know. Researchers have also observed bears eating up to 6 fawns during a single fawning season. Overall, bears prey upon an average of 2 fawns per year.
That's bullshit. It's a lot higher.
Well,
I would
that's an average.
I think it depends where you're at. Like if I'm in Idaho or Colorado and they're talking about mule deer fawns, well, think about how mule deer are and where
Right,
they're scattered
totally
out.
different.
Totally different. If you're talking about a concentrated whitetail, and the other big thing, and this is where I was going with the Smithsonian thing, is if all of your fawns drop between May 1st and June 1st,
I'm
right?
eating fawns.
Yeah, but you can only eat so many during that time frame. If all your fawns are being dropped from May 1st to August 1st, guess what? I'm eating fawns for 3 months. See what I mean? Like there's only a
torpor. When you wake up when you're hungover, what do you want? I
food.
want fucking give it to me.
Staff.
Something
Yeah.
quick. I
So-
want grease and protein.
It depends. Like from where we were in Virginia, if you looked at all the predation on fawns, black bears were by far the greatest predator of fawns. Not
Damn.
coyotes, not bobcats. It was black bears, straight out all the time. I think they were eating 3 to 4 a week at that point, or more.
I mean, I could eat a whole fawn.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide like what would taste good at that time. I mean, if you had berries is like I could eat
There's
berries.
no berries in the spring.
Not until later in the spring, at
Yeah,
least.
right.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's high, but I mean, obviously, 58% of fawn deaths, like that's pretty freaking substantial.
Well, and if you only have 20, 30 fawns in an area,
Yep.
and you have 1 or 2 bears, that's a pretty that's an impressive hit.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of collared studies out there. That's what I was just kind of looking to see if any of these had had new ones. I don't see anything.
A little airflow. It's a little warm in
I mean,
here.
it doesn't even matter if it's grizzly bear, black bear. If a bear is eating that much,
Do bears eat mushrooms?
Oh yeah.
Man, I would think I'd be cleaning up the morels. Like a bear would be just out there just.
I think a lot of deer are
Chomping.
eating the morels. Turkey's supposed
Think
to
so?
eat morels, but I don't know. I've never seen a deer or a turkey eat a morel.
I bet there's a lot more edible mushrooms than just morels. For
I was
them,
looking
too.
around your place here.
You said you found one?
No,
Oh, you didn't find one.
I was looking everywhere. I can't find them because I'm in high deer density, high turkey density areas.
Yeah, I'm sure they're eating them.
Yeah, oh dude, they crush them. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing in Pennsylvania between 50 and 60% of fawn mortalities are related to black bears.
Wow. Shout out to Ursus americana.
So, so again, and not saying that sows aren't killing some of those to bring back, because they are.
Or boars.
But I assume a boar is very aggressive in that case. So let's say in April and May, you have a spring black bear boar only season. You're probably going to save a shitload of fawns. Right?
So many things I want to say.
Probably. Yeah, I'm just thinking about all the different. I could find a nest of turkey eggs. I'd scramble them up.
It's like, why wouldn't raccoons be in season in the spring if you want to save clutches of eggs for turkeys?
Is there a season for
some fucking reason?
Dude, there's weird seasons for a lot of these
raccoons?
things.
Should be just wide. They should be like coyotes.
Well, like even the
wide
trapping
open.
for coyotes. Like I can't trap for coyotes year round.
No.
Can't you?
Nope.
You can hunt them.
It's over in February.
You can shoot them.
You can shoot
In
them.
Ohio, it's open
But it's
year round.
They don't want things getting trapped.
I've got a really cool one right now with that black one with a white tip tail and stuff.
Yeah, you do.
He's on a pattern too.
Dude, I want so
so
desperately.
cool.
Just slip a little over his neck.
I want so desperately to run a line for coyotes. Like one of these seasons, I want to have
I've
just.
always trapped.
I haven't in
it's
years.
just hard. It's time consuming.
It's time. Yeah, I can't check the line every day.
And
I want to
it's
run
like
a
that-
line of like 50 to 150 traps for 3 weeks, for a
shit ton
month.
of traps.
How cool would that be? Just like on an old logging road,
For
just to get on
3
the
weeks
old
straight.
4-wheeler and just let it roll, man.
Or a snow machine.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be awesome.
I want to go to like
Shout out to Outdoor Boys. Tell me you've watched that on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I have.
It's the best fucking
I
show
heard they
there
were
is.
like going to be done though.
What?
Yeah,
Come on. Shout out to the Mormons.
I think they're done, or they're supposed to be at least. He's like, I'm like wrapping it up or something.
HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Deer Grow.
Man, we've been using Deer Grow products for a long time. The Plot Start and Plot Boost, more recently Plot Till. Now we've got 3 new liquid fertilizers that have been put in the mix that will cover everything we could want for a food plot program.
It's huge, man. The more food plotting we do, it's like, man, the liquids just make sense. Like whether it's herbicides or the Plot Start and Plot Boost, and now the fertilizers getting mixed in. It's like, man, I can combine all of those in certain cases and do less passes for more results.
I mean, it's all about efficiency. I mean, like you said, less passes. If you're out there treating your beans with glyphosate in the summertime, you can mix in this fertilizer, do that all at once. You have the boost in there that helps the metabolism. It's all about efficiency when we're talking about food plots. And really, the big difference on these liquid fertilizers is you're bypassing some of these soil limitations, pH limitations, the soil type. In a lot of cases, we talk about dry fertilizers only being available for 17% of what you put down in the first year. These liquid fertilizers straight into the plant are 90% available in the first year. Huge difference in what you're going to see in growth.
It's huge. And so right now you can use code HUNTR15 for 15% off any of the Deer Grow products on their website. And as always,
Better food plots, bigger deer.
we had your guys in here. Did you see that? Who's that?
Leatherwood.
Leatherwood boys.
Oh, snakes.
We had the Leatherwood boys in here.
You got to come snake.
What are you,
hunting
what
with me.
are you watching there, Mike? Leatherwood boys.
Oh, my dad loves Leatherwood Boys. Oh,
Old Johnny.
Have you ever
He's sitting
hunted
right there.
snakes?
He's sitting right in your chair. He brought us whiskey too.
I can feel his ass right here. This
Yeah.
is great. Shout out to the Leatherwood Boys.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it was a blast with them.
My dad is
I've never hunted
hardcore
snakes.
rattlesnake hunter.
I've never hunted rattlesnakes.
I have.
Let's go. I've never hunted with you ever.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's go.
When's that, June or July?
Starts in
I did.
July 1st or something.
Yeah.
And it ends in August.
I'd be all for it. I don't really like snakes though, but
You'd love my dad. He is me. He believe it or not talks more.
yep.
And
Okay.
you'd be like,
okay.
all right, this guy's pretty
You'll
funny.
like him.
Yeah, Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Yeah, I'm in.
And you just drive around a lot of times and they're laying there and you're like, all right, we get out. You have these little cloth.
Get 'em on the
things
road?
like
Yeah.
you're a paraplegic kind
Yeah.
of person. Like with
I got a big tube like the Leatherwood boys.
That's after the fact. You grab it.
Yeah.
And it's like, it rattles and it's like, I can't breathe.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
and then
It's
you lay
not
down-
not the misinfo. Like, oh, it's gonna attack me.
No, they're so chill.
Yeah.
They're so chill. And you get the tube and you tube them and you sex them and, 23 colloidal scales or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're like, all right. And I've never
Yep.
killed one. My dad's
Male.
only killed 3 or 4 maybe.
Really?
He's caught, I don't know, less than 1,000, more than 500. And it's just like a cool thing.
It's a lot of snakes.
And
Dude, I bet Harlem would be all for that
Oh,
shit.
dude, your kids would shit their pants.
Oh my God, he'd be all for it.
Where do you go?
You go with my dad.
I just see a bunch of guys like running power lines and stuff.
Yes.
Like where the big rock formations and stuff are.
You got to know some spots.
Yeah.
Mm.
And also, if you really want to go hardcore, you go to like the Quihana,
Oh yeah.
which I have tattooed on my
Is that where they do the roundup, the rattlesnake
That's
roundup?
Cinnamon.
Cinnamahoning's the rattlesnake roundup. Yeah.
But when you see a rattlesnake, it is such a perfect I mean, I know we have
they're awesome,
we have the
dude.
bald eagle in the United States of America, and I like the turkey. You know, Benjamin
Mm-hmm.
Franklin wanted the turkey. The timber rattlesnake really identifies and personifies just everything that's great because
Don't tread on me.
Don't fucking tread on me. I'm gonna chill. I'm not gonna bite you, but if you fuck with me, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna take
I've
your
had
arm.
several run-ins with them over the years. I ran into one in Kentucky not too long ago. It was in like September, so it was colder, and I jumped up on a log and I looked down and I'm like, whoa.
Thank God it was cold.
I had one. We were working when I was at the Smithsonian. We were doing stuff on the Appalachian Trail.
Yep.
And we had stayed at this little cabin thing, and the guy was like, hey, I asked him, I was like, hey, I know we're going to run. I just got Lyme disease that year, so that was fun. I was like, hey, do we run into rattlesnakes? He's like, dude, I've been here for like 3 years. They're hippies. Like, he's like, I've been here for 3 years. I've never seen a rattlesnake. I'm like, cool. So like, we're out there. I'm in shorts and like, tennis shoes, like doing stuff. And next thing you know, it's like, and I was and I was like walking on like air. And I remember looking down, and there's this and I mean, that thing had just ate, and it was as round as that freaking angel's envy. And I was like, that dude would have lit me up.
And again, not to go back to bears, but what else are we supposed to do in Pennsylvania as hunters?
In the summertime?
Groundhogs?
Oh, yeah, that's boring.
You hunt snakes?
I'm not going to kill Phil.
Maybe.
Yeah, dude, groundhogs.
Groundhogs. Do I have a great video of you?
I love groundhog.
Oh my God, do I have a great video of you sniping?
Oh yeah, out from under the deck there.
Oh my God, that was
I want to
so
see
much
that.
fun.
I've got a good video of Jared sniping a squirrel out of the bone collector office window
Oh my God.
with a Gammo
Did I
air
kill it?
rifle. Yeah.
I did kill it.
Yeah. We were
right.
we're sitting in this office, like watching like bone collector
Down in
video and
Georgia.
stuff.
Yeah.
And like the squirrels out there, and they have this Gammo. I'm like, do you guys like shoot these? And they're like,
They
yeah,
do.
all the
No,
time.
it was like in the office. It was like, hey, there's one out there.
Yeah.
And so they stopped everything, and they're like, you get it. And they handed me the air rifle. And
Like crack the window open.
it's like in town, like
Yeah.
a small town in Georgia there or whatever. But there's a little squirrel hopping across there. And they're like, get it.
What out there?
Freaking headshot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Jared shoots it, and then it pans to me, and I'm like,
Yeah, we got it. We got it. Dude, I've killed a rattlesnake before.
have you?
Yeah, in Montana.
No shit.
I think I was 13.
That's a diamondback, probably.
We didn't
Yeah.
see any. We have yet to see one in North Dakota. Knock on wood.
Yeah, we haven't.
Oh.
seen
We came all like gaitored up and like we're
Spot
ready
and
to go.
stalk on something, and you.
Yeah, we have yet to
You
come
have
up
to
with the old
expect them.
snatter
We
rigs.
wear the gaiters and stuff, but haven't found one yet.
That's what sucks, because like you're backpacking, you're putting a spot and stalk on something, and you get tagged by one of those.
Oh yeah, not
That
good.
rocks. That wrecks your day.
I do think about it.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm like, it's like, what are we gonna do if that happens? Like,
You're gonna have to suck the venom out of my leg.
yeah, out of my cock.
You get bit on the ass.
Hey,
Suck on my ass.
The funny thing is, I got bit in the tip of my wiener here.
What were the Leatherwood guys like? I feel like that guy's pretty cool.
Oh, they were great.
They're really cool.
Where's
yeah,
he
we had a
from?
blast. Clarion County. Clarion.
I'm trying to hang out with that guy.
What was it? Was
John?
John? Yeah, John was.
I have no idea what his name is. But where's the hat? He's kinda
Yeah.
skinny.
Yeah, it's John.
He was. I would say very spiritual,
Very spiritual.
very process oriented around the
Probably
whiskey.
listening to this podcast, honestly.
Yeah,
Shout out to you, man. I'm trying to hang out with you.
we can make it. We can make
For
it.
my
happen.
dad's birthday, take
That's
him
easy.
snake.
That was like one of the original like Pennsylvania YouTube channels for me. Was
Yeah.
Leatherwoods.
And my dad got in. I think partially got into snake hunting because of him.
Mm.
Oh, I bet.
This guy's a prophet.
Yeah, they were awesome. Yeah, they have a great property in Clarion. John.
And the other one,
Shout out to John.
Shane.
I'm a big fan.
Shane, was Tradbow guy.
Tradbow. Shane.
Tradbow.
You remember Shane? He was like in a hemlock and shot a decent buck like straight down on him with the Tradbow.
Nice.
Yeah, very cool. Cool
was
dudes.
fun.
Are you still trad hunting?
I did. I did a lot of it last year.
Man, I practiced my ass off.
I'm excited to try to get back into it this year too. I like to set the tone, kill one with my compound, and
Yeah.
then the
I'm that way
gates
with
are
turkeys.
open.
Yeah.
The gates are open after that.
And that was when you shot your buck. That was the story that I told.
yeah.
Do you remember this?
I don't know.
I'm butt ass naked because I sleep naked.
Second time.
And
Different time.
Window
The whole-
open.
You had the podcast. You guys were like, "Hey, we're measuring the thing and everything." And I woke up that morning,
Our wieners.
and this mega giant came into my yard, and I have a black widow, which is
Oh,
a
yeah.
really
Yep.
nice bow.
Yep.
And I was like, "Oh shit, you gotta be kidding me!" And here comes this buck. I grabbed the fucking
You grab the trad.
No, I grabbed the Primo's roar that
Oh,
you gave
yeah,
me
the
on
original.
this fucking podcast.
The original.
And I went, And this fucking buck comes in, sidestepping. You know, it gave me a cross. I was like, Stan Pons, watch this thing come over. And I'm not capable of hunting.
Yeah.
And so I reach into my office. I grab I grab the bow. I grab an arrow. Put it on. I grab the fingers. I put it on. And I came back outside.
Just in case. I can't, but just in case.
This buck
If
came
I have
in
to.
on a string.
Defense.
So I went and I grabbed a blanket. And I put the blanket around me because it was kind of cold out.
Yeah.
And you're naked.
Like an Indian.
Butt ass naked, like an Indian.
Day or night?
First thing in the morning.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
like-
not
like-
under a light.
Like this was the morning
Moonlight.
after you killed your buck.
The 6th?
Yes. And I saw this buck coming in and I was just getting ready to draw. And I don't feel comfortable after 30 yards. And this buck's like 50 yards, 45 yards, 40 yards. I'm like, holy fucking shit, this is really going to fucking happen. And I go, okay, it's crossing the road. And I get to my anchor and some asshole on a red Dodge Ram slowed down.
Goddamn Dodges.
Oh my God. And it ruined the whole thing. And the buck like kind of trotted off. But then this guy in this red Dodge Ram looks over and he looks over at me. And I'm standing there.
And you're like, it's not fully erect.
dick hanging
Butt
out.
naked with
butt naked. And I'm just like, oh, this is I'm going to get the cops called on me.
Yeah.
And
It's Indiana County.
Good
They're
thing
used to
he
that.
stopped. Otherwise, you would have never been able to tell the story.
all I did was this.
Yeah.
Like just
Hey.
Move along.
Oh, dude, trad is exciting. I that's a weird thing for me. Like when you, and I'm sure there's a point in age where you're just like, I just want to kill deer. But like after you've killed a bunch of deer, I just want to make it tougher, right? Because I just enjoy the journey and the experience. Like once I kill them, like it's over.
yeah.
The game's over. So yeah, I mean, I was up here on the mountain for multiple days with that trad bow, and like it was weird. Every time I felt like I was in the game, and it was just cool.
I didn't mean to interject.
No.
You need to come out to the Mobile Hunter Roadshow, the Lone Wolf event we're going to have at my farm this
Yeah,
year.
it's gonna be at the farm.
It's going to be in August.
I'll be there.
Come hang with the hunter crew.
I'll get you in there.
Yeah, we'll get you in.
Get
We
you in.
know a guy.
I know a guy.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah, it'll be a
It's
blast.
going to be fun. I was thinking of Cody DeQuisto is
Hang on a second. Let's just back up. What are you talking about? What is this thing?
yeah. So Cody DeQuisto is Andre's son. That's who started Lone Wolf.
Okay. The tree
the
station.
original one.
Yeah, they've been around since like the early 90s.
Yep, partner of ours, and they do a Mobile Hunter Roadshow, which is like an expo for their products, and it's like just a get together thing.
Oh, it sounds great.
We went to theirs at their farm in Iowa last year, and they do them kind of all around. This one they're going to do it at my farm in August, and so
Robinson House?
Cody will be there. Bomar might be there. They sell like 200 tickets. It's fairly like quaint, you know, but it'd be fun to have you there for that.
I'd love to be there. Thank you.
Yeah.
It'd be fun, dude. We'd have a blast.
It's like August 9th. I think.
I love that stuff. And, you know, snakes and fishing. You know, that's what's so fun about this podcast because, you know, a lot of times it's like you watch a hunting and fishing podcast and, you know, it's usually about, wild trout or, about bow hunting. This podcast, it is an array of shit.
Wherever we got to dip into. We're deer focused, obviously, but
Yeah.
like wherever the pathway leads at that day, you know.
Not to get us too far off. I mean, we were talking about trad bow hunting. And Cody is what came to because Cody's been trad bow hunting for
He's the man.
several years now.
Yeah.
Man, part of me longs for like I can imagine how awesome that experience would be. It's like if there was animals of the class that I was at, like if it was. If they were there,
yeah.
if it was like, hey, there's a chance this thing is going to walk 10 yards from my standing, I would be all about the trad bow thing. I haven't got to the point.
You've never
where
done it?
No.
I've never killed a deer with a trad bow for sure. I mean, I've shot them.
I don't.
You've
Yeah.
killed deer, right?
A couple.
Like a
Yeah.
summer camp growing up. They
Doesn't
always
that
had
really
trad
set a
bows, yeah.
precedence of how difficult.
killed one?
Yeah. Two.
What
This
about
year?
a
No.
flintlock?
Recently?
In the past. No, when I like 10 years ago when I
Yeah.
jumped off of it. Yeah, I've killed one buck in Pennsylvania with a flintlock. And it was
And
I can remember
That's
it.
you.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean frankly, and obviously like not saying this in a derogatory way, but like I don't think you've killed enough deer to just go trad.
Mm-hmm. I don't either.
Yeah. I mean, you're still like, I need to kill deer. Like, and I do too. That's why like I won't start the season. I've thought about it like in Kentucky, like a velvet trad bow type deer. Like if I had the right setting, especially if I can use a corn pile, like
Well, dude, just the class of deer that I'm after, it's like you don't get a 170 within 30 yards very often.
Well, it's the experience side, right? Because that's what all I'm looking for.
Especially
is
being from
experience.
PA, dude. I mean, like,
well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if I'm in Kentucky and let's say I am going to put corn out for opening day of deer season, well, then why wouldn't I shoot it with a trad bow? Because I just want the notch level up a bit. I put corn out, which brought it down. So now I'll trade the compound for a trad, which brings it back up, right? In my mind, that's my justification. Sure. In PA, like when I'm up here on the mountain trad bow hunting, most of the time I come off of there and I'm like, you're an idiot. Like if you even get a mature buck in sight on state forest ground, like you best be able to shoot 40 yards.
Yeah.
And I'm out there with a trad bow, like this is cool as shit.
Yeah, but this fucking guy over here goes turkey hunting with me every time. No ground blind.
I'm gonna kill one with that beast decap this year.
It's fun,
shoots
dude.
birds without a ground blind.
We don't need a
every time he tells me, he's like, I'm gonna take my bow. I'm like, I just want to shoot him in the beak with.
It's really not that hard. The trick is
here he goes again.
The trick
every time.
And
he films him on the side of the road. And he's like, look, guys, turkey hunting's so hard.
I'm not gonna take credit for it but what does it is that Jake the Jerk.
Well,
isn't that wild?
What about the
caller?
Me?
What about the caller?
Oh, absolutely. That too.
The setup,
but
guide.
when they see that decoy and they commit to it, they're locked in. What would be really impressive?
Time when they turn.
100%. What would be really impressive is if a guy could kill one with a bow, without a blind, without a decoy.
That's tough, man.
Because getting drawn,
something's got to get.
It's like they have to lock on it and they have to spin, and when their ass is to you, that's when you draw.
I hope he's.
It's not hard. You and I did it at 10.
I hope he's listening.
5 yards.
No, there was still we still had decoy that one time. Remember?
There was decoy every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our boy Jay Gregory killed one with a trad bow the other day in Iowa.
Also, are you able to draw your bow and not look like you're a little kid, or
Yeah.
He's able to draw his bow.
Yeah, 80 pounds.
Real nice. Yeah. Real nice.
So my dad said you always need to be able to draw it standing on your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the mindset. Yeah, because if you're up, you're done.
No,
Toast.
you can't
every
do
time.
That shit. Kidding me? There's no way it's going to happen.
I'd be interested to see one with my longbow. My recurve takes a little bit because it's a little bit heavier, but my longbow is super light.
He could do it.
My range is limited on that side.
Why don't you come up to
it doesn't matter.
Camp?
That probably would be.
It doesn't matter.
That is my interest.
I don't think it would be that much harder to kill one with as long as you can
just put it in the right spot.
They are different.
Yeah,
it is harder, absolutely. Yeah. But like, their back is turned to you in the most. I'm
gonna put it right up their poop hole.
Yeah, 100%.
Not my first idea.
Yeah, I think you could do it.
I feel like you need to come to turkey camp this year.
I would be more inclined to take a trad bow.
I can't believe it hasn't. I just talked to guys. Everybody was in South Carolina. They're like, hey, our season ends tomorrow. I'm like, ours didn't even open yet.
That's wild. Well, I mean, it's February in Florida.
Yep.
Yeah. I would be more inclined to take a trad bow turkey hunting than I would be deer hunting.
My level. And again, I'm not picking on turkey hunting, but like I know I could go out there and kill a turkey.
You still would say like, you prefer turkey hunting to deer hunting?
Oh my God.
And that's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I'm on the
people have problems.
I'm on the HUNTR Podcast. This is a deer hunting podcast.
This is a deer hunting podcast.
For sure.
But it's an open. Hey, listen, it's a non-hate environment.
Yeah, non-hate. And I love hunting deer, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah. We're LGBTQ, all that.
Obviously.
Yeah. And when you see a buck sidestepping, it's like,
yeah, that's it. That's what I live for.
And it's like, okay, the acorns, there's the bottom, and the wind, and the this, and the that. With turkeys, I can call Jared and say, what are you doing tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.?
Yep.
And he says, I'm going to meet you in Clymer, and we're going to get a breakfast sandwich, and we're going to go. And if we are just so lucky, and I sound slutty enough, if I sound like just the right prom date.
Listen, that hunt that you and I went on.
Which one? We're always
the last one.
The last one?
The problem,
the one you filmed?
The problem is I'm really good at what I do. He's really good at what he does. Yeah. And as a team.
Yeah, when you put them together.
Oh, dude.
That we crossed the streams.
That last hunt that we went on was like.
And we just laugh. And I said that
we're like that's just how it goes.
Well, tell me. I mean, what do you take JP out of it for a second? What about turkey hunting gets Mike fired up?
Like intimacy.
just the call and response, like the communication side of it.
Sure, you can call and respond a turkey or a deer or a raccoon or whatever.
Yep. But just
It's-
more of a love letter
it's-
back and forth type of thing.
It's a love letter back and forth, but it's also the weather. It's also the spring peepers.
Yeah.
It's also
so
hey,
it is
boy,
the environment. It's the
There's
experience.
so much more going on.
Because I'm in agreement with that. Like and it mainly it's because besides Kentucky, I've never elk hunted. So like when I go in the morning it's
You've killed a couple.
It's just getting light and like I got a bird gobbling on a roost. There's an environmental magical moment there that I'm like, boy, you're lucky to be alive.
Dude, I will say, turkey hunting by myself or with anybody else is okay, but I like turkey hunting with you. Because it's like I
like hunting turkeys with you.
When I spend time with you, I understand why I'm like, I get it. I get it more.
I don't want to bring I love my uncles. I don't want to bring my uncles turkey hunting. I want them to get a bird, but when I hunt with my uncles, it's like, you're not a woodsman.
Yeah.
You need to be a woodsman to really appreciate when that blue jay makes a noise.
Yeah.
When I'm walking in the woods with Lil Flinter and a crow calls, Lil Flinter's stopping.
Yeah, I'm listening.
If I'm hunting with Joe Schmo and I hear a blue jay or a crow and I stop or hear an owl and they're like, what are you stopping for? Like, dude, you don't get it.
When I hear a pair of geese coming from a mile away,
you're giving me an 8th grade study hall boner right now.
I'm ready, right? Because I know one's going to hit at some point in this valley.
Yep.
One's going to hit.
Doesn't it make sense, though, to compare personalities here, why he is a turkey hunter and why I'm a deer hunter?
Yes.
But also there's a beautiful, like, we can do them both together. But, like, you are so great about the, like, camaraderie is the wrong word for it, but it's the atmosphere of spring. It's just that.
Dude, let's fucking go.
It's the atmosphere.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
Let's just go. I'll get out of this table right now. I'll break it in half. Let's go. I want to catch a fish on a dry fly.
Yeah.
I don't want to catch a fish on a woolly bucker or a worm.
Yeah. You want to see it rise.
On a dry fly. I want to go into the woods and I want to pop one and then come back to the camp. You know what I mean? We get the burger, we get the ribs, we get the cold Miller Lite High Life in a bottle. And we go out, we come back and it's like, I know where that bird is. And we get into that spot. It's like, I don't think he's here. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you knock the wind out of yourself with your dick smacking yourself in the belly. And it's just like, let's get in here. We got to pick a tree. You go over here. I'll go over here. And then to seal the deal, Jared, no ground blind, with a bow and arrow, is going to be the person that I'm calling for.
Yeah.
And it's like, I trust him.
We trust each other.
I know you trust
I have no doubt the bird's coming. He's talking to him.
Have to make
I just have to kill him.
Also, if if my brother-in-law or something says like, I think we should go, I'd be like, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Get away from me. You don't do this. This is not what you do.
Yeah.
But if Jared says, I think that side of that hill. I said, you think that side of the hill?
Mm-hmm.
And then Lil Flinter shows up. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? And Lil Flinter's like, I think that
I
side
pulled
of
the
that,
win. I was like, hey, listen.
I think that side of the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good too.
Yep.
And then we say, you want to go to that side of the hill?
Yeah, we
Jared
should
goes,
go.
we're going to go to that side of the hill. And I'll say, this is my property. This is my grandpa's field. My grandpa bought this property. I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Because you're with me. You're my hunter. I'm hunting with you. And then it happens. And it's like,
it's pretty magical. I will say that the one thing when we tie back into the kids side of things, because I honestly haven't killed that many turkeys in my life, like maybe 7, 8, 9, something like that.
Still
like,
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, but like I just because I've never really we turkey hunted a lot, like old strip mines in Indiana and stuff, and like we were on birds all the time, but they were tough to kill. And but my kids have killed several already
with a crossbow.
No, shotguns. Actually, no, it was all shotguns.
But isn't it interesting because you're so good, they're good.
Yeah. Well, and so here's what happened.
Do you do their homework too? Is the joke I'm trying to make?
No. You're right though. So here's what happened. First year they both are in the blind. Bird comes in and they kill it together. Okay. Second year, my dad's in the blind with us too. Birds come in, they kill it together. Okay, cool. Blinds, decoys, easy. Last year I was like, no blinds, run and gun, because that's how I grew up. I didn't have a ground blind.
Fuck no.
You run and gun. Where'd the bird go? He's on that ridge. You go for him, right? They both miss, right? But it was a great experience because we had a blast.
Easy to miss a turkey too.
Had a blast doing it. Run and gun. He's over here. We got to go. And like frantic, they got to go. So this year, same thing. We get in. I said, no blind, run and gun. Bird was on the roost. We got in. My youngest killed one. It was a blast. They were for sure. If I did 2 more years of blind hunting, I guarantee next year, if I'm like, hey, you guys want to turkey hunt?
They'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
And we kill one every year. What's the big deal? But because they missed last year, the first thing my youngest one said, as that bird's gobbling in, he's like, I'm gonna get payback this year.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, he's like, I blew it last year.
That kid gets it. That kid gets it. And not many people get it.
That's my biggest fear on the youth side and it's because if you had kids, you'd be the same way. I'm so passionate about it that I almost make it too easy for them.
Yeah.
Because everything I do is calculated to the point where it's like, shit's got to happen. You tearing up?
That was like James Joyce talking.
Thank you. Now. But that's it. Is like, and so I have to check myself because I'm so calculated and passionate about trying to kill mature buck that if I put myself in their spot of like the first 1-year-old buck that comes through, they're gonna kill him. Like, holy shit! Like it's 100% happening every day.
Why you're doing it?
Exactly. But when we go out and run and gun, and I'm like, hey, where do you want to set up? He's like, I don't know. I think that turkey's right there. I'm like, well, let's go by this tree and set up here. He's like, okay, let's do that.
You're involved.
That's
a weird thing.
That's cool. Like what you guys are describing is, and we obviously get it. Like the trust on the setup. You know, whether it's on a turkey and he's gobbling right there, or you and I do it all the time. You know what I mean? In North Dakota and Kansas,
everywhere.
We're like, how are we gonna? And there's not a squabble, but it's we're you know what I mean? We're figuring it out.
Debate and discussion.
We're figuring it out together, and then we make a decision, and there's a trust, and we're like, here we go.
The kid side is where that hurts on the kid side, and I didn't do it for the first maybe 4 years that they were hunting. Is I have to let them fuck up.
Oh yeah,
and it kills me.
Oh no, but that's so
kills
important.
Me when I'm like, hey, where do you think we should go? And they're like, oh, I want to sit here, and I'm like, the fucking wind's blowing right in the food plot. What do you mean you want to sit there? Yeah. But I gotta let them go and make a mistake because all I did was make mistakes my entire 100%. Childhood.
I got to tell you, and you'll be proud of me for this. So my dad does the youth turkey hunt in Ohio every year, you know, and my dad. You know, he just expects me to be able to, manifest a place because places to go and stuff.
Well, you're you.
So he gives everybody else the spots, and he's like, so I end up on public land with my kid who is very capable, right? And he's not really a kid. He's 17. He's like at the very end of the youth stage there. And so we're on public land and near our farm in Ohio, which I've never been to. And we set up on this bird that we'd roosted the night before. And like, long story short, he's coming. He's gobbling down in the bottom, and he's just we're calling for, it's 45 minutes. We've been at the spot. And finally I see him coming up the road here, and he's coming out we have this little open field when we got the decoys out here and stuff. And he's in front of me 10 yards. So we can't talk. And I've got another guy who's calling, he's across the field there too. So we're kind of guiding them together. And I see him coming up to the edge here, and I lose sight of him. He's behind like a big multiflora bush or whatever. And at some point, Jordan is his name, the kid that's in front of me. I see him turn and reposition and move his gun over here. And it was really cool because even though I've never hunted with him before, other than like the day before,
he got it.
And I was like, he made that move.
And that's the make or break move.
He ended up killing that bird at the head of the logging road. He never committed.
Well, it's not like life too, man. Not to get philosophical, but you got to make decisions on your own.
They ain't gonna fall in your
I was
lap.
really proud of him for that. Had he tried to swing on that bird or whatever, like
game over.
Probably not over.
You got to know, and that's the hard part when you take somebody that's. I shot moose. I shot Dall sheep. I've done all this shit. I've been to all these places. Well, do you have the discipline to go turkey hunting? Turkey hunting is, again, like.
Why you keep crying?
I don't know, man.
It
gets me so pumped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It gets me so pumped when you do have somebody to go hunting with that you can read and they read you, and it's like, it's romantic.
Well, dude, we've talked about this a lot, and it's been, I know you guys have shared it, and we have shared it, and we will share it.
Yeah, let's get going.
We will share it. But and I've done it individually. Like, I've accomplished goals, shot a buck, whatever, by myself. And the first thing is like, who am I going to share this with? Especially when there's no one around. Like that's the thing is like, bow hunting especially is a very individualized activity. But when you accomplish your pinnacle goal of killing a deer and you walk up on it, the first thing I do, and maybe it's because of the deer camp roots, like, dude, we celebrated, right? But the first thing I do is like, who am I calling? Who am I gonna?
Yeah, you're doing this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I take it in.
believe it.
Don't get me wrong. I take it in personally, but I look to like not brag about it, but I look to engage because I know there are people that when I tell them this, they're going to be as happy and excited as I am.
Yeah, that's your first or second call.
Do you know the reason I like turkey hunting with you so much is because I know how much you love it. I mean, that's a big part of it. Like that's
you feed off of it.
You and I would have fun turkey hunt. Like there's nothing against our thing here, but like
yeah, but we would kill a turkey and I'd be like, cool, can we go get Casey's breakfast pizza now or what?
Great. And in the same way, that's why I like deer hunting with you so much, is because I know how much you love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna soak that shit in.
And so you want to hunt with
around this fucking room. There's a passion.
Yeah.
It's so
that's why
the first so fun.
2 years ago, the day before Halloween, I shot the first buck on a farm that Jared and I
showed it to him. That's the one out in the wall.
Yep.
At 8 Point.
Together. And I remember calling him and I'm like, I think it was weird because it was a weird shot, like super hard angled away. And I was like, I see the knock.
43 yards.
Yeah, it was far. I was like, I see the knock. And he knew I was there too. Like mature buck stare down and he turned and right before he entered the woods, he's like, I better take one. Well, that was the bad look to take because then I let it loose. So I'm watching and I was like, dude, I see the knock. I don't know if he's dead. So, afterwards, I get him. We drive out there, and we walk up on this thing. And it was, first of all, it was bigger than I thought.
Remember we saw the knock?
It was a giant.
We saw the knock. And
see
then
it laying there.
You're looking at this 5-year-old buck that you just killed on your own dirt, on the day before Halloween. You see your breath, right? Like everything.
Check.
Everything about it. The emotions are all there. And you're just like, we were about to go do a live podcast we were talking about. And I'm like, this is the pinnacle. This is it. This is why every year I live for this exact moment. But it was cool because he and I own this property together. We found this buck together. Had I done all that myself, yeah, it would have been awesome, but not nearly as cool.
No, different level of appreciation.
Different level. Yeah, just completely different level.
It's, we are very lucky. Most guys wake up, I'm going to go to the game commission property, or I'm going to go to my friend's property. There's a friend that has. It's like when you have your own land, or you grew up like we did, having your own land, but not to make things controversial, when your dad and his brothers don't get along, and it ruins it.
Yeah.
The biggest buck in the whole wide world could show up. And I could squeeze off, or they could, it doesn't matter. Pow, 200 incher. If you don't have anybody to celebrate it with, that's not fun.
Yeah.
So
you and I are shooting turkeys. We've shot 3. Or two, 3.
At least 2.
It's like, it doesn't matter if it's a groundhog or a squirrel. It is a,
yeah.
It is, you appreciate it so much more.
You want it to be right too.
But the other issue is like, everybody grew up hunting with their dad and their grandpa and their uncle and the neighbor and the whatever.
Yep.
And a lot of that's disappearing.
Oh, dude. Trust me, man.
A lot of that's fucked up, and it bothers me.
I'm in a bad situation on that.
I'm in a bad
Jared
situation
knows that.
too.
Like, because Jared and I have a different hunting relationship. Like, even when we bring the dads to Kansas, like, our hunting relationship changes when the dads are in camp. Just because really the focus is on them.
Even your personalities could change.
Yeah, it does. But at 41 I have a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, and maybe I'll never get it. I am chasing my experiences from the 90s and early 2000s at deer camp.
Ain't going to get that Garth Brooks video back.
Ain't coming back. Well, you see my truck out there. I'm chasing it.
I pulled in.
I am chasing it.
He goes,
I popped my headphones off.
I am chasing it.
I pulled in here and I go, that's fucking little flinters.
Yeah.
And
97 F250 on a 6-inch lift. That's me. I'm chasing.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm
the
chasing
red and
it.
white, like
red and
Confederate
white
flag
two-tone.
colors.
I said to JP, I said, dude, tell me that's Little Flinters. And he goes, oh, yeah. He goes, that's Little Flinters. And I said, that is the best truck in the whole wide world.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, yeah, he loves it, or whatever you said.
I fucking love that
He
truck.
loves that truck.
But I'm chasing that nostalgia, which
You're going back now.
In a depressing way, I know that I won't ever get there because my grandpaps passed and he was like a cornerstone of the family for deer camp, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, after he passed is when we sold camp. And so now it's like I create mini camps, like our camp in Kansas with the dads, or like I take at least one of my kids to Ohio now for the Monday opener because Saturday's all blown up with Thanksgiving in Pennsylvania. So I'm like, fuck it. We'll hunt Saturday evening in Pennsylvania, Sunday morning in Pennsylvania, and then we'll leave. We'll get to Ohio Sunday evening like we normally, and then Monday's opening day, like the anticipation builder. So I'm trying to like weirdly piece that thing back together.
It's like you're trying to create a new legacy.
Yeah, and it's hard, man. And I don't know if it will stick, but I do know like when we do our Kansas camp with the dads, blast. Absolute. I mean, best week of the hunting season, regardless of what happens. When I do Sunday night into Monday, this year I had both boys and my dad in camp. It was for one evening, deer camp was back. And that's my tier. Because I remember leaving deer camp on Tuesday and being like, holy shit, I can't wait till Friday next year when I come back. Every year.
And you go into your childhood room and you pull that top drawer.
Every year.
Guess what's on top? Those memories.
Every year.
That's top of my drawer.
Every year.
That's my memory. My mom kept it. And you can't lose it.
No.
So you gotta find a hot dough and better down and make something to hope that it continues.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a real deal thing.
It is.
There's a cool thing too with you've got an added layer on it with the kids and being able, and that's cool. I'll get to be a part of that at some point with your kids probably.
Oh yeah,
if not my own.
They'll be a rep.
I got kids too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. I don't know your kids that well.
I know.
I'll get to know them at some point.
They'd love you.
Get in there. Get in there.
But there is a full circle thing for sure that's happening, like with all of us, with the dads.
Oh yeah.
I mean, dude, I really think. I mean, I've thought about it, but it's hitting home right now with my uncle in Kansas this year.
Dude, how crazy is that gonna be? That camp?
It's just, I mean, there's so much at play there. Like the fact that my uncle and your dad have both had prostate cancer. They're, I think, similar age.
They are. My dad's going for his annual scans today.
And frankly, my dad he's not a veteran, but he's a couple years in. So I'm not worried about him. Dad's going to be great. It's awesome to bring dad. But my uncle and your dad, it's my uncle's first Midwestern experience this year. Having been a deer hunter his whole life.
He gets it.
And the guy that is a big part of the reason that I am the bow hunter that I am, or have the passion that I have, is because of him. And to be able to give him an experience like he doesn't even know we're getting ready to have.
Dude, it's gonna be.
I'm gonna be if he kills one, dude. If he kills like a 160 plus, I'm gonna lose it.
Well, and my thing is for that type of style is, and it's just because it's life, is like we don't have that many left with them.
Yeah,
like that.
I know.
Like
and the way they talk to, because dude, you and I are so blessed financially too.
Sure.
Like, and we work hard for it. I mean, I don't take that for granted. But my uncle and your dad, they don't have money. Like,
we talked about that.
And so
they grew up on an era where you could just hunt wherever. Like there weren't really posted signs. Like you just went out and hunted. That today is gone.
Yeah.
Like they don't. If it wasn't for us, they really don't have anywhere to hunt.
Yeah. And for us to be able to give them what we're getting ready to, it's going to be.
It's a bit of a payback,
special.
For what they did for us.
100%.
That's how I look at it. My dad tells me all the time. He's like, "What do I owe you for?" I'm like, "Dude, for
what are you talking about?
What you did for me to get me to this point, like it's covered. Don't worry about it.
I know.
Just have fun, enjoy.
Isn't that funny when your dad asks you, "What do I owe you?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Like you're my dad. You know what you've done for me."
My dad let me use his truck a couple weeks ago, for 2 weeks in a row for fishing, and I dropped it off the first time and I didn't fill it up with gas, and I felt like the biggest piece of fucking shit. And I told my dad's like, I don't care. Like, what are you talking about? I have a quarter tank, And I was like, no. And the next time it was this big deal, and it was like midnight. I had to
fill it up.
I had to fill
Top
that
bitch off,
because it's like, if you don't respect he doesn't know. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
That's not in his brain.
I know they don't.
But you respect them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I fucking love my dad. I respect this fucking guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do the least thing I could do on the planet by fill your truck up and hose off the tires.
Yeah.
And, with your uncles too. You grow up hunting and fishing and, you have this group, whether it's your grandpa or your uncle.
It's weird. Yeah.
Dude, it is in your DNA. It's in your bones.
I know.
It's in your bones. And people always talk about, because I'm a forester, I'm in a really shitty spot because everybody's like, I can't get out of this industry.
Yeah.
And I said, is it in your bones? And they're like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm 17 years in.
Yeah, you're not going to get
out of it. It's in your
it.
bones. And I said, even if somebody showed up and said, I'll give you $1 million a year to go work at Lowe's.
Yeah.
I'll take negative $1 million a year just because it's in my bones. It's in my DNA.
It's a weird thing, man. I don't know how
hard
to describe to people who haven't been in like that family and deer camp. And part of it is based on state. Like I know the Wisconsins and the
starts
Michigan
at deer
guys.
camp.
It does, man. Dude, I to this moment, like the best hunting memories I have are from my deer camp. They're definitely the less successful opportunities I have. But
Yeah, I'm
in every exactly.
I got a 3-point.
Yeah, in every which way I do things now, I find myself trying to tie back like our live from deer camp podcast. That picture even behind you, like, dude,
That's
wasn't
magic.
That's not a deer camp.
No.
That was Jeremy shot that deer the night before, knew that it wasn't absolutely lethal, backed out, pulled 3 of my workers out with me, tracked that son of a bitch for 2 miles, put an arrow in its Achilles, ended up killing it. And had yellow jackets and chili dogs and fucking just rocked out.
That's it right there, man.
And dude, we had that picture.
Yeah.
That every time I look at that or it comes up on my phone and stuff, I'm like, that's it.
Nice.
That feeling was like, that was it.
Nice.
Dude, for us too, I mean, so much has changed since then. I can't remember if we owned the Dairy Mart at that point.
Who the
or
fuck are these guys?
So Alex on the right was actually both of those guys. Alex and Garrett don't even work for me
Alex
anymore.
Charlton over here.
Yep, and Garrett Brain on the left. Yep, and so those
Look
guys.
at that Predator camo, dude.
It's still there, baby.
Love it.
Legacy.
I like the Predator.
Oh,
camo.
dude, it's all within us. But I mean, that deer, I watched that deer the year before. That deer was 6 or 7 years old from the mountain.
Wow.
Single lung, tracked him for 2 miles.
He's right there. He's up
He's
on the
right
top.
up there. Yeah, I mean, but everything about that, it wasn't the hunt. Like the hunt was over at that point.
It sucked, frankly. Like, do you remember? It was rainy.
There was
and we're
nothing
like,
more frustrating.
We're not finding this deer. We tracked the deer for over like a mile.
I was walking down a creek, like a fucking dribble out of the hillside, and finding this son of a bitch was smart. I was finding specks of blood on leaves in the middle of the creek. Like he was trying to throw you off is what he was trying to do. And I remember,
don't find me.
yeah, I remember coming up and finding some blood. Like, and I'm like, Jared, I don't know where the fuck he was. He was off looking.
I was at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, you were somewhere
I was
else.
way up top.
Somewhere else.
I was gridding.
He was gridding. And I find this spot, and Garrett on the left is with me. And I'm like, dude, I'm back on blood. Like he's, and I remember looking up over this log, and that buck is just like tucked down, looking at me, and I'm like, fucking right here
With a bow.
right here. I'm with my bow. Yeah, this is, we're 2 miles in, dude. I'm not shitting you. 2 miles in the track job in, and he's looking at me, and I'm like, holy fuck. So I Garrett films me. I get an arrow knocked, get everything ready. I draw and I'm standing up. As soon as I stand up, that fucker jumps up and I just
It's the whack.
and I'm like, I don't even know what happened. I'm trying to call Jared. I don't know where the fuck he's at. Like I'm looking at these other guys and they're
He's
not
top of the hill.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And so we follow this thing down the hill and I get to over the hill and I see it just sitting there like rolling the neck. And I'm like, he's dead. He's dying. He's done. He's done, right? And so I'm sitting there like just mind blown. We end up sneaking down. It's me sneaking down with another arrow. I think I was out of broadheads at that point too. Like it was already open, like a rage open. I'm coming down here. JP is coming behind me. He has a knife behind his back. He's about to jug this thing right in there. We get down, it's dead. Like we're high-fiving and stuff. And like at that point, We roll it over, and it's one lung, because I shot it like at 6 yards the day before.
Oh, yeah, blasted it.
One lung's hanging out, right? And I'm looking around. I'm like, where the fuck did I kill this? The second time, dude, we gave it a heart attack is what happened. I cut its hoof with the second shot, and it just ran hard enough that it exploded its heart. Because it had popped out one lung. Like it couldn't put enough oxygen through the body. And so we're
so many
standing.
things I want to say.
We're standing over this deer, and it's a monster, mountain buck, right? 6-7 year old, just like no neck on him, brute. And like we're talking about how I shot it in the Achilles. Like Achilles is dead. Yeah, look at the skull cap on this thing. Like that's him. That's just freaking PA mountain toad. And
stress will kill you.
Yeah.
You stressed it.
Stressed it to death.
You stressed it to death.
And we're standing there, and then
heavy,
it was like
heavy too.
Yeah, we finally get him out of the woods. He dropped like whatever.
There's not another skull here to put it in perspective, but like that's a big head on that sucker.
This is a 4-year-old. This is a 4-year-old Missouri deer.
Oh my God! It's half as.
Yeah, look seriously. Look at the size of the heads.
Half as much.
Yeah.
Half as
Where's
much.
the cameras?
Yeah, half as much. That's a 4-year-old Missouri buck compared to that thing. And that was, like I said, 6 or 7-year-old PA, just 8 mountain laurel stud.
Yeah.
Right?
A mountain laurel stud.
That's it. And so we drag this thing out.
Look at how shitty these antlers are, too.
Oh, I know,
mean,
dude.
in hindsight,
No.
don't they seem like he gets smaller every year?
Yeah, I mean,
Look at the antlers. Look at the skull.
he dropped like 25 or 30
What did
inches.
this thing score? 115 inches?
112?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's almost SFI.
Yeah.
Or Safari Club.
And so
SFC.
we shoot this thing.
FCI.
So we get him down to this bottom, and this is a piece of private that's up against like state forest ground and stuff we have. We get him there. We get him up on this thing. I forget what he field dressed like 189 or something. Like just a toad of a body.
Look even there how big his head is compared to like our legs.
So we get him up on the thing. And I mean, this is one of those ones where, first of all, the appreciation is this deer has lived on this property for 7 or 8 years. So you're like looking at this thing and you're just like, this dude, like, he knew he was the shit on this place. And we send Garrett out to go get yellow jackets and
hot dogs,
food. We're like, hey, just go get food. He comes back with an entire thing of just chili dogs,
box of chili dogs,
and we're like,
and it starts raining.
So we're just sitting there looking at this giant buck. It's October 24th or 25th, hanging, fall leaves. We're crushing yellow jackets, eating chili dogs.
I brooded him down off the mountain in Jared style, just muscled him off the mountain.
You're just everything like. It's like osmosis. Everything is just coming through your skin into your body, and you're like, this element is like, this is what I live for. Every year, if I could bottle this up, people don't understand what the hell they're missing.
Yeah, dude, that's wealth, frankly. And in terms of like, to be able to have the freedom to go out and on a Tuesday that was, or what, I mean, and you were self-employed at the time.
I was like, listen, fuck work. You three are coming with me. We have to find this son of a bitch. And I just pulled him out.
I think that was the day I knew. I was like, I'm working at the right place. I was like, no work today, boys. We're blood trailing.
No work today, boys. We're blood trailing. We just went up and beat the mountain laurel.
I'll never forget those chili dogs.
It was funny, dude. There's a distinct picture Jared took of me like bloodhounding, because I'm a bloodhound fiend. Like I love tracking.
You got the sunglasses?
No. I'm just I know I think like a deer. I know what he wants to do, but I also know if I lose blood, I would say, okay, I'm gonna mark this, and then I'm just gonna do a 180. Here it is again, we pick it up. 180, here it is again, we pick it up. And there's a distinct one of Jared taking it, and like I'm like honed in.
It's like a caveman evolution picture.
Yeah,
is what it
you gotta
looks
get
like.
this picture blown up here.
Garrett is behind me, where like
it's Jeremy first, head to the ground.
Yeah.
Like,
Garrett's kind of like into it. Like he's looking at, like, he's like, what is he looking at? I'm not sure. And then Alex is behind me, like,
with an arrow, like whacking off, It
was like the
squirrels up here?
Yeah, it was the evolution of the tracker, essentially.
You were locked.
Oh, dude, I was locked. We
were about a mile in, too.
To a T, like that was the greatest tracking job. And I know people will be like, man, I wish you would have killed
it makes it a 180.
That was the greatest tracking job I've ever had in my life. And when you finally accomplish it too, and you tie that all together, you're like, wow, like that was fucking intense.
It just, I feel like I'm there.
Yeah, and that's how I do. Every time I look at that picture, I'm the same way. I can go back to that spot of like, I know exactly. And so to your point earlier, it's like 4 o'clock. I'm in the stand. I went in, hung the set. 4 o'clock. I look back. I see this buck just crushing a scrape.
Primos.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Straight in on a fucking tee. Too close. 6 yards, which is why I ended up
Classic
single and
Jeremy
lung.
style, hangs right on him.
I'm on him. Yeah, yeah.
30-second story. My favorite hunt in the whole entire world. I'm at my grandpa's grave. I have my back to the back of his gravesite. You've been there. Right where my dad split, he went to the other side. That's where he went. There's
The
a
day
grave.
we killed?
No. We went to the other side of the hill
When?
where you killed your bird.
Yeah.
And my dad went up
Yeah.
to the other side of the hill,
Yeah.
and it's just like a nice view. And and I was just like, taking selfies and videos.
Your grandpa's buried on that property?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
And I had my back against it, and I was just like, it took fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great hunt.
Yeah. But
It wasn't anything special for what I did.
you could put
I made a
yourself
couple
into
of good
it.
calls, and I was like, shit. And I put Redhead Fred right out in front. It's fucking awesome bird. Got a great mouth. Shout out to Costello Taxidermy. Costello Taxidermy has these fucking they're like a board like this big, and they do like the wings on each side and the tails. Have you seen these?
I know
it's
what
a
you're
new
talking
thing.
about. Yeah.
Yeah. So shout
It looks
out.
cool as shit.
Yeah.
Is that
shout out to Casella Taxidermy? She did yours.
See the
that
sheen
the one?
on
yeah.
everything.
Oh, dude, it looks so good.
I have that still at my house. Yeah.
Yeah.
She did it, but it's just like wasn't a great hunt. Wasn't anything crazy. But this bird came in and I blasted it, and it's just like same exact shit. That we're talking about.
The Hunter Podcast is brought to you by Beast Broadhead.
Dude, Beast Broadheads. Man, we've been advocating for and shooting expandable, especially big expandable broadheads for years and years now. And it just seems like they just keep making them better and better. And ultimately, with the relationship we forged with the Bowmars this past year, we're just super excited to be shooting the Beast Broadheads this year.
I mean, this broadhead it's the world's sharpest expandable broadhead out there. It has best penetration, and it's got bone avoiding technology. Ultimately, we want to create the most trauma possible on a deer when we release an arrow. The Beast Broadhead does that for us every time.
So right now you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, for a discount on anything on the Beast website. So definitely go check out beastbroadheads.com.
Did you know Harlan shot an albino?
No, but he's fucked for the rest of his life.
Nah, dude, he's fucking...
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about with the whole spirituality thing?
The dude's... He's just...
You let your son shoot an albino.
I was impartial though.
Jeremy Flynn.
I was very much on the fence of like, I don't know. Like we'd known
You
this
believe in that
deer's
shit?
in the neighborhood.
I don't know. I've never seen one, but I don't know if I'd shoot
You've
one
never
or not.
seen one?
I mean, I've seen them, but not when I'm hunting.
I've seen enough of them to like...
Would you shoot one, Flinner? That's fucking insane.
Wild.
That's fucking insane.
Fucking just crossbowed
Sure.
right to the shoulder.
Yeah, with a crossbow.
That's the ultimate disrespect.
Oh my god.
You go straight to hell.
We had seen that deer in the neighborhood, and like, I don't know. I mean, that deer had been around for 2 or 3 years, and it's like, it's not opening day. It's
You got to know his youngest son, dude. The kid's just a killer.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He's going to kill anything that's in front of him.
If he was here and we're like, hey, dude, you have 15 minutes, bring me back a dead animal, he'll come back in with one.
Yeah.
I don't know how he fucking gets it, but
I like
he'll
this
kill.
kid. This kid sounds
He's
fun.
just straight killer. So this deer's in the area, and we're like, I'm like, okay, it
Of
was
course, we're going to see this thing
hardly
first
ever on our property. She's just in the area.
Yeah.
The day before, I dig out this water hole, and I look at my camera, and this fucking deer comes up and is drinking out of this water hole, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I show my wife. I'm like, she's like, oh, that'd be you know, and she's a biologist. She's like, so it's fucking genetically deformed. Like, we need to kill it. You know, that's her mindset. Meanwhile, I'm like, it's an albino. Like, I don't really know if like we want to
his
kill
dad
this thing.
fucked his sister, and his sister fucked his dad, and their cousin fucking. And
I'm like, I don't really know. She's like, no, he needs to kill it. I'm like, whatever. Like, we're never gonna see this fucking deer. So the next evening, we go into the stand. We're sitting in this box blind. There's some does out in the food plot, and he's like, hey, I want to shoot a doe. I'm like, cool, dude. I was like, first adult doe within 25 yards because I don't let him shoot. It's like dead, right? So we're sitting there fucking around. That's early. He elbows me. He's like, right at the water hole. And I look and I'm like, motherfucker. This fucking albino is just right at the water hole. And he's like, can I shoot it? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I was like, wait till it comes over. So
that's on him though. Yeah. That's not on you anymore.
So it comes over, he comes in, and he freaking gets right on his shoulder. It's like 10 yards. I'm like, yeah, smoker.
Does he have any concept of like, hey, the bad luck thing, or
no? He has concept of, he does know that he killed, like that's like a 1 in 1,000 type. Like that's a rarity. So because he didn't.
And that's so weird.
This is his first year he didn't shoot a buck.
Dude, as I'm looking at this velvet buck back here, I'm like, just some of these once in a million lifetime type of things. It's just weird how they line up with kid killing
Jared,
this velvet.
You've hit the lottery and you've almost died.
Well, like we all have it.
Bike.
That's what was weird about it. Is like,
here, look, here's the. Let me see the.
Not everybody's almost died wrecking their dirt bike.
That's true.
So that you'll see the shot.
Oh my god. You got it on video.
Yeah.
And look at that AR-15 crossbow. Snipe.
Oh my word.
That's a snipe.
You'll see.
Was it a true albino?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You seen how some like the pink nose kind of thing?
But at least you see his reaction.
Jeez. All right. Now it's all fine.
Yeah, he's fucking stoked.
That's a cool kid.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's funny to watch his reaction.
Like he's jacked about it.
Dude, imagine watching Harlan's reaction 10 years from now when he kills a 187-inch deer,
You know,
like in Iowa.
Hunts with you two fuckers long enough.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine watching your son's reaction, being like, I'm like,
do you get like that?
Yeah.
Like
really?
when it happens.
Because you called me from the tree and you didn't sound like that. You were like,
I wasn't in the tree. I was in the truck.
You were like, hey, yeah.
Oh yeah, no. When he
nice.
called me, he was like, "Holy fuck! I just shot him." And I was like,
yeah, I get that.
What?
I get like,
and I saw you shoot
jaw.
that. Dude, the best video on the internet. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's
which one?
a giant buck comes in, and you had the GoPro aiming to your stand, and you sniped this buck.
Oh,
and the
white whale.
arrow stuck. The
Oh, white whale.
That's this your sheds.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, white whale.
Well, this
Dude,
is
you
his sheds from a
sniped
few
him.
years before.
And you were like, "Good on you, big son of a bitch. Good on you, big son of a bitch."
yeah,
That buck.
yeah.
That
was
was the
awesome.
best. That's the best video on the internet.
That deer walked.
Did you ever do anything with that? You ever make any money from that, or
No.
GoPro buy it, or Mossio
No,
give you
dude,
a
it
hand
was
job
so
or something?
funny. That's the first time I ever tried that too.
Dude,
Like the first time I ever tried it,
out of the park.
it was nuts.
That was the best.
It was right before Christmas.
Oh yeah,
viral.
Gonna be the best.
It was like December 20th or something.
I remember it, late season.
Yep, and I'm sitting there, and I have all these deer, and this stand is in a terrible fucking spot. Like as soon as deer come into the field, you're screwed. Like you can't even.
You're pretty exposed. I
Oh,
can
dude,
see
if you breathe, you're in deep shit.
Yeah.
So I'm watching these does. I have my bow off, and I'm watching these does, and I hear something, and I look like straight down, and this fucking 175-inch buck is like under my tree, already doing one of these, and I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck, and he goes behind me, and I can't look, like I don't know what he's doing. I don't know
You're
where.
locked to that tree.
I'm locked. Like I have no idea. And so I'm waiting. I'm watching there's 7-10 does out in front of me and fawns. And all of a sudden out of my right peripheral, I see these does coming and I see him coming like behind them. And I'm like,
Any noise?
oh my God, nothing. Just dead quiet, like nothing. And I see him coming. I watch him jump the fence. Soon as he jumps the fence and the does look at him and they're like, oh shit. And they kind of start scattering. And I just go into full draw and I just wait for him to come in. And it's like 19 yards. And I just remember like, boom. And I'm like, oh my God, I just killed a giant. And
the arrow's going
Sticks.
through him
through and sticks. There's
so
literally,
good.
I remember talking to, I don't know if it was at the time Brett who passed away from Ramcat or.
I love Ramcat.
Yeah. So Brett
He
Fulton.
died?
Yeah, you didn't know that? A while ago. A couple years ago.
That's a great broadhead.
So, yeah.
From what?
Had I think a brain aneurysm.
You're kidding.
No. Super guy. One of the best guys. I mean, Brett was a local guy to us here.
I can't believe
That's
that.
a Western PA company, right?
Yeah, man.
You got me on.
Dude,
Ramcat.
Brett worked for fucking Roto-Rooter. Like, he was a Roto-Rooter dude. That's what he was. And-
R.I.P. Brett. We're out here with
But
you.
He died.
he developed, yeah, man. He sold Ramcat to Arcus Hunting, which
Yeah.
owns Dead Downwind and Tinks and all those things.
And my friend manages their money account. at
Oh, really?
at Arcus.
Oh, yeah?
One of my best
No
friends
shit.
manages all of Arcus Hunting.
Yeah. So that's where Brett sold it to.
Allegedly.
Yeah. And so Brett, and he still helped. Him and Chris
dude,
were there for.
Brett was such a good guy.
Dude,
too,
Brett
man.
was one of the
I remember
first guys who gave us a chance
one of my
at Stone Road Media.
first couple trade shows. I remember him just being. I was overwhelmed. I was like,
Awesome.
Mark Curry over there, there's like Wildell over there, and he was just such
Brett
a
was the
down to
coolest dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was so passionate. He loved hunting. He's a good family man, and so yeah, he sold the company, and he was involved for a long time, but he retired to Florida, moved to Florida. You know, as most guys do, and
Yeah.
about 2 years ago, I think it's 2, maybe 3 at this point. He had like a massive aneurysm and died. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. 62 years old or something.
Wow.
And yeah, and it was like Brett was one in 2012 or 13 when we created Stone Road. We did Ramcat social basically for free because it was like, dude, we have to have some proof points here,
I remember those days.
right? We had to have some proof points, and
You remember Mike used to work?
Oh,
Mike
yeah.
almost worked for us.
Almost. I signed waivers and
You
shit.
signed a thing?
You fuckers.
He
got
signed
me.
papers.
Wow. And I submitted some awesome pictures of JP with
I remember.
hardcore decoys. Remember
hardcore
that?
decoys, baby.
Oh wow! Yeah, the
dude,
the
was funny.
millstone.
Oh, the
Yep.
millstone.
dude.
Yeah.
I remember. Wow.
And
Bring me back in. Bring me back
Yeah.
in. I'm open.
Crazy, man. So that's what it was. Is like we had, and Brett. So I killed that deer. I killed that deer. I killed a bunch of these deer with Ramcats. And I remember sending that to Brett, and he was the first one. It was funny. It was like, I don't know. So I killed that deer in 14.
Freaking Ramcats.
I love them.
So it was December. It was January 15 at ATA show, and I'm sitting there and I'm talking to Brett, and Brett goes, "Dude, did you see that?" And I was shooting Easton's at the time. There's a drip of blood that like runs down the arrow after it passes through. Like you see this
Marketing opportunity.
and I mean, dude, it was raw. Like nothing was it. And I hear this guy say, "Holy shit, that looks cool!" And it's fucking Kiesel and Roethlisberger standing behind
Brett
me
Kiesel?
because they were friends with Brett. They shot Ramcat, like they were in the it was the Pittsburgh group there.
And you're the guy.
And they're like, "Oh my god, dude! Like, look at that! That was fucking play it again, And so like, there's a picture of all of us hanging out with those guys there, and there was a great company that he did great things, and
That's sad.
It's a kick-ass broadhead. I like that
it
broadhead.
was the best fixed blade broadhead I've ever shot.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, that doesn't, people talk shit on that. But if you were to shoot it, that
I killed a ton of deer with it. A ton.
rocked.
It was the best. It was the best fixed blade broadhead from an accuracy standpoint, especially because it was super aerodynamic in how
Do they
he had
still
built
make
it.
them?
They do. I mean, Arcus still has it. In fact, they were trying
Arcus
to
Hunting.
They were
Dude.
trying to sell that
When we
company at one
Take
point.
the headphones off. I gotta tell you a fucking story. But it's, the whole Arcus thing. That's pretty cool because
Oh, yeah.
I love Ramcat, and you got me onto Ramcat.
That's so funny, isn't it?
And you got him onto Ramcat, I'm sure. And that was.
And Steve got me on the Ramcats
And that
because
was-
I didn't.
And guess
shoot 'em.
what? You guys recruited me 15 years ago,
Wow.
and here we are.
You remember that? It was like in college. I was in college. You
was a
guys
Duke
were
King.
like,
You
Yeah,
were-
no. I remember
you were like,
very
I could
well.
pay you like $36,000.
Did we graduate the same? time? 'Cause
No, you were right ahead of me. I'm 32, so.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, I'm not walking.
It was in that very same time frame when I remember getting a picture from you with Margie wearing a Stone Road hat. I'm like, who's this bitch wearing this hat?
You know,
I'm like, what is this escalating
I
to?
remember that hat. He fell in love with her immediately.
I was like, hey, listen, we need to slow this roll a bit.
And we didn't even know it was Paige.
Yeah, we had no idea.
You know, Mike and I met at a kid's house we used to buy weed off of together. That's who connected us. In college, I used to buy weed off this kid, and he's like, "You got to meet my buddy. He loves hunting."
So you went to Duquesne, right?
Yeah. So here's how it worked.
What was his name?
Get these fucking glasses.
What was his
again.
name? What's the long-haired dude's name?
Zach.
And what was his bigger?
Mike DeMarco. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
So here's how this worked, Flinter. I show up to buy a bag of weed, which is legal now.
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, legal, of course.
Legal now.
I had my card for a while.
And he said, you got to meet my friend. And I was like, yeah, cool. And he goes, my buddy is just like you. And I was like, oh, cool. I met him. We became instantly best buddies.
Yep, you touched tips.
Yeah, we touched tips, cross streams, you name it.
We went to Jack's.
And then
Went to Jack's for a date.
He said, here's his, yes. I'm getting there.
Remember that?
Quit blowing it for everybody.
So he gave me his number, and I called him, and I was like, yo, what's up? Like, my buddy.
Hey, what's up?
I'm fucking desperate. I'm in college, and I'm pursuing a job in the outdoor
You're living on
industry.
Mount Washington trying to kill giants.
Yes. And I was like, hey, I'm desperate. I need to have a job, something. And he was like, hey, what's going on? And he knew Steve.
So you had already been engaged with us at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you and Steve called me on a conference call.
I'm sure that was entertaining.
And the first thing I said was, I'm watching a fucking gobbler. It was this, for the sake of the story, it was this day in history 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, and you guys were like,
all right,
like,
15
you
years
got it. Yeah. They're like, you got it.
You're
like,
hired.
You're the man.
You're
Like,
the guy. We want
you're
you.
Funny
We want you.
And then Jared came over, and I was like, hey, like, we got to get
Okay,
content.
our guy Jared's gonna come over. You guys gonna film some turkey content. We're talking lace and shoelaces, making coffee, first light.
First light. And Jared comes over to my fucking apartment, and no bullshit.
Because I
You
lived.
guys live in fucking Pittsburgh.
I made your fucking fat ass this video of Jared. Right? It was you leaving to go hunting.
Yeah.
We live down there relatively. I lived on the south side.
Mainly because you know Steve loves that song.
Yeah, Steve asked
Oh,
for
he
that
orchestrated
song.
it. Yeah, that's the only thing.
That's the
said.
song.
Jared
Did you ever see The Social Network? That's where it came from.
The worst part about the whole thing, I got nothing out of it other than coming to these podcasts, which is great. But 5 years later, the biggest buck in Pennsylvania is in this food plot that Deer Grow grew. 100%. Remember when we made that food plot?
Yeah. My wife loves that picture.
Out of this world. Out of this world. I literally pulled it and I'm like, that's a 200-inch. You say 180 or something.
I've never seen it.
It was a gigantic buck.
Oh, well, I saw a few bucks up there. I don't know if it was the same.
Yeah, there
one
were
or
several, and it's just like, you know, how we all come back together. It's absolutely amazing.
We didn't know what we were doing.
I kept telling everybody, I'm working for this guy. He's Cabela's Northeast specialist for wildlife.
The third best biologist in the world.
He's Dr. James
crazy?
Kroll Flim.
Dude, Mike, you and I had some good times in college, man. I needed that.
It was always healthy. It was always good, healthy, cool.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Like, you guys were in Pittsburgh at Duquesne. Like, there probably wasn't a lot of outdoorsy type people.
Nobody.
No.
Not
Yeah.
even close.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
so when you hear somebody, oh, my friend, it's like, I don't want to talk
like
to this
I went to
person.
Penn State. Like, we had a hunting and fishing fraternity.
Yes,
Like, I just go and hang out with those guys and, like, yeah.
Been there many times. I'm a forestry graduate.
Yeah, everybody's there, right? So, like,
But a lot
you're
of-
in a whole different realm in Pittsburgh at Duquesne
But
University.
a lot of those guys at that hunting and fishing fraternity are posers.
Oh, yeah.
There's very few that are a little Flinter and JP Snapback.
Absolutely.
And Mike the Magic Man.
We get that. Yeah.
Snapback.
Snapback. JP Snapback.
Snackback.
Snackback.
Snack packs, they're the coolest.
Dude,
Back.
when you and I got connected, man, that was magical.
What was that? I mean, you briefly talked about the interaction there, but I'm like, it was.
We met. We got like set up. We're like, he's like, hey, our weed dealer was like, dude, you guys would hit it off. Zach, I wonder how Zach's doing. We got to catch up with him.
He's in jail.
Zach was cool. Zach was cool as shit. His mom
was cool.
His mom worked at the school.
You would go to this place and you'd be like, I'm gonna get some something, and he would be like laying on a back roller, and he'd be like, I swear to God,
he was way older than us too.
He's like 30. He's rolling his back out. He's like, yeah, what do you want? Grab one of those baggies, and I'm just like,
you weren't leaving there without hitting something with him.
That's hilarious.
And then you leave feeling nice. But he's like, yeah, I'll see you later. Hey, my friend Jared, he also likes to hunt these stupid mule deer.
He was adamant. I remember him being like, you gotta meet you guys gotta get hooked up.
Well,
I just wonder if in passing before that, you guys have you passed in an interaction.
Never.
I doubt it.
No fucking way. I would have smelled you out.
Like, that dude smells like Ting 69.
Yeah. I don't think we did.
Oh, shit.
No, but
we owe a lot to those guys, man.
That is hilarious, man. So that was the interaction. They're like, hey, you guys should talk.
Yeah. Yep, 100%.
And you were wearing a muck boots white. It was white. It was a white shirt, and it said muck boots.
Yeah.
And we went to Jack's.
That's fucking so funny.
Jack's on the south side. Do you call me or did I call you?
You and I got together. I don't know who called who, but you said, I'll never forget it. He came to after Jack's. He goes, yeah, I'll come back to your place. I was like, yeah, get a drink. My wife or my girlfriend is a nurse or whatever, and she's not home, and have a couple drinks.
Yeah, we have the house to ourselves.
Got the house to ourselves.
Mom's not home.
I'll never forget. He goes, you're gonna eat my parents. My parents are great.
That sounds like a good. Yeah,
I was like, oh my God,
we're going to that level already.
This is Facebook official.
This is going fast.
And then we went to my parents' house the night before we killed that bird. But you went back to your parents' house, and we killed a bird 4 Stone Road, which was awesome. Chris Kuhar shot it.
Yeah.
A Kuhar.
It was almost
forever, dude.
Kuhar shot a bird.
It was almost at the time I was kind of industry related, and you were like,
I'm still desperate. I was tooth and claw, like please, I do not want to work in oil and gas anymore. And he shot that same day.
Freaking Chris Kuhar. Jeez, dude, that's a name from the past.
Yeah. Oh,
he's divorced.
I don't know. Have you? I was gonna ask you. Have you even communicated with him?
Not recently, but
wow.
Yeah.
But he fucking Jared shot that bird.
That was
no
that 2-year-old
blind.
walking down the road, right?
Yep.
That's what we're talking about.
Yep, 100%.
That was that first. That was
the first bird you've ever killed with me.
That was within weeks of us knowing each other.
That was within days.
Really?
Not even a week.
First assignment.
And then Steve's like, I like him. Hire him. Get him in here. Get him.
Were you hired yet, or were you still interning?
There
was a point that you just did shit and you weren't getting paid for it.
Yeah, like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't have any money.
Yeah. And here we are.
We were faking until we made it.
I don't know if I was working for you or not, but
because at some point you were under Buck Advisor, which really was Deer
Yes,
Grow.
that was the name.
Yeah. But that wasn't really a company. It didn't exist.
Yeah, it was just kind of made up.
It was just made up. Yeah.
yeah.
And then Stone Road birthed out.
I went on that elk hunt, and when I came back, I brought a bunch of content, and you were like, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's do this. This is great."
We didn't know what we were going to use.
And I was like,
but
"Awesome!" And you're like, "Yeah, we don't have
we don't have any money."
Well,
we don't have anything to give you."
In the early days,
I'm 25.
The dynamic was because you guys were very much, you and Steve were like, well, what's the position? You need to make money for the company type of a thing.
Yeah, because there was no money.
And so we were like, yeah. And we were like,
100%.
Okay, what do we?
Content seemed like the easiest thing because we needed the. Because
remember, I took the role of
really important for everybody else to hear. This.
You were like, I guess we need social media something.
That was I was gonna say. That was the point where when we went and we pitched all of the stuff that nowadays is common sense, paid ads, e-commerce, whatever. People just were like, cool. So you're gonna manage my Facebook page? And we're like, okay.
I remember you were managing.
That was my job.
That was your job.
My job was
Yes.
on a daily. I made Facebook posts for freaking Ramcat Broadheads.
Yeah,
and G5 and
Michael Waddell's Bone Collector.
Michael Waddell's
I remember
Bone
when they
Collector.
called me and you called like a Tom, a Jake, or something, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you
What
fucked
happened?
up. You're out of this.
You're out.
done.
You're done. Don't do that anymore.
I got in trouble with Steve, not you, because I had a friend. We shot a deer under a bridge. And
I
it's
remember that.
Yeah, remember that?
I
It was
know
a
where the bridge
big
is at.
fucking deal.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Steve got all pissed, and it
What was he
like-
mad about?
So we made this video to send to you
And
Steve because you guys were the pimps
yeah.
and we were your hoes. And it was like remember the Allstate commercials like
yeah.
We used to be pretty intimidated by you, Jeremy. We did.
no
We were
shit.
like, fucking Jeremy's gonna. Oh man, he's gonna shit.
So Dragon.
I was like 26 years old.
I know.
Yeah.
So Dragon, my roommate, was like, "What do you
What's his
Dragon?"
name? Dragon?
Yeah, Dragon. And I was like, Dragon, here's the deal. I want you to turn the corner around this bridge with your 30-06 360 pump master or whatever and say,
Pump master.
yeah, and say, put a dip inside my lip and put a lip in. So he put a lip in and he goes, increase power on my scope. And it was Peyton Manning that really,
Yeah.
that started the whole, and he goes, losing feeling on my bum. And he's sitting on this like bed of ice. And then he shoots this deer and it just drops right on this bridge. And he goes, I just shot a great big doe. And then the whole fucking, it was perfect. It was so good. It was such good content. And Lil Flinner was like, that's pretty awesome. And somebody else might have been like, I don't like that.
We can't do that.
Can't use that. He's done. And that's where I disappeared.
That was it.
That was it.
Wow.
Well, there was a time there.
No hate.
No, there was a time there of like, I accepted the social media role for whatever reason.
Yeah,
I was
search
like,
engine
that's my
optimization.
thing. That's my, I can take that on or whatever. And we just struggled to find that fit for the media production, for whatever you would be in that.
Because we needed content, but we needed, like, as we pulled in some of those legitimate brands, it was like they expected, like, real content.
For whatever it's worth, Mike, there was never Mike's not going to work. That never happened. I don't think.
No.
It just, I remember us all trying to find a place.
Well, now that you're so established, let me hold you fucking to it. Bring me back in. I would love to do this full time.
Yeah.
It would be great. I'm not asking, I'm not trying to make it awkward,
It's not
but-
awkward. No, go ahead.
but it's, it's like, that's why I went to college.
Yeah.
Well,
And I'm doing something I didn't go to school for.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, well,
we all
yours is
are.
a little different.
Yeah. It's a little different.
Yours worked out a little bit.
It worked out.
You know what? There's
Mine didn't.
the industry is a funny thing. Like
It's the most funny thing in this industry.
yeah, like even today, the podcast is far from Jeremy and I's a primary source of income, and that's I really feel there's been glimpses of like, hey, this could be a primary, and I'm like, and I'm glad that it's not, frankly.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
even things like like I've talked to a few influencers here just on the Stone Road side recently, and just with the tariff thing, people that I think do a really good job are getting cut left and right because the manufacturer now loses margin. They lose margin. They lose dollars. They cut people.
Yeah.
And it's like those guys are doing a great job, several of them that we know very well. And I'm like, what do you mean you got cut? And they're like, I don't know. I just got a call. And they said, like, we're canceling your contract because we can't do it anymore. And there's a clause in the contract that says we can do this. I'm like
out $60,000 a year type of thing.
immediately. So you like, if you're financially relying on that, I mean, I would assume it breaks you. I don't know.
Sure,
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. But I think like we've positioned the podcast to where even like our current partners, not that it's not a lot of money for them. I don't want to like belittle that, but it's not like outrageously expensive to where either if something happens, we feel suffering from it, or like we're charging them so much money that it's like, boy, we have to really continue to give them more value than we're actually giving them.
No, but this is a good conversation because it's like, I have my own shit.
Sure.
Everything. I have my own business. But people see maybe the HUNTR Podcast
Mm-hmm.
and they think, oh, I'm going to do this.
A lot of people do.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, I'm
A lot of people contact us that.
Sure.
And I
it's
encourage
like,
them to do it.
I do too, 100%.
But
just like being a kid coming out of school, I got my degree.
yeah.
Just met JP.
Yeah.
Just met you.
Yep.
You're a wildlife biologist for Cabela's. Northeast.
How'd that work
corner.
out for me?
Yeah. And it's like, it's, it is an interesting thing.
Dude, we get people, and there's not long ago we opened it up for like internship inquiries type of a thing, and like there was a few really solid, and even today there's few, there's 2 or 3 that I, not that they're in limbo, but they reached out, and I think they're good fits type of a thing. But it's like I do sense that desire to be a part of the industry. Or and maybe we've even felt it. Like I just
grew up with it. We're different.
You have
It's
that
been a part of my life.
Yeah.
Well,
Forever.
that's how we grew up. Dude. Like I remember when we had like David Blanton and Bill Jordan and Tyler on and stuff. I'm like, this is it. This is the pinnacle. Like I watch.
You have an idea. You have
You know how miserable those fucking guys probably are deep down.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You have an idea of what it could be. You're like, oh, I just want anything hunting. I want to be in that industry.
Yes, but not to cut you off. But it's like, go back to that turkey hunt. I like to feel comfortable, and I just want to do my shit.
Dude, if we could have made that work, and I suffer with it today, like what we were doing when you guys did that turkey hunt and like we're quote making content for a brand.
Yeah.
If people continue,
It was good shit. It was good shit.
Dude, if we figured out a way for people to pay us for that, man, it would have been so much fun.
Who's paying you for that? Nothing comes out of that.
No, there is no money.
It's like, oh, that's creative.
Well,
there is no money for it.
Dude, I think that's the reality.
There
people,
was.
people get in their brain like
10 or 15 years ago, there was.
but people get in their brain like, oh, you put something on the internet and that looks really cool. Therefore, that's a lot of money. No, it doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work that way.
That's right.
So, shout out to Gary Young Hunting Adventures. My background is going on hunting and fishing trips and getting content to share with other people to help sell a hunting and fishing trip.
Yep.
That's my background.
Yeah.
And that's why we met. And it's so hard to get into this industry and make it work.
It's almost impossible, dude.
Hey, man, well, guess what? You fucking did it. And so did Jared.
Weirdly.
You guys fucking did
In a
it.
weird way.
And I'm here. I'm just hanging out, and I'm waiting to tell an alien story. And it's just like, it is so
But
amazing.
no, I want to stick on that thought because
How funny, dude. How the fact that we have people that watch this.
Fuck you,
podcast,
Jared. You put the work in. You put the work
Yeah,
in.
It is weird.
We did.
You guys put the
well,
work
we
in.
did.
To your point about when people say, well, hey, we want to start a HUNTR podcast. The only thing that I can give them is Jared and I in January of 2021 said we'll never miss a Tuesday. And we never have.
Well, it's Thursday.
Well, in terms of when it airs. We never miss a Tuesday at 6 p.m.
In 5 years, we haven't missed a week.
If
So what
you
do
go
what do
back
you do on Tuesdays?
every Tuesday,
That's when they drop.
every Tuesday at 6 p.m., this podcast drops.
So we might film them on different days or double up.
but
they-
every Tuesday for
and he's
5
been-
years.
Fuck yeah. He's been my only friend. Truly, you've been my only friend. High five. Give me a high five, nice and high. Oh my God, that fucking finger is missing.
Yeah,
in
you're
there.
missing one.
that's
You-
fucking
you-
hilarious.
lock fingers with me.
Your ring finger just
He's been
penetrated.
one of my, if not my only friend. It's like, I need to kill somebody. You have a friend that's going to show up.
Yeah. You got buried the body.
You guys made this podcast, and the thing is, it's like everybody is talking about, oh, I'm going to start a podcast, or oh, hey, we started a podcast, or oh, there is a podcast. Go out, yeah, that's great. Go out and do the fucking work.
Yeah, it's tough.
Fucking do it. Go out and put the fucking hours in. And that's I have a book. There's 2 things I want to talk about today. I haven't talked about either. One is a fucking alien
I want to
encounter.
talk about the alien thing. Talk
2
about
is my book.
You have a book?
Yeah.
Which right?
It's a 27 chapter book called Can't Stop the Rock.
Okay.
And it's just life stories and, funny,
What?
recipe. Yeah.
Where's it at?
Yeah, you want to see some
You
shit?
published it?
No, I'm not there yet.
It's going to be published. You can do self-publish, right, on Amazon and stuff?
Yes. But
Can we help you with that?
I would love for you to help me with it.
Dude, right there. Alley.
Yeah. Outdoor Alley.
Yeah.
There you go. Right here.
It's a Dr. Robin Orchard. She was a teacher that had an 8th grade.
Okay.
When you go take your TSSA or
PSSA.
PSSA test.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, here's
My kids are doing it right now.
My teacher.
It's literally this week.
Yep. And it's like she was just like 2 years ago. She was like, "You're a really good writer, and when you post shit on Facebook and stuff
She said that to you.
yeah." And I was like,
And she was your 8th grade teacher?
"No, I wasn't smart enough to have her."
Okay. Okay.
I had English in the fucking trailer.
Yeah, I
behind
get
the
it.
Fucking school.
Yeah.
And she was
Out
like,
in the cornfield.
and she was like, "Dude, I'm telling you, like, I will help you." And this
You
will be
do
really
write
great."
very high, like at a high intellectual post for social media for sure.
Yeah, it's just like because it's just like our conversations here. But I just told her, I said, "What am I supposed to do?"
Mm-hmm.
And she told me everything, and I was like, "All right, cool." And I have 27 chapters that are written.
Okay. Mainly personal stories?
One page, you're going to flip the fucking page. It's going to be this podcast. Us just talking shit and
Yep.
being funny.
Love that.
Next page is going to be a fucking recipe.
Yep.
The next page is going to be an awesome, beautiful fucking picture of this food that I made. Or the next page is going to be about hey, I have a kid and here's what I'm doing when I take him fishing and what you should do when you take a kid fishing.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to do an audio,
Yep. Audiobook.
me doing it.
Yep.
So it's like that. Where the fuck am I getting at here?
Mm-hmm.
Help me out here. It's a, so that's great. But
I mean, that sounds really cool. In fact, weirdly enough,
Dude, I would buy an audiobook from you.
yeah, I
For
would
sure.
too. There was a guy.
it's intended to make the reader.
Dude, what's
How
the
many
guy's
ti-
name that... I mean, what's the guy's name that he passed away a few years ago?
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah.
How did I know that? That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Because you guys hunt together.
We touched tips.
I could see you as like... yeah, as that.
Well, there's that.
Well, so
I'd buy
there's
that.
a guy. Oh, and he probably won't listen to this, but he is in the hunting industry. Jason Herbert. Anyways, he wrote a book here recently that was discussed on. Oh God, somebody's podcast. Anyways, very simple. It was like basically like an explanation of like why guys shit their pants, essentially.
Yeah.
Like in life stories of like in situations of why you shit your pants. Probably wrote it as like a fucking like I don't know what to do. I know he is an outdoor writer, but just like wrote it. Anyways, it gets mentioned on this podcast. He's self-published. It's on Amazon. I assume he sold a fuckload of copies because it was mentioned on a very big podcast, not Rogan, but like another really big one. And I think from what I read on some of the initial reviews, I haven't bought it yet, but like people enjoy it because it's just like cool life relatable stories. So here's a big thing. Ed will listen to this. So Ed and I have talked multiple times. Ed owns a company called Everything Smallmouth Bass Fishing.
Mag Corpus Dolomie.
Yep. There you go. That's all it's about, right? That's all his thing's for. But we've talked about the dad side of things of like essentially hey, I always say I'm okay, but I'm really not okay, right? Because I'm a dad. I just push it down and I have to take care of my family. I have to take care of work. I have to take care of shit.
Yeah.
But if somebody truly asked me like on a daily basis, like, hey, dude, are you okay today? And I'll probably not. Like just because of where my mental
Good
state
for that
is.
guy.
Right? On
Hey,
everything else.
That's me.
Right. Jared
No,
does.
I'm not-
he
I'm not
knows.
doing okay.
Like on a day like today, he could ask me and he's like, I know Jeremy's okay. Like I could ask him. But there's other days that he could ask me and he's like, I know I'm asking him because I know he's not in the right mindset. So I say that because if you think about it from a dad standpoint of like young family, work, finances, everything else, it's like most days we're not okay. And especially on an outdoor front, it's like, man, I love to fish. I love to hunt. It's like, how do I find time to do that? And how do I introduce my kids to that in the right way?
Yeah, that's
and
a fucking crazy request.
It's an insane struggle, right? So we talk about that whole spectrum, but the only way I ever describe it is like what we've done today on the podcast, which is like life story examples. I can never educate you on that, but I could say, hey, my kids killed a bunch of turkeys in a blind, and then I made them run a gun and they missed. And then next year they had more fun than they've ever had turkey hunting. Is that a life example that you can use? Maybe.
I can relate.
But maybe not.
Not many people can.
But what I'm saying is, like, how would you ever say, if I asked you straight up, I was like, okay, Mike, tell me how to take my kids turkey hunting. You would need
I can't fucking do that.
You would need a life example to tell me that.
Are you good? Are you a good dad? Are you gonna be present? Like,
dude, that's the biggest thing. Like, I question myself.
Be up that early?
I'm sure you do. Your kids are how old now?
Too early to turkey hunt.
Okay.
2.5 and 6 months.
So you'll get to, and you may be there now. Like, mine are 13 and 9. Jared eventually may get there. But I'm like, I ask myself daily, and there are definitely things daily where I'm like, I don't know if I'm a good dad today, and that hurts. Mainly not because of like what I'm doing productively.
I disagree, but yes, because you are a great dad.
I appreciate that. But productively, I know I'm doing things for my family to make money, to do.
Yeah, because your wife's going to be like, fuck you. What the fuck are you doing? You know,
in my present. So like this year.
Oh, God damn, I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Perfect case. So like this year, I think I didn't miss a single track meet from my oldest, right? I missed like one soccer game. I remember you and I were in Minnesota. I think I was getting text on it. So like there are certain like little ass things that I tried this year that I'm like, I have to be at that. Does it matter in the grand scheme of things to them? Probably not.
No, yeah.
But for me to feel like a better dad, I'm like, I have to be present. Because
more people are going to connect on this podcast for this right here,
right?
Than anything fucking else we've talked about.
Because I know that I like on a daily basis, just like Jared and I talk all the time, we're like, I work to buy land and invest. Like I'm working to provide someday when I die and like if I have properties or whatever and all the basis reset and my kids have little mini trust funds that if they want to go to college, great, go to college. Or if they want to start a business, great, start a business. But in the meantime, for the next 7 to 10 years while they're still paying attention to me, like I have to be a present dad, and I still have to enjoy life.
It won't be 7 to 10 years. Think about what we were talking about earlier.
But there is a gap there. Like if you think about your own,
there
life,
will be a day where your kids are like, "We're gonna set dad up on a hunt,"
right? But
that
think
he's
about,
never been on before.
But there was a gap there, right? Admittedly, my dad knows this too. Is like when I went to Penn State, I was very engaged with him. When I went to Mississippi State, and I left the state for several years. We talked a lot, but he didn't hunt, and we didn't hunt together because I wasn't there, right? So maybe there was a 10-year period from the time I was 20 to 30 something that like we didn't have the relationship we had when I was under 20. Now we have that relationship again, right? Because I'm back, I'm older. I'm trying to set him up per what you're talking about. So for my kids, from the time they're 9 to 18, I've got them. Like they're under my thumb, they're under my roof, they're under my rules.
I fucking read you
right, but
loud and clear.
There will be a time from the time they're 18 to 30 that like I don't have them.
And how do you want to get respect, and how do you want them to adhere to what you promote?
That's it. And how do I? At the end of the day, like as weird as it is, I'm 41, right? And my dad would, he would tear up over this, right? But he knows this. I don't have to tell him it. I do shit today to make my dad happy and proud as a 41-year-old. Weird, right? Sounds
like your dad did a good job.
He did. He did a fucking amazing job. But we talked about like the buck score thing earlier.
You should be his dad. It's like,
it's
annoying how similar
I want to see this fucking guy.
You would know.
I want to see this fucking guy.
But like even like the buck score
yard.
thing, like the conversations we're having, I texted him and he's like, dude, you've been working on that so hard. I was like, you set me up for it, man.
Yeah, watch fucking Jared and his dad.
I know. Oh, did you?
Same thing.
2 pieces of pot. Two fucking bulls in the china shop, right?
Yeah, watch my dad and me.
Yeah.
That's why we're here together in this.
Man.
But isn't that cool? Like if
very
people,
cool.
if you think
But
back
then you
on
know
that,
you find this chick and it's like, oh, this is really nice. Oh, okay, you marry.
you get
Oh,
distracted.
a
you
second.
move.
Okay, you end up. Okay, I'm
I'm gonna move.
Pow! We
yeah.
made a baby.
Yep. There's a lot
Then
of
you
dominoes.
have that same thing.
I know.
You have.
Yeah.
It's like that's fucking wild.
It's a weird situation.
And it's no different than that buck chasing that doe, that turkey chasing that fucking hen. It's no different than it is. Not trying to sound philosophical. But I'm getting there. But it's like,
yeah,
you're vulnerable.
Well, and I mean, I would say if you ask most hunters, deer, turkey, whatever, at our age, if you said
You're our age, by the way, Jared.
yeah, you're our age.
Fucker.
If you had a chance to do a single hunt with somebody, who would it be? Most of them would say their
My dad.
Yeah.
Most of them would, especially if their dad's not
You would
here
say your
anymore.
dad. You would say your dad. I'd say
I would.
my dad.
I would.
Isn't that interesting data?
Well, and I look
No
at
pun intended with the dad.
yeah, oh yeah, data. I look at that though, and I say, you know, from the grand scheme of things, and I give Mike Rex from Ohio all the credit in this. His assessment of why hunting is the way it is and why hunters are leaving is, he said it best: the degradation of the American family. I've never heard it put that way.
Damn.
But it is as powerful as you'll ever hear it.
Being a good dad.
Are the dads around, and are they present?
Dad around. Is dad present? 100%.
That's it. When we grew up,
100%.
your grandpap was around, your dad was
Well,
around.
guess what? Now you don't get to see grandpap and your dad on Monday because it's a Saturday. So you missed out on that.
Yeah.
Now you don't get to see grandpap and dad because the youth day.
Yeah.
That's a fucking big deal.
Well, and not in a weird way, because I mean, to
not trying to be
most people,
controversial.
their power, including Jared and Margie, and where they're at, but like we're also having children at an older age, right? Our parents had us in the 20s,
Dude,
right? So grandpap and grandma were always around. Now
I'm so glad you said that.
they either have passed, or they're very old to where they're not as like enabled to be involved in things.
Yeah, and shout out to my wife, Stay Wild Nutrition. My wife is a certified doula. Her clients are all, I can't get pregnant.
Yep.
And they're our age.
Yep.
Your age.
Yeah.
Can't get pregnant. And she's like, oh, well, here's
the problem.
Maybe a little bit less of this, more of this. And then they get pregnant and they have kids. And it's like,
in the 30s and 40s.
And most people you should get fucking knocked up at 16.
No.
Can't do that anymore.
No, you can't.
But you should be getting knocked up at 16,
That's
17,
your prime.
18. That's your spot.
That's when
And we are
that's when our grandparents were getting
I'm
knocked
not a
up.
wildlife biologist,
Yep.
but I'll claim to be one here.
But you understand the birds and the
I
bees.
fucking get it. You should be getting fucking knocked up at 16, 17 years old.
That's your prime.
You're there.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Well, don't get me started down that route, because I'm completely weirded out on the kid generation. Like, my kids are very tiny. Like, my 13-year-old is 4 foot, weighs 70 pounds, soaking wet, which probably is what I was. There are kids in his grade that have mustaches and are 6 foot and 200 pounds. I don't know. Besides gestational diabetes, I have zero explanation.
Who the fuck
of
knows
why.
what's going on there?
I don't know. Yeah, I'll ask RFK at some point what's going on there. But I say that in a weird way. Like, when you look at what is happening from not to go down this complete rabbit hole, but we're drinking enough that we can. Like, I think on the girl side, like the average girl in the 1950s and 60s hit puberty at like 16 years old. Now it's 11.
That's fucking wild.
Why?
11 years old.
Why? Like, weird. Why? Like, so as you look at like what's happening with society from a family side, from a generational side, from a children's side, like,
well, dude,
there's a lot of things.
What do you
working
think is
on.
going on? Like, with, I mean, we're not alone. Margie and I are not alone in
terms of UFOs.
In terms of,
I tried to tie you.
in terms of like
my dick just got hard.
In terms of like,
and Margie's awesome.
Late term. I mean, there's a lot of people not having kids.
I mean, I appreciate
it's which is funny because
what do you fucking do?
I appreciate what you guys do. You and Margie have an understanding and a quality of life.
You're
that
very respectful. Yeah.
you guys, first of all, like right now, you guys are working your ass off. And we've had this conversation. Like,
And if
you
you
guys
want to
have
have
to
fucking
appreciate
kids, Lil Flinner and I will fucking tell you, it sucks.
Yeah,
it
it's
is
not
so
easy.
much work. Your life is over. If you
It
want to be a
changes.
good parent, your life is
Yeah.
over. It blows.
especially from newborn to 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Like, it is very, very tough years. Once they hit 7 or 8 and they're a little bit more
And I get it.
Lil
I'm
Flinner
not
fucking knows.
It's a
I'm not
sacrifice.
afraid of like tough years. Like we've had
You're
plenty.
afraid.
but
I
that
would say
affects
you're
your
afraid of the
relationship.
sacrifice of your freedom,
Yeah.
right?
And it affects your relationship with your wife too.
It's tension, man.
And she's gonna be like, I fucking hate you because I'm
It's
here.
not.
and I
It's
can't
not. It's
sleep
not
and
an afraid.
My tits hurt.
Yeah.
you're gonna
I
be
mean,
like,
Oh, you went hunting for 7 days. That must be fucking nice.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a spiteful thing.
You've
Christy, I
lived,
love
you've
you.
lived through me with that, and Emily knows that too.
yeah.
Which is the exchange we had. Like, Emily's about to go run 250 miles in the Arizona desert,
She's a freak show.
right?
That's insane.
And she knows she doesn't have to think
250
about
miles. Could
anything
you do it?
but that race, right?
Could you do it?
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, fucking right. He
Might. And but I have the kids.
Not today, but if I train for it.
Yeah.
But I have
fucking
the
asses
kids
itchy.
handled, right? Kids are handled,
Yeah.
and then my parents are going to take over for the kids. And I would say when my kids were your kids' age, we never left them. Which you could criticize, you could critique.
Well, I'm there with you.
We just didn't, and it wasn't that I didn't trust my parents or her parents. We were just so overprotective.
Yeah, we did a good job, and I don't want anybody else fucking this up.
Yeah, and so now they're 9 and 13. Like, I don't care, just don't let them die. Basically, that is the
You
motto.
can have the lollipop.
Do whatever you want. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Have fun. But to the point of that, like, newborn to 6 or 7, there were plenty of times that I went hunting either with you or with Steve or whatever, and like it was a
Life
lot
or
of
death.
phone calls of like, it ain't happy at home.
Yeah.
And what am I going to do 1,000 miles away?
And
It's like you're unhappy there and I'm here, or
100%.
I'm there and you're still unhappy.
And that's your person. Like
that's your person.
That's your person.
And people collapse in that. That is the degradation of families that Mike was talking about. That is people who basically have those tensions and they don't know how to deal with it, and they say, "Well, I guess we should just be separated." And meanwhile, it's like, no, dude, that's a marriage. You just figure shit out.
100%.
I think like
Flinner, you're a fucking wildlife biologist. You're also a fucking therapist right
Now
now.
I'm gonna lose all my hair like Dr. Phil here pretty soon, probably.
Well, the goddamn did you listen to the goddamn thing? Here-
Listen, you are not a female. You have a penis.
And we have Jared over here. We're like indoctrinating him.
no.
It's like,
Well, but he's at that age where it's like, I'm sure you guys have thought about, like, you're kind of in a bit of a fork in the road of like, right?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it's like the further. Go
you're
ahead.
no different than a
Go ahead.
fucking rat. You're no different. All I'm saying is you're no different than the wildlife we're talking about.
It's like the further we get from, because there's a time where it happens. I think that's the early 20s. Like if
Mid to late
if you
20s.
get married at your 22, 23,
Yep,
you
yep.
have them at 24, 25. You know, it's like
Very
it's
normal.
just you're in it,
You're in it,
and
very
that
normal.
happened, and that was
This ain't World War II.
7-8 years ago for Margie and I. That was 8-9 years.
Yeah.
you
I
know?
mean, let's see. Carter's 13, so I had him at 28.
Jared, do you want your kid to be using a fucking crossbow?
No, I mean no, but I mean, dude, it's so far from our minds. Like it's hard. It's hard to imagine us with kids. Like in one hand,
It is a
You're a
little
good
bit,
dad.
right?
That means
Listen,
you're
in-
a responsible parent.
in
That's
one
what it
hand, I can see it. I can see Margie and I'm not
You'd be great
egotistically. I
parents.
think we'd be great parents.
You'd be great
I think
parents.
we have a lot.
means. We
to
both
give.
know that you'd be great parents.
Yeah.
You guys appreciate your freedom a lot, though.
Well, how fucking
Yeah. Well, that's on the other
checking
hand.
trail cameras.
I get it. I mean, dude, he calls me up all the time. He's like, let's go to Illinois. And I'm like, bro, I got kids.
Yeah.
That's usually the...
Yeah. And I
And you-
appreciate
you
that.
do. You're flexible
I
on
get
it.
it. Like I'm.
Yeah. We still... Yeah.
That's important. It's more important than what I have planned. I get.
Well,
that.
and it's better now than it was 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Dude,
you and I are gonna hit a point. It's
gonna get weird
at some point. It's not gonna get weird.
Two dragons.
He's gonna call you out.
It's not gonna get weird, dude. Because I love your kids, even though I don't know them that well. Like,
Until they steal your best hunting spot.
it is what it is.
Yeah, but you gotta go.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like I doubt. Maybe Carter will get. I doubt he will. But I've seen changes in kids like that. So who knows? Harlan will. That dude will be to the point where like I'm coming to kill the biggest, baddest buck, and you're like, but yeah, I am as well.
Yeah.
Which will be fun.
It's fine. Dude.
It'll be fun.
I'm not here to compete with your kids. Like I love your kids, even though because you and I are. I get it.
It's a good. Jared and I have a great dynamic in that I'm old enough with my kids to where like they just do their thing. Like they still drive mom crazy, of course, but like they're self-sustaining. She doesn't have to wipe their ass. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So like if tomorrow he's like, hey dude, whatever, weather-wise, like we got to go spray and plant beans in Illinois tomorrow. My wife's cool enough that I could be like, hey, I got to go and do this. And she's like, okay, that's cool. 8 years ago, when Harlan was a newborn and Carter was 5, that was a sticky situation.
No doubt. Yeah.
That conversation would have been like, hey, I got to go do this. And she'd be like, fine. And fine was, I'm not getting any fun for 30 days.
Well, dude, it's like I know my place. You know what I mean? I expect to be more important to you than your kids.
Yeah.
And even though you and I own properties together and like there's an obligation there, it's like you
get it. Like I get it. Last year you drilled a bunch of switch and I was like, hey dude, I can't go.
Yeah. And fine. I understand. Yeah. You should be prioritizing your family.
Communicate it and be honest and say, hey, can't go.
Well, that's where I guess I'm getting at is like the presence of dad. Like we the three of us all had dads very involved in our lives. We all had grandparents involved in our lives. Like today's generation doesn't have that nearly as much. Like I had, I told you I dug the pond behind the house. I stocked it. It's been a blast. So Carter had 3 of his friends over on Sunday, and 2 of them for sure don't fish like at all.
Yeah, but Carter's house is awesome.
It's awesome. And so dad is out there like, okay, like I can handle this. All of a sudden there's 5 kids and a dad, and we're casting 5 lines, which means 5 birds nest and fucking this is in a tree and this is snagged and whatever. I thought it was like a 2-hour like let's just enjoy this shit. Turned out it was a 7-hour barrage of dad fishing with 5 kids, right? And it was a clusterfuck. But I know that the 2 kids who never fish, they left there thinking like this was the greatest day that they've ever experienced.
Fuck yeah.
Right?
You did that.
I did that. And my kids were like very independent of themselves. Like if they had a problem, like
your kids are a different situation.
Yeah,
you did that for them.
I spent 7 hours helping the kids who have never fished before catch. Like the one kid caught a 20-inch palomino on his like second trout ever, and he's like, I'm like, dude, you don't realize what you've done here, right? And so like they left there, and their mom, like they're all from like Fiji or something, right? So like if they have zero like
who the fuck are these people?
They have zero like tolerance.
Carter's a nerd.
This. Yeah, Carter's
friends with the Chinese kids.
Yeah.
Fiji.
And so, but they had a blast, right? And they left there. And I guarantee, like, the next time it comes up, they're like, oh, Carter, we should come fish at your place and whatever. Cool. Like, dude, that's what it's there. That's my childhood dream.
You did that.
And then finally, dude, 20 years from now, Carter could be a genius, AI, whatever.
Yeah. Robot.
A pond in his backyard and with Silicon Valley, wherever he's at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Isn't that
very
funny?
Possible? Yeah, and his brother lives in the hills and makes moonshine and kill shit. Like, that's just the dynamic that it is.
Yeah.
But it to your point, Mike, like for 7 hours, I introduced those kids to something that they got enough success out of that 7 hours that they may go and fish a local pond and think they're going to get that same success that they never would have done previously.
We are obligated. And I hope everybody listening to this, if you're a Jared, if you're a fucking Lil Flinner, if you're a Mike Lauer, you are obligated to take these kids out and do the stuff to keep it here. You know?
Yeah. It's a tough thing, man.
If nobody Hey, I've never fly fished before. Can you teach me how to fly fish? It's like, no, I can't fucking teach you how to fly fish because it's really hard.
Yeah.
Hey, I've never skied before. Can you teach me how to go skiing? No, I can't teach you how to go skiing.
It's hard.
You're fat and unathletic, and I can't fucking do this. But there are opportunities to take people out to go fly fishing and skiing, and and people can do it.
Yeah.
But you need a mentor.
You need a mentor. And more than just a single touch point as well.
And not just like hey, we're gonna a single, what'd you call it?
Touch point.
A touch point. Can't fucking do that. It's
No.
fucking insane.
Yeah, it's the same with the hunting side of things. Like if you think about how we all grew up, again, looking at that 12-year-old barrier of the wall that we collapsed down, is like everything before that, from our uncles, our grandparents, our fathers, whoever, built a giant momentum stream to when we hit that brick wall at 12, we blew right through it.
Man, isn't that interesting? Even the wildlife that we hunt, or the humans that we're talking about, there's a fucking thing in the top of your brain. You just can't do it.
No.
There's no way you can do it because you're a child.
Yeah.
What is it called? Your
cerebellum?
Your cerebellum. Like you're not there.
Yep. Well, and that's what I wonder about. Like, Jared and I talked about this earlier today on the other podcast, but we're not anti recruitment for hunters, but we are very anti recruiting hunters where we have nowhere to put them in a good experience.
Get the fuck out of here. And that's kind of the. All right. Well, this is going to get edited out. Like,
no, well, Nick doesn't edit anything unless we have to pee.
You have like a Joe Rogan or a meat eater.
Mm-hmm.
You have these very and yours too. You're very popular.
Apparently.
Yeah. What are you in the top 5?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
If Jared doesn't shit himself, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like you're influencing people to go out and do this.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do this.
Yeah. It's not easy.
No. You need to call a friend. You need to get a mentor or a grandpa or a dad.
You need access.
You can't do. And then also Pennsylvania, 75% of our land, 70%, let's just say it, is private.
Private.
Can't do that.
It's better than most states, though.
Most states. But you just can't do it.
Mm.
You can't. And it's like, hey.
That's our biggest fear, man, is we bring, and I don't know if our podcast, as much as a Meat Eaters or a Rogan, brings new people in just because of how we're very focused and advanced topic, but maybe we do, right? Our biggest fear is even if we bring somebody, let's say somebody listens to 10 of our podcasts and are like, man, I think deer hunting would be great. I don't want them to walk into an experience where they go into the public woods, they don't see any deer, they run into 5 guys. Like Corey, we brought Corey to Southern Illinois with us, right? Was that Southern Illinois? And, Corey was a relatively novice hunter, but had done some stuff. And we're like, hey, man, we're all hunting public. Like, it's just what we're doing. And one of the first days he walks in, he's going deep into a spot we already scouted. He has to walk by a guy who's set up 100 yards from his fucking truck.
Ethics, yeah.
Right? And the dude is just cussing him up and down for walking by him in the dark. And it's like, you set up 100 yards from your truck, dude. Like, why? But the 3 of us would get that. In Corey, he's like, oh my God, I made a huge mistake. Most people, if they didn't have our backing to say, hey, dude, Corey, you didn't make a mistake. Like, that wasn't your fault. That guy's a fucking idiot. Most people would have been like, in the car, done, I'm out. Like, I won't ever hunt again.
And it could result in something really terrible.
Yeah, there's been plenty of incidents of violence in those situations.
I'd probably fight that guy.
There's been plenty of shooting deaths in that situation.
No doubt.
It's not a good spot to be in.
And it's also kind of
and who's to blame in that, I guess. Obviously, I would blame the guy in the tree stand.
I was going to.
Oh, well, both. Yeah. I mean, both. You want to be sensitive to guys. If you could perceive that somebody's in an area and you can be sensitive or respectful to their space, then do it. But if not, and which we weren't, we hung the stand.
Yeah.
Corey just
was
There's a
walking.
I said, "Hey, Corey."
That's a detail left out from your story.
I said, "Corey,
Now
park."
he's
It was
telling
already
me
in
this.
there the
we
day before.
hung the stand. Corey, park here. Here's the line on Onyx.
Walk it.
right there. That's all he did. And the guy, we had no idea the guy would be there or that there was another stand. He was in a climber, probably. You know what I mean?
Literally 100 yards or
That's a
less
big-
from his truck.
and you know what? I love Corey. I know him. I drove him to your wedding. I will say there is a element where it's like, hey, here's where I'm going. Here's what I'm doing. And I'm going to get my tree stand and I'm going to do this. And you're in your own little world.
Yeah. And then you
And when
step into it.
Somebody fucks you up and they're like, get out of here. And you're like,
I mean, he was wrecked from the get-go. Even if he would have got to his stand, I don't remember what happened after that, if he actually went to the stand.
He got it. Yep.
Like the entire hunt, though, he was mentally fucked, which I think is a huge factor in your success.
I mean, dude,
so
what do you
Corey
do?
was fucked.
Yeah. He was
so-
basically like, did I make a mistake? Is this guy going to come over and confront me? Like, you know that was running through his
And
head.
also, hang on a second, we're forgetting the big fact of we have weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't ignore the fact that when somebody has a weapon and they're crazy, that's what's scary.
I mean, dude, that's there's
Shout out
that-
to the game commission because that's why they wear their fucking flapjacks.
Yeah,
I don't blame
yeah,
him.
Yeah, there's an element of realism when you're in the dark with other people with weapons. It's like, dude, confrontations in the woods are.
I saw one 2 or 3 weeks ago with, I want to say it was Zach and Ted from Hunting Public. They were on public land in South Carolina, I believe. And like they had gone in, got on this bird, they parked up over the hill, truck drives down, guy gets out, Zach's, flashing him with the light and whistling, and all you hear is him cussing up a storm like, fuck you fucking piece of shit, you should have fucking parked here, what do you fucking do? And I'm like, it's public land. Like you're the one getting in late and like the birds are already gobbling, like, what are you doing? Like, but that reaction, anybody, like, we're tough enough that we're like, whatever, dude, fuck off. Any new hunter would be scared to death.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Like not knowing,
Scared to death.
not knowing what we know of. Here's how
shotgun.
Here's
Jared.
how,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Here's
Shotgun.
how you do this. Here's what we're doing. Somebody newer.
Immediately thinks that they
Dude, you
fucked
and I,
up.
we're all of us are 30 years into this. Somebody who is in their first 5 years of like turkeys gobbling.
Yeah, truck comes down, park. Am I actually
I'm
on
just trying
public?
to-
Did I trespass? This guy's yelling at me. Is he going to shoot me? Like, I don't.
Exactly.
And that immediately is as fast as they're recruited, they're out the door.
And we've been there,
We've all been there.
but I don't think a lot of people haven't. A lot
don't
of people
think so?
have. I don't think people that just wake up one morning and they're like, oh, I saw Joe Rogan went fucking hunting.
Yeah.
And, hey, I saw
I
Steve
do.
Ranella is fucking, or hey, and you know what? You're at fucking fault too.
Sure.
The HUNTR Podcast, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I'm going to go do this.
Yep.
You don't fucking know what you're doing.
You have no idea.
You have no fucking idea.
I mean, I can remember vividly my confrontations. I had one in Indiana County right behind my cabin. And I was fortunately with like my dad and 2 of my uncles and my cousin, I think, at the time. And I had shot a deer on public and we were bringing it out to camp. And like maybe for me to you, there's like a corner of a line.
Yeah.
Right. And we always would go bloop around the corner. Here's the posted signs. Bloop. So we get there and we literally had just gone around the corner and this guy comes up and he's like just out of his mind. Like you look in his eyes and I'm
Rage.
like, this guy could kill you. He could shoot you right now. Whether he was on something or just pure rage, I don't know.
There's a rage. Yeah.
Just office and holding a 30-06. Like, dude could shoot us all right now. And I remember like my uncles de-escalating the situation, but it was literally over. He thought we shot it on his property and came across his property and whatever. And we didn't. Like I could take him.
It's always something so stupid.
I could take him right back to the place I shot at. Like it was just, we had crossed and, I would assume it wasn't because we were there as much as he's probably had past experiences. So can I blame him? Probably not. Could he have handled it better? Yes. We were all seasoned
And
enough.
this guy's probably fucking redneck and.
But I will tell you that at least one of my uncles never forgot that moment and lived with that on his shoulders every time he went hunting from that point forward. In fact, he never hunted on that side of the road ever again. He only hunted on the other side of the road. It was that close of a disturbing
and if you
factor.
own that land, that's kind of like a...
Weird.
Yeah.
But again, any new hunter in that situation, I don't think ever would have hunted again, probably. Or at least would have never hunted in that whole area.
1, yes. 2, how do you de-escalate? 3, how do you resolve conflict? 4, there's probably something else going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that there were drugs going on at that time. The de-escalation was very much calmly explaining where we were, how we came through, around that we knew exactly where the boundaries were. Believe us or not, we at least stated what those were. The de-escalation of the situation was like, hey, if you want to call somebody, call them, but we're gonna walk away. We're not gonna have this right here.
If you were to call, the state police or the game warden, whatever,
we weren't gonna call them. You called them.
I'm saying it would made it so much worse.
So much worse.
But what would make it better is to say, hey, hold on a second.
I got what he was pissed about.
Yeah.
And I was 15 at the time.
Yeah, let
I
me
think.
get what you're pissed about.
And it was a button buck, I'm pretty sure. So, like,
it's hard. It is really hard being a landowner.
it is.
It is not. It is not.
I try to
What
handle
says.
that. I try to handle that differently anymore than when I first bought my properties. I remember being like that guy. I lived on the edge of rage.
what are you doing?
Lived on the edge of rage. The moment somebody was trespassing, if I was there, we were going to throw them down.
Yeah.
And maybe in a few years of maturity and or just recognition of just listen, I did some stupid shit when I was young. I trespassed all the time when I was young. I made up excuses. I was a great talker. I was a salesman. Like that's who I was when I was 13, 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
But it's also because I grew up in the Pittsburgh area. Like, everything was private. There was no public. So I just hunted my balls off, and if I got caught, like, I tried to talk my way out of it. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Like, that's just who I was. So I think now when it comes down to that, so I had a situation here not too long ago in Ohio where I had a father and daughter that had trespassed on my property turkey hunting, which, first of all, plug your ears, Mike, I didn't really care about turkey hunting. But still, it's my property.
Were you rocked up?
I was not. This was the mature Jeremy that stepped to the table, and I said, hey, listen. I talked to him. I asked him if they're seeing anything, whatever. Eventually got the dad aside. I said, hey, listen, you're trespassing. Like, that's the line. It's clearly marked. I am not going to make a scene in front of your daughter because I'm not going to ruin this experience here.
Yeah.
But I will not see you back on this property because it will end poorly for you. And that's how I left it. And he understood.
That's a great way to put it.
He understood. I think, honestly, he was fairly appreciative that I didn't make a scene in front of, because I think that would have scarred her as a new hunter.
What did he
100%.
say? Did he know?
I think he played dumb in the fact that he was like, oh, I think he abused. This was the first year I bought it, so in 2022. So I think he knew that the line was never really monitored, especially during turkey season. Deer season maybe, but during turkey season not. So I assume he pushed that bounds multiple times. And so I was a new owner.
Classic story.
Yeah, I was a new owner. I clearly was monitoring it. So his response, Jared, was basically, I know I wasn't exactly sure where the public-private line is. And I was like, well, clearly, dude, you can see 2 posted signs within 50 yards of us. Like, you're on private at this point. You have been on private here calling,
Two signs within 50 yards.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, he knew. And I think he was more, he knew that I could escalate it quickly. I think he was more appreciative of me saying, hey, dude, you and your daughter are having an experience here. Also, frankly, there's plenty of birds on public. There's probably more birds on public than there are on my land right now at that time. I was like, I'm not going to make a big deal about this. You just do not. If you come back here, I'll know. And the only reason I came up there is I had him on cell cam. I was at the house and I had him on cell cam, and I was like, well, I'm going up to encounter these people. I've had several like that, you know, and I've had bad experiences personally as the potential trespasser. In some cases, maybe it was a little legitimate. In most cases, it was not, you know, that I now several years in land ownership in, even like our dog issue in Illinois. Like, what am I going to do? Blame the labs from running? It's
wild
not
dogs, or just
no neighbor dogs. Like, it's not the dog's fault. Like, people will say I'd shoot them. Yeah. I'm not going to shoot a fucking dog. Like, I just won't. Like, in Kentucky, it's really bad. And I've even called. I know who they are. And I said, hey, listen, I have an issue with your dogs on my farm. I said, I cannot tolerate this. And they're like, do what you have to do then. And I'm like, I'm not going to shoot your damn. It's not the dog's.
A fucking black lab.
It's not the dog's fault, right? Which coincidentally, they have not been on that property here recently, whether they did something different or not. But for a long time after that conversation, they were, and I was just like, I'm not gonna kill a dog, regardless of how it screws up my hunt. If it is the neighbor's dog, I'm not gonna shoot.
Prefer not to.
I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And there is a very weird tolerance there. Like, I don't know if I call the sheriff. I don't know how I handle this, but I will tell you that if it's like the neighbor's black lab with a collar on it, I'm a dog guy. If it was their cat, I'd fucking sling an arrow in that's head real fast. But I'm a dog guy.
Cats don't bother deer though.
But I'm a dog guy, and I just
fuck these cats. They're making me crazy in my own house.
I just won't. I can't kill the neighbor's dog.
No, I can't do it either.
So I wish there was a better solution there, like, hey, cool, sorry, I'll handle my dog. In the case, even when they're like, do what you have to do, I'm not gonna blame the dog, but man, it's a short-lived situation.
You can't blame the dog. I mean, it's just
the dog's gonna get hit by a car or it's gonna die of old age. I don't know, but I sure as hell am not gonna kill it. Like, that's not its fault. If anything, I'll just catch it and take it to the pound like Bomar did.
The pound.
Like, I don't
take
know
it out of state. Yeah.
Like, I'm just not gonna do it. But to the poacher situation, or the trespasser or poacher situation, it's like, if it's just purely trespassing, like, I've learned to just be calmer in the situation and handle it, and possibly just because I don't want that violent confrontation, which, dude, could pop out at any moment. You see it everywhere anymore.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pop fucking
No.
mags.
No.
And it can happen so quick.
It happens already. Cops do a traffic stop. They pull up and say, hey, can I have your license? Bam. Like that.
And also, who's right and who's wrong?
Well, it's not with the dogs on your property. It's not life or death. I mean, it may seem like it. There's times where October 28th, dogs are running through the
I send it to you, and I'm pissed.
Yeah,
I'm not happy about it.
I know.
Look at little Flair over here. He's really pissed about
I
this.
am. But
what the fuck? What property is this?
Well, listen,
the dogs and I.
Little Flitter is
I'm coming from a place too where I'd shoot a dog.
See, I wouldn't though.
I
That's
would.
how mad.
You'd shoot a dog?
I'm as mad as possible.
Not with I probably not with archery equipment.
I'm as
but
mad as
I'm just being honest with you. Like, if depending on the situation, it's not like, hey, first time crossing through, but the right dog.
I'd rather
uncollared.
Yeah, I'd rather throw fists with the landowner than I would the dog.
Me too.
The dog owner.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, it's not the dog's fault. I'd bring the dog to my side, tell him to heel, and then I'd punch his fucking owner in the face.
Yeah,
like that,
100%.
I agree.
Because it isn't, the dog doesn't know.
100%.
Yeah, it's a fucking dog.
Yeah,
no, it's just out running free.
100%.
Be free. Yeah. So that, I mean, I hate those situations, and they are very common, especially in the poor areas, which is where I own most of my land.
Oh yeah, it is totally a low income.
Yeah, well, it's just
area.
like, well, I don't understand. My dog's just running on property. Like, what damage is it doing? That's the comment. And I'm like, you understand? Like, I'm hunting and managing and doing this stuff, and they're like, so
you're dumb.
Yeah, they're like, I don't understand. Like, what are they? They're chasing the deer. I don't get it. Like, yeah, it's a shitty situation. The human thing is very, frankly, it is dangerous anymore.
Yeah,
it's super dangerous.
What is
the human aspect of trespassing? Like, if you individually are confronting a person trespassing on your property,
Oh yeah.
I would say there's a high likelihood that is going to end in tension.
Oh, it's gonna start with tension.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is it's a very. I try to approach those very laid back.
You know what? I've had surprisingly few of those interactions. That's probably like a God thing. Like, not that I'm a rageful person, but
it makes me excited very quickly.
Oh boy, it's like, hey,
I've never seen him upset.
You ever seen Jared upset?
I don't get upset very often.
I feel like Lil Flinner, dude.
Oh, I boil fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Me too. You and me too.
I boil fast.
I don't.
But if I've often wondered if I witnessed somebody shooting a deer on my property, what would happen?
That's a pretty hardcore example.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a few that would get me. Like,
if I saw somebody on their fence put their gun up and shoot something on our property, what would happen?
I would be angry.
How I would respond?
I'd be angry.
Be locked in.
Yeah, you'd be angry. I mean,
not like Flinner.
I'm more.
I wouldn't give it to him.
I'm more angry.
Fuck no.
I'm more angry about the poaching aspect of things.
That's poaching.
Yeah,
it's poaching.
That's as poaching as it gets. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're shooting over the fence line. You're right. Yeah, I don't know.
Where the fuck is this guy over here?
I'm more, well, I guess where I'm coming from is like guys are just shooting shit at night or just driving their fucking 4-wheelers on.
That's a big deal too. Oh, I'd absolutely
big time.
immediately.
That's a real deal.
I'm
thing.
I mean, that honestly,
I'm calling the police.
To the PGC side of things. That's how these
if they would
wardens
show
are
up-
getting shot.
Well,
They're stopping people for spotlighting, thinking they're just spotlighting.
And there was a warden who was shot in the head.
Was that Indiana?
I'm not sure if it was Indiana, but he was shot
It
in
was
the head.
in our area there, though.
Shit.
It's been a while.
Pugh.
No.
Maybe Travis Pugh. Was it Travis Pugh?
Pew pew.
It's been a while. But he stopped somebody for spotlighting, and
shot
they
in the
just
head.
shot him in the head.
Yep. So that's not cool, and that makes it real.
Yeah, well, I mean that poaching aspect in my Southern Ohio piece especially, like it's happening. I've talked to the warden. We know what's happening.
So that makes it okay to carry those AR-15s and all that other shit, and like
Oh, I carry.
Fuck these fucking psychopaths.
I pack all the time. But it's like What do you do though? Like, I mean, what was it last summer? Last summer.
That was crazy.
Yeah, last summer in Southern Ohio.
I'd shoot that guy.
I've got cell cams all over the place, right? I wasn't there. I see a truck kind of come up, like on the top of my property. Like it's not a road. Like you came up a ATV trail. Gets out, has 2 Bud Diesels with him and a machete. And he stabs the log and he's talking to my
like the craziest thing you've ever
talking to
seen.
my camera, drinking Bud Diesels and doing this stuff. So of course, what do I do? I call the sheriff. I send it to the sheriff, right? Whatever. Sheriff goes out there. Guy comes down off the hill. Sheriff stop him. Sheriff say, you know what? He's just mentally weird about stuff. Like he won't be back.
Fuck you, sheriff.
Don't even give me the chance to press charges. Nothing. Just like, hey, we know who he is. He's from way over here. He just came by because he was trying to pick in the broken down barn. And I'm like, he drove up on the property, drank beers.
Are you fucking
had
kidding
a machete. Like all of these things that were really weird. Ended up writing me a note on a T-shirt and like stuck it in the log with the machete. At that point, for all I know, it's a threat, right? Like I don't know. I just evicted meth heads.
Yeah, some crazy fuck.
And of course, I read it, and it wasn't a threat, but he couldn't spell worth of shit. But it was, the whole situation was like, what do I do as a landowner in that situation? Of course, I call the cops.
Yeah, but if the cops aren't gonna fucking,
they don't do anything.
That's what's.
Don't do anything.
I'm not talking about me. I'm saying.
They did not do anything.
Talking about you.
They didn't let me file charges. They didn't even give me the attempt to file charges.
That is insane.
How am I supposed to know that he doesn't come? Like, let's say he comes back this year.
Yeah.
There is no record of him being on there to then say, well, dude, this is now a repeat offender. What are you going to tell me now? He's mentally
hang on
messed up?
Can I tell you what you should do?
Yeah, hit me.
Not be a landowner.
Yeah, but then where am I going to hunt?
No, don't be a landowner because they win.
Hmm?
Right?
But where are you going to hunt?
Yeah, you just gotta take care of it yourself, probably.
I mean, well, so
that's the real deal.
That was the scary part, right? Like, hypothetically, let's say I was out there checking trail cameras.
Imagine if you met him out there.
That's what I'm saying. If I was out there checking
and you know
trail
what?
cameras,
In
and
reality,
I always
saying
am
this,
packing,
having seen the pictures and everything. If you met that guy out there,
I would have shot him.
I don't think so.
You don't think I would have shot him?
No.
He 100% is
No.
going to defend himself.
I think I'm sure you would.
With a machete.
I'm sure you would if it came to that.
or a stick.
I think that guy.
I would have tried to de-escalate, obviously.
I know.
Yeah, you're not a murderer.
I'm not
saying
doubting
you're a
your
murderer.
ability to shoot somebody.
You think I would have drank beer with him?
I think he would have been cool. I think he would
It
have
would
been
have
like.
been an interesting confrontation.
I'm just
What
saying.
is this guy over here?
I'm just saying based off the trail camera picture. I'm not saying he was in the right. He was trespassing. He should have been.
If I popped
But-
up on him and there's this guy with a machete on my property, of course I wouldn't have drawn on him right away, but I would have been on it of like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
what's going on
yeah,
here?
I would too.
What if you had your kids? You know.
Oh, then it would have been really off
For
the
sure.
charts.
For sure. And I'm not justifying his actions, but I just think that he seemed like they're,
Retarded.
yeah.
I'll show you the pic.
I mean, it's a scary picture, but I think he.
That's
I
where
mean, scary,
I would
did
hope
he?
Lil Flunter was.
well,
packing
and you know what? Yeah, you frankly
Dude,
you
Flunter,
should be
you gotta
ready.
protect yourself.
Let me see it. He looks just like sad.
No, that's a fucking psychotic.
I
human
get it.
being.
I get it. And yeah, you should be ready to shoot him.
You should,
frankly.
I'm not saying kill this person. I'm saying psychosis. Yes.
Yep.
Like
This
mentally
person's
not stable.
Mentally not stable. And you know what? When it comes to my family, I'll kill anybody
Yeah.
on this earth.
Yeah. I endorse
To protect my
and you
own.
should be ready to. But
I would obviously like that
I know.
would have been.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's what we have is fucking being landowners.
I'm just saying.
It sucks.
I know all of us.
hey, I'm
None
gonna
of
be
us.
a landowner. Oh, hey, I'm gonna buy this property. But
I agree.
that's where you're getting.
Yeah.
None of us want to kill that guy. That's gonna be the last
we're not
possible
murder-
resort.
That nobody's murderers, but it's just like, oh my
Yeah.
god, here we go. Here's
But
some
that's where
fucking-
shit hits the fan of like, it's a bad situation. I mean, I as crazy as it is, like I reflect back to the Minnesota hunting camp that ran into the Asian guy, essentially that was hunting, trespassing, and they all encountered him and he ended up killing 7 or 8 of them.
What?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
No.
You remember that, Mike?
Yeah, I heard the story.
I want to say
That
it's been
was some- that
10,
was
Was
your
the Asian
that was
guy?
your
10 or 15
property?
years ago. Yeah, it was this is not an isolation to that group, but it's like the Hmong, like,
Yeah, I heard the story.
Like
So
the
there-
squirrel hunters?
yeah. So there's a very,
Yeah. That's
yep.
just a real deal thing.
So basically he trespassed on their property as a hunt camp. Guys encountered him. He shot them. Other guys heard it. They came from the camp. He shot them. He ended up killing 5, 6, 7, 8 people plus. Eventually got onto another property and another hunter saw him, heard the like bulletin of like this was happening and called a warden and they arrested him. But he killed I don't know what it was, 5 to 10 people.
Wow.
Makes it fucking real, doesn't it?
Purely from
Makes it fucking real.
Purely from
what
a-
happened with that?
What do you mean?
Did he go to?
Yeah.
He's at
Life in prison.
Why did he shoot them?
He was caught trespassing and he panicked because he's not from around here. And
So he shot them?
just killed them all.
Oh, this is the most beautiful fucking story. This is so true. This is why it's so real.
I mean, a couple of them were on a quad, came from the camp to the guy, saw the dead hunters around, freaked out. I'm like, oh my god, we're driving away, and he sniped them from the bushes, killed them both.
Yep. Oh, he got confused.
No, he
Get
killed
the
them.
fuck out of
They
here.
interviewed this guy?
I don't know.
That's an interesting.
It was in Minnesota though. If you look it up,
of course it was. I'd love to know.
it was
Bring him on the
really
pod?
really crazy.
You gonna bring him on the pod?
There's been others though. I mean, not to
I
that
would-
level. Like that's been the most. But there's been multiple others of like confrontations of hunting, and one shoots the other.
Well, dude,
Dude, that shit happens.
yes,
all the time.
it does.
Unacceptable.
Confrontations in the woods are tense. There's no
You have
doubt.
a weapon. Everybody has a weapon.
I'm
when
not
that
saying.
happens.
Yeah, you gotta be ready. But
Yeah.
when you kill somebody, your life is changed forever, whether you're in the right or not.
There are people that don't have a right or wrong in that.
And I'm not
mindset
saying
thing.
don't let somebody kill you.
Yeah.
Defend yourself.
Don't hesitate.
Yeah, don't hesitate,
Well, that's where
but make the right decision.
there's a lot of confrontation that happens, even on public, man. I've had myself several public incidences where it was like in an intense exchange, and it's like over what? Like neither of us even killed a deer. Like what are you?
Or something?
Yeah, what are you mad about? I was here and you were 250 yards away. I was set up first, then you set up. Neither of us killed anything. We're not arguing anything. That same uncle that kind of diffused that situation that never hunted on that side of the road again. 2-3 years later, 8-point comes down across this autumn olive field. He shoots it, knows he hits it, runs down over the hill. Like 30 seconds later, pow, down there. So we go down. I said, hey, did you shoot something? He's like, yeah, I shot up here. We go up, blood trail, like pouring out. I'm like, I went down here. We get down there. I get down to the guy. Guy's like, no, I killed it. And I'm like, no. I was like, my uncle was up here. I was like, I think he shot first. I was like, maybe you shot it again. I was like, it's the same deer. Like I followed the blood trail. My uncle comes down. My dad comes down. We're all in there. That dude was crazy. He was like, he was hand on trigger. Like I'm going to shoot you guys. And we're like, I looked, there was one deer. There was one hole in that deer. Yeah, there was no second hole.
And all you got to say is you get the deer.
Yeah, that's what we said. I was like, cool, dude. It's your deer. We walked away. But that could have, if we were very adamant about, hey, there's only one hole in this deer and you didn't shoot it, he probably would have shot one of us. It's nuts.
That's just, that fucks it up for everybody.
But in to that point, like when we talk about the hunter community and stuff, it's like, I understand we don't want to lose hunters, but I sure shit don't want those guys in the woods.
A lot of those guys are.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys.
Most of them.
Fucking hunting.
Yeah.
And
I don't want
have
those guys.
kids, and they're out there hunting.
Yeah. I don't want those guys in the woods. Great. We need numbers. I'd rather have less of us who pay more than those guys in the woods.
And some dude in a fucking black Chevy Tahoe is going to show up. He's not going to fix anything.
No.
Good for that guy. Respect. You can't fix it.
They don't want to encounter that stuff.
It's an interesting thing we have as hunters.
Yeah. Certain states have better situations than other. I'll say Ohio for sure. Like we've got in Kentucky too. We've got very county-based wardens. They deal with a county and they help each other for sure. But it's like they have a county.
Yeah, there's communication.
How about here? We've got 4 counties per warden.
Oh, dude, Ohio's not better. No, there's like a warden per 4 or 5.
I don't know. I mean, my guy down in Southern Ohio is like, I got Megs. He's like, I grew up here. I know all these guys.
Not where I'm at. 3-4 counties per guy.
So yeah,
they're understaffed nationwide.
Oh, everybody's understaffed, but it's like there are certain situations where it's like, bang.
Well, you gotta be able to read a person. I mean, it does. There's a plug for physical fitness. I mean,
yeah.
It doesn't fix that. You can get shot if you can bench 350 or whatever.
Doesn't matter.
You know what I'm saying? But just to be able to like have, to encounter somebody in a wild environment and be like, what are we gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
it's you and me here. It's you and me and our kids, our offspring.
It happens, man.
We're gonna solve this now, or
you want to throw down like it?
Yeah, it gets nasty.
Dude, it's tense.
It's tense.
That's what I'm saying. I'm grateful that I've never encountered somebody poaching deer on our property. Not that that's the most. I mean,
well, the moment you're violating law, the other side is willing to step over the line.
Yeah,
which puts you at a weird position.
It does, and when you
well said.
Yeah,
because if somebody else is willing to be that crazy,
you
have to match that crazy.
You best be on your heels.
You best match that crazy.
I've encountered people very recently in real estate. I met a guy the other day who was like, "Oh, yeah, I shot this deer. It's not legal. It's a 6 point, but he's a 3-year-old. I mean, I saw the horns.
Yeah, just he didn't care. Well, dude, that guy,
and they're like, they give you their rationale.
Yep.
well,
They're justifying it.
And I'm like, yeah, but if you and I encountered each other in the woods, like it would be there'd be an interesting moment there.
I met a guy in real estate whose wife was cheating on him, and he shot at him 3 times with a shotgun and got arrested for a felony. And he's like, I'd do it again tomorrow.
Nice.
I was like,
good for that guy, you know?
I mean,
and in
he's honest. At least he's honest.
he's honest.
And in that moment, all you can do is smile and nod, basically. Yeah.
But you know that dude's
yeah.
willing, he'll step over that line. I get that situation, but in other situations.
You're crazy enough, yeah.
Yeah, the barrier's already broke.
Dude, there's people. A lot of people. Fucking nuts. The Hunter Podcast is brought to you by Better Backstrap.
Well, one thing that's undeniable, man, is you and I both like to eat. And so we're going to be partnering with the Better Backstrap this year to have the best seasonings possible for our meat this summer.
Yeah. Well, dude, when it comes to venison, it's like you've heard me talk about before. It's like, what does the preparation for all this look like and stuff? And it's like, I really want to make a point of eating more venison moving forward. And some of the Better Backstrap mixtures have made it super easy.
Yeah. And so we've got kind of 3 core mixtures. You've got your original Better Backstrap, which is for that grilling of your backstrap or tenderloins or anything like that. You've got your classic taco mix.
Can't go wrong with tacos.
Can't go wrong with that. And then you've got your standard SPG in the orange can.
Well, SPG and down the hatch.
There you go. So right now, if you go to betterbackstrap.com, you can use the code HUNTR15 to get 15% off any of your orders on the seasonings, and there'll probably be more coming out here throughout the year.
Get yourself a Better Backstrap.
Before we go, because it is 5 o'clock, before we go, UFO me. We've been waiting for it. Set the stage. You're good.
Yeah.
This is a safe zone.
Yeah.
Safe space.
Let me ask you this first.
Yeah.
Do you believe in aliens?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know.
That's an honest opinion.
I really don't know, but
do you?
Do I believe in aliens?
Being extraterrestrial creatures that live on another planet.
I believe, and this will help put it in Mike's context. I believe in a extraterrestrial being more than I believe in a Bigfoot here on the U.S.
Wow.
Or
yeah. Okay.
So you're describing my shirt.
Yep. I believe that there is life outside of this planet and solar system more than I believe there is unknown life on this planet.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that too cryptic?
No, that was a perfect answer.
Not at all.
Thank you.
So here's how it went down.
Straight from the PA game profession.
Fucking quit. I don't want anything to be edited out of here.
Authorized.
No.
It won't be.
My dad has been asking me for years.
Okay.
He said, "Oh, sorry." So my dad has been asking me for years. He's like, "I want you to mow the hayfield where my dad's buried."
Okay.
Rite of passage.
Reasonable discussion.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah!"
How big is that hayfield?
2 acres.
Okay.
Nothing crazy, but it has a view.
Yep.
It's gorgeous.
Yep.
I think you've seen it.
Probably.
So, this is the whole thing. This is the whole conversation here. So my dad's like, "Dude, get up to the farm and get up there, and I want you to mow this hayfield. I want you to mow. My dad, when you're a little kid, I want to mow the perimeter, and you mow the rest." You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You mow the perimeter, or I'm going to mow the perimeter, and you.
Yeah, he's going to set the boundaries for you.
Boundaries. So we get up there.
Yep.
And
what are you riding?
5205 John Deere.
Beauty.
Yeah, it's fucking best.
Yep.
It's awesome. So my dad, who is a straight shooter, how about it? My dad is a straight shooter dude.
Big Mike's a straight shooter.
Good guy.
Big Mike is.
He's seen some shit, but he's a straight shooter.
But
you got to meet Big Mike.
I'm excited to meet Big Mike.
Yeah. You will. And he goes, "Hey, I'm gonna lay on the floor."
Leather boys.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. Perfect.
You guys on Sunday? Yeah.
So so I'm on the 5205, and I'm third gear.
Yep.
Just
don't burn the clutch up though.
Yeah.
Just we've all been there.
Yeah.
And my grandpa is buried.
Yep.
In this field.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, like my uncle like threw ashes
Yep.
the whole thing. So I get there and there's this as big as this table. No, bigger than this table, not by much. White object. And it just comes, dude, no bullshit. Right out of the sky.
Okay.
And my dad sees
What do you mean out of the sky?
Out of the fucking sky. Like, meaning like out of like
Like it fell out of the sky.
Is this daytime, nighttime?
this is daytime. This is like 3:00 in the afternoon.
Okay, white object falls out of the sky.
White object.
As big as this table, which for people's references is
A little bigger.
okay. So this table's 5 foot by 3 foot.
Yeah.
So you're saying like a 6x4?
Yeah. That's perfect.
Okay, 6x4.
So my dad sees it, and he's going like this. All right, get over here.
Yeah, telling you to come over.
So I come over, and at my grandpa's grave, it's 2 big, huge rocks like this, and one here on the back.
Okay.
And my dad goes, what do you think what the hell's going on? It's got to be military. And there's a big valley that comes through our property.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And my dad goes, and my dad has never smoked weed.
I've seen you shoot a 50 cal across that valley.
Yeah.
At a groundhog.
And so I'm there, and it's just like, you're staring at it.
You're seeing this thing at this point.
We are locked on.
Locked on.
We are locked on to this thing.
You see a 4x6 come. What?
This is why I wore the fucking shirt.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Is it
so
hover?
hard.
Is it hovering? Is it on the ground?
It's kind of like how a kite grabs a.
So it's fluttering.
It's kind of like up and down,
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
but it's big. And
But it's
and
suspended.
and it's white and it's suspended. And it's in the air.
Like for a period of time, you guys are seeing.
My dad and I
something.
watched it for 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. So we're watching it, and my dad goes,
10 to 15 minutes. That's a long time.
"Oh yeah,
Just suspended.
now hang on a second.
Okay.
Midday.
I'm hung on.
You're seeing a thing.
Now hang on a second.
Yeah, we're
clear
hung.
day. Clear day?
Oh, dude, it was a beautiful day. I never thought about grabbing my phone,
Interesting.
and I think that is very interesting because I think that there's some kind of
Telepathy.
thank you. Yes.
Telepathy.
Okay. Telepathy.
As you're telling this, you and I can relate. You and I on the way home from wherever.
Oh fuck! I do remember this.
Remember
now.
seeing that?
I was like, wait a minute, where are you going?
We're like, what are we seeing here? And
I would have never thought to grab my phone.
Was that coming back from Iowa or Illinois?
Yep.
Yep.
Illinois.
Illinois.
I pulled my phone out and filmed it.
That was
like,
at dusk though, right?
dark.
Dark.
I was like, what are we seeing?
We thought we were seeing Elon's SpaceX shit at first.
Yeah.
Or what's the internet?
Yeah. Starlink.
Yeah.
Starlink. And then I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's just a singular object. And then it was moving so fast. Anyways, go ahead.
But you would think someone like me, I'm going for my phone.
Because you're how far?
Less than a quarter mile.
Okay.
Like,
so 250 yards.
I'm at my grandpa's grave, which is this big, huge, vast.
250 yards. It's dropped
Yep.
down on the ground. Just
It is below tree line.
yeah.
Below tree line.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's below tree line.
Okay.
And my dad's losing his shit. And he's like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Look at this. Oh my
And
God.
what are you guys talking? Are you communicating with each other?
I'm standing next to my dad, and my dad's losing his shit.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
like,
just mumbling.
I'm just like,
What are
Yeah.
you thinking?
what I'm thinking is, to this point, it's like, why am I not grabbing my cell phone to
Yeah.
take a video?
What
Well,
you think maybe was some
I
sort
thought it was
of like
I thought it was a kite,
you thought it was a kite.
but a gigantic kite,
Yep.
What kind of kite, though?
like a big white, huge.
Could
kite.
it be?
And it like lifted up, and it went behind the hills behind us. Eventually, and it eventually just kind of went down, and disappeared. Now, that's fucking crazy.
So lift it up away.
Oh,
down.
it came through the valley, came through.
Did it look
covered.
thin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked just like a fucking UFO.
But it just went straight down.
It went up and
When you first saw it.
No, did not do that. It went up and went over the hill and kind of just disappeared.
Interesting.
So when you see something like that with your dad and your rite of passage with
Yeah,
my
Your grandpa's there.
And you're thinking like, oh, is that maybe an angel?
Yeah.
Is that
Okay, so it goes out of sight, right?
Yep.
You and Big Mike say, what the fuck do we see? What happened?
Oh, my dad was just like
Floored.
like
Was he convinced like that's not right?
nothing. He had nothing. He
And nothing to say.
So again, going back to all my Bigfoot shit
Yeah.
and UFO stuff, and I think that it's just like, have you ever felt that deer behind you?
Oh yeah, 6th Sense.
Yeah, that's 6th Sense.
Dude, this is like, dude, Big Mike's no joke. Like,
He doesn't fucking tell stories,
he's fucking a grown man. This guy seeing a thing.
and that's kind of like the whole, I'd like to close on this, but there is something going on out there, and I think that if you're enlightened enough, that things will show up to you.
Like they're attracted to you as an open mind.
Totally. And it's like, that fucking shit happened, and it was like, what the fuck? That was so, and it's happened like so many times, and it's hard to talk about, but
No, I get it. To Jared's point, like I remember for a solid 30 minutes to an hour watching that thing move across the sky as we were driving, and I'm like, the fuck is this?
It was a weird moment.
Yeah, it was like we tried to rationale what we were looking at, and we're like, is it
I started filming it. I have on my phone a 30-minute video of just like
and then
stars.
Eventually it was gone. And you're like,
but don't you think that there's bucks out there, turkeys out there, aliens out there, and they only will kind of show themselves at certain times? It was something so out of this world bizarre, where my dad was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. He told us.
you have to believe.
My dad told his brothers and his sisters and his.
Yeah, you have to believe from a standpoint, like maybe
what
not.
What happened? You saw it for a minute.
There's a valley, so there's a hillside.
Yeah.
So you see a hillside, and then there's a hillside here, and it just kind of just grooved its way down in through and popped up, and we didn't even think about grabbing our phones.
Yeah.
And I kind of lifted up, and it just dropped down in. Dropped down to me.
Controlled, though. Controlled up
over the hill.
Slow
Yeah.
over.
It was fucking
the hill.
wild.
I mean, it could be. I mean,
and that's not me. That's
Yeah.
me and my dad both saw it 100%. That's no bullshit.
I mean, obviously, if we think about like the Chinese air balloons and stuff, like there were clearly like military actions against this country for a while there.
This
Yeah,
was
it's
a
not that.
white
What do you
object the
think?
size of the-
What do you think?
I think it's an angel.
Really?
Of what?
I think that this is an angel. It's a maybe my grandpa, maybe your grandpa, maybe.
So not so big that you're like, this is some sort of big structure that is housing people or a drone or
no.
more intimate to that. Interesting.
How many times do you see something that's like, oh, here's a great meal of food? Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna pull my phone out. I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah. Almost instantaneously.
Never happened.
Didn't
That
register
never
for
never went
minutes
into
at
my
a time.
Never went into my brain. This is something that was something extreme, and I have heard so many things. I've seen, this is where like, oh, Mike Lauer's schizophrenic. He was on the HUNTR Podcast, and he's fucking crazy. And
Yeah, we get good clicks though.
good clicks. But it's like, dude,
No, I'm with you.
that was the most amazing, incredible experience. And I think, to rewind, my dad's like, I really want you to mow that hayfield. I really want you to come up here.
Which was a weird request.
It's where my grandpa's buried.
Well, no, but I'm saying, was that an odd request that he
Yeah.
said that? Yeah.
Not odd, but just like, it's,
Enough that it was like, what? It's 2 acres. You just do it.
yeah.
What was it? What do you think that was?
I think that there are moments where that big buck comes out, where there's a turkey that comes out, where there's a podcast that we all get together at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
There are moments in life that is, you can't explain it, and there's that 6th sense moment, And holy fucking tap dancing shit. There was a UFO that came onto my family property where you killed your last bird. And it came in and dropped in, did the whole fucking dance and everything. And it's just like...
You think UFO or you think like spirit?
I don't know.
To me, I'm envisioning, because how we explained it, like 6x4, white, unexplainable
I don't
sheet.
know. I'm going on a podcast. That's a very popular podcast explaining what I saw. And it was something where my dad and I got in the truck together and we didn't talk about it.
That's what I was going to ask.
We didn't. It was like,
what do you mean?
Hey, did
Why
you go to
not?
World War II? Yeah, I went to World War II.
I've
Did you
heard
kill
that
anybody? Yeah, I did.
numerous people, man, which is really weird, and I don't know how to explain. Like, if you follow the extraordinary type things, whether it's UFOs or Bigfoot or whatever, and you know that people were together, they never talk about it together. Like it very much is like, hey, you saw a bunch of buddies die on Normandy, huh?
Yeah.
And nobody talks about that. Or, hey, how was Vietnam? Yeah. And you're like,
nail on the head.
Well, that's
Nobody
bullshit. I mean, why not? What do you mean? Why?
You think it's like a recollection, like barrier? Like you remember it, your dad remembers it, but if you guys talk about it, like
I think I think my own little fantasy, it was like my grandpa or somebody coming back being like, hey, to my dad.
in a weird way, I hope that's what it was.
Me too. It's a fantasy.
What did it feel like? What did it
You
feel?
felt like it was not natural.
Did it feel
though.
did it
fucking grabbed a hold of you?
feel positive or did it feel negative?
No, positive. But I felt like it was like a you have no control. And in my fantasy, it was like, hey, I'm there's something greater.
Yeah.
And I'm right here. And if it was sending a message to my dad, it would have been saying, in my own little fantasy world,
I'm okay.
Yeah, you and your brothers don't get along.
Yeah.
And your family doesn't get along, or something like that. And knock it the fuck out. Knock it the fuck off.
Out.
And go turkey hunting. Go turkey hunting. Go.
It's an interesting interpretation. Like,
wait,
literally, it was a telepathic thing.
Do you think your dad interpreted that the same way?
I think my dad interprets it as that was 100% telepathic, and he's freaked out and he's spooked. He's spooked. He's going. To the swamp instead of going to the ridge. He's going to the swamp. He's freaked out. What the fuck just happened?
Because my interpretation of something like that would be pure scientist, right? Not faith driven or anything like that in terms of what I'm about to say. But my interpretation of that is we are a singular planet in a singular solar system that is very elevated in life. We are pretty thorough on this solar system that there is no other life out there that can be like ours. However, there are thousands, if not millions, of other solar systems that mirror us, which tells me there's a parallel life out there. People could say that's freaky and weird. Do I have proof of that? No, I don't.
And to your point, I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
I felt very...
Jeremy, do you think...
We are not alone.
Ask it wisely.
This is a fucking wild part of the pod.
Do you think that could be... you think... is your mindset spiritual or is it more extraterrestrial?
It's more extraterrestrial.
In terms of like a being that would
not that I don't believe in the spiritual aspect of things, is that in that situation of I very much believe that as much as whoever you want to pick, Elon or whoever, dude, we're piloting some weird shit out into outer space and other solar systems that the three of us have no idea about.
Yeah, this is that's the hard part. No, he just hit it.
You're talking about a man-made.
Yep. Which I believe this is.
And my dad is saying,
well,
I want you to come.
Man is a loose term, right?
I want you to come mow this field.
No, it's not.
I want you to come this
No, it's not. It's man-made would be here on Earth.
Yeah, I don't think that was it. I'm thinking that outside of this solar system, there is something trying to penetrate our Milky Way galaxy as much as we're trying to go outside of this Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, but don't you think it's interesting that my dad is saying, please come mow the
From a
hayfield.
spiritual
Mow the
weird
hayfield.
thing, yes.
Mow the hayfield. I want you to mow the hayfield.
See, but in my opinion, from a spiritual side, again, just purely me, as like I get more vision. I get more vision, experiences, dreams. Like that's the spiritual aspect. When you guys are staring at something legitimately for 15 minutes, that's a tangible thing. And I don't think that is qualified. And could it be complete BS military? Yeah. Who the hell knows what they're doing? Like, or Chinese air balloons.
Dude, your dick would have smacked your asshole.
I know. Probably would have, dude.
Watching it was...
Well, think about the Chinese air balloons. When those first happened, I remember the fucking foil hat guys being like, "Oh, they're Chinese air balloons." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, stop wearing a foil hat and being idiots. And then all of a sudden, what were they?
Yeah,
they were Chinese fucking air balloons.
Yeah,
and then I'm like, okay, like okay, that's fucking crazy. Like, what are they looking at? Why are they just floating over our country? Like, why are they doing this? Right?
You saw it. It had this like.
So I don't
float to it,
but
it had a
so
memory.
to the spiritual aspect, in my opinion, that's too tangible,
too
visual of you and your dad seeing a physical object there. You know, did you ever see? So I'm a big Civil War guy. I fucking love the Civil War.
Me too.
Like damn near majored in that.
I feel like we both died in the Civil War.
I did.
Yeah.
Weird enough.
Did I just freak you out?
A bit.
Yeah, because I feel that way too.
When I was
I think I took a bullet to my head.
You can ask my parents, and my mom will probably corroborate. When I was like a young kid, I would talk about like the Civil War as if I was like a weird.
Sure, you're kind of a clairvoyant.
You guys are gay, but go ahead.
Yeah, but anyways,
but this motherfucker is talking about some shit.
But anyways, so if I think about that kind of stuff, like that immediate connection with that type of thing, I visualize, like if you ever saw like Gettysburg and stuff, like people say that they saw ghosts moving through like Devil's Den and things like that. It's very like in the moment, flash thing, shit happens, right? The amount of time that you're telling me about visualization of this tells me that it's more tangible, like physical object, than it is spiritual. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying? So like if you're a Devil's Den of Gettysburg where like thousands of soldiers died and you see a flash of a what was that or what was this? Like that to me is more spiritual. Like what was that? What's happening here? There's a weird energy.
Yeah.
Versus I'm watching something for 15 minutes tangibly, like there it is. That to me is more, call it man-made, call it tangible, call it extraterrestrial. I don't know. But that to me is something that's different than the spiritual of like, I was sitting at your grandpa's grave and calling turkeys and I heard somebody say, "Don't call, he's coming." You know, that kind of like weird, like send shivers up your spine type of thing. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Dude, 10 on 10.
How many people have said that? Like
None. Zero.
So here's a weird thing. Like on my Ohio place, there are two spots on my Ohio place, coincidentally, like right on the property line, which is between public. One is a memorial for a guy who I would assume hunted there his entire life. Like it was like his memorial.
Yeah.
The other is physical gravestones of 1700s to 1800s people. Like those are the places where you sit and you're like, I expect something to happen there that was like connected to those people spiritually. Do I expect physically a tangible thing to be seen for 10 minutes? Hell no. No, I don't in that sense. You doubting me?
No.
It's JP.
What are you thinking?
It's JP.
What's your mindset?
No. I'm just taking it in.
But you see what I'm saying though? Like I believe in the spiritual aspect of things in a very small time frame. Weird coincidences.
Why does the time make a difference?
Just because I think that if it was a longer time frame, more people would have connection to them, and it doesn't seem.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the time frame of your experience with those entities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it would be short time frames of like that was a spiritual interaction.
Why?
Because it was a short time frame. If it was longer, I think more people would be like, "Hey, did you see that? Did you see that?" And that never happened.
Well, that 15 minutes, nobody saw it but me and my dad.
Exactly. But you also never talk about it.
And it was probably 5 minutes.
You know what I mean? Like you never.
I felt like it was 15 minutes, but
okay. But even still, like 5 minutes is a long time versus like, did you see that orb in a picture or a video? Like, was that something?
There's something out there.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying when you talk about a tangible object for even 5 minutes,
that's a long time.
That's a tangible object. That's not like, hey, we were in so-and-so sane asylum that shut down 50 years ago and I think I heard something. Yeah. No. This is 5 minutes we're staring at something like.
Oh, it was fucking insane. It was just bouncing. It was just, it was just kind of like.
Tangible.
And my dad and I are talking about it. But here's the issue. Here's the issue. I didn't grab my phone.
Mm-hmm. Neither did he.
My dad didn't grab his phone.
Mm-hmm.
There's something else probably going on where you're like, you're dedicated. You're not. And it was pretty wild.
I'm intrigued.
As a deer hunter, as a turkey hunter.
Go back to your Bigfoot stuff. Not to like prolong this thing too much, but like when you would hear knocking, which we talked about in one of the past podcasts, did you ever record any of that?
Dude, I didn't talk last time about an experience where you make the calls back at them.
Yeah.
And then they make calls back at you.
Yep.
And you hear, what's going on left and right. We're going to the millstone, This experience, an object jumped into the water and was swimming towards us. Mm-hmm. And we ran as fast as fucking.
Yeah, it freaks you out.
Freaked you. And then in Kinzu Dam's a very big area.
Huge.
So we were doing wood knocking. The same feeling that I had at Kinzu and at Millstone was the same feeling that I had
watching
in the Allegheny National Forest. Same feeling that I had up in the Arctic Circle. It was the same feeling that I had when my dad and I saw. That's something.
Oh,
interesting.
It's like that makes me think. Is that an ancestor?
Yeah.
Is that something, which makes you sound like a fucking psychopath when I say it.
It is weird, man. And not you personally, but even like when I talk about the Civil War stuff, like that's true. Like I talked about that as a 5-year-old kid. It's like, how's a 5-year-old kid know about the Civil War and stuff?
I went to, I've been all around Gettysburg.
Yep.
I could tell my mom, I've been here before.
Yeah, weird.
I got shot. Somebody shot me. It's an absurd claim. It's an absurd claim.
Yep.
But I'm sure I served next to you.
It's a weird connection to certain places that people have, whether it's it's just something that you bury in your head and it's just there for some reason you picked up as a young kid or whatever. Yeah. But a lot of people will tell you it's literally what deja vu is.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Like when you come across something and you're like, I've done this before, and it's like there's no possible way that you've ever done this before, you've ever been here before. No doubt. Like it's that subconscious that like has some ear connection. I mean, again, it's not to belittle the Bigfoot or mysterious of the country, but it
has nothing to fucking do with Bigfoot or UFOs. No. It's something to do with what the fuck was that? I don't know what just. I don't know what happened.
I believe there's more unknown outside of this planet than there is of the unknown in the planet.
And isn't it interesting when you're in the tree stand, not to make it about HUNTR Podcast, you're standing there and you go, I think something's behind me.
Yep.
Oh shit, there's a doe right there or a buck. It's the same exact feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same feeling.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it's like, hey, don't sound like you're crazy.
Mm-mm.
And you just go about your business. Or, you just put it out in the podcast and other people have their own stories and other people share and people
have seen weird shit out there, man. They've heard weird shit. I mean, there's not many people that I know that don't walk in far on public land in the dark and that aren't always like,
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just whether it's human nature or not. Like, I don't expect to see Bigfoot over my shoulder, but damn sure if I hear a stick crack, I'm like...
And I've never seen a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But there are feelings.
Yeah.
You get like certain feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, there's spirituality.
Sure.
Most certainly. And I love Jesus. Jesus is my man. You know.
It's more than
But
just
again,
it's more than just
more than that.
more than just extraterrestrial. Like
it is.
We can make it up to like another worldly being, or
it's a different side. I mean, dude,
I'm
seriously.
I'm thinking about your experience, like, with the your grandfather's burial site.
No, I think that's a great example of it.
It's not that I'm saying like, oh, it's your grandfather or it's this or it's that, but it's.
But dude,
you and I can relate to like that feeling that.
Dude, I was there last night. Last night I went on a random ass piece of property here in Southwest Pennsylvania. JD and I did. At the end of the meeting with the seller, we're standing on a gravesite of the original owner and the guy who showed us his son who died in a car accident, who was, a little older than me. And we're standing there looking at this place and like it's at sunset and you just feel different.
Yeah.
The entire way through the property, I'm like, it's a beautiful farm. I like this. The moment you stand with them at that spot, you're like, I look at this a whole lot different.
Does it give you perspective?
It does.
Perspective that you're not a
Gettysburg,
fucking asshole.
and
Especially on a piece of property. You're like, oh, I'm about to sell this for $650,000.
Well, I told the guy, I was like, dude, I would 20 and 20 buy this as a family cemetery. Survey it out immediately. Before you even think about doing anything else. Survey this out. It's always yours. But even on Gettysburg, like I've been to Gettysburg several times. The moment, whether there's a beyond like the grave type of thing, the moment I step into Gettysburg, I'm like, so it's a tsunami of emotions of like the number of people that died on the ground I'm standing on and what happened here. And it's weird because like I have no attachment to the Civil War except for like I am uber fascinated by it. Always have been.
Yeah, minus
I've got
the fact that
books
you got fucking shot there with a
maybe
fucking cannonball.
Maybe, dude. Like I've got uber books next to my bed that I read about like the marches into Gettysburg and Chambersburg and all.
It's a big deal.
It's a really weird thing.
Wild.
You're talking about thousands and thousands of people that died.
It's a big deal, man.
And when
the number of spirits that have been.
When you stand there and they're like I've read this
people.
stuff. I've watched the march. I've read it. Now I'm standing here and I'm looking at this thing and like anybody that stands there and doesn't have chills up their spine is numb to things.
You're dead.
Yeah, I mean,
it was more like when you go to a Penn State game.
Yeah.
Times that by 2.
Yeah.
That many people were fucking slinging lead at each other.
Yeah, and you're looking at this thing and you're like, what's happening?
Spirits died.
People like us across the borders. Like not like foreign. Like
you and I get along, but I'm gonna
we gotta fight. We're gonna stand in line and we're gonna shoot, and then I'm gonna reload while you're shooting at me, and then I'm gonna shoot at you, and you're gonna reload, and back and forth.
And Devil's Den is a fucking hot spot.
It's nuts,
when
dude.
I went there,
there is whether
my
you believe.
Skin crawled.
That's what I'm saying. Like whether you believe in the energy.
What if I killed you in
the
a past
spirits.
life? Or you?
It's possible,
me?
Dude. Yeah, dude. When I was in school at Penn State, I almost minored in Civil War history just because I was fascinated with it.
Yeah, because you were killed in the Civil War.
Probably because I went back through everything and like there were several Flynns in the Irish Brigade. Right and it was just super fascinating to me to be in that. And so when we went out there, like there was a weird rush of like almost like 150 years plus later, I'm like a weird emotion of just being here and thinking like, as much as like this country has like issues with other countries, it's like, how could we have had that much hate for each other?
Dude, you were totally there.
I know, I think so, but like,
totally
no, there's no such thing as whatever they call it,
reincarnation.
It's not real.
It's a weird feeling,
but
though.
There is a connectivity to our past.
There's an energy. Just like if you ever we did it as kids, like as teenagers, you'd like walk through the graveyard at like Halloween and shit.
Yeah,
you walk through. There's a weird energy.
Yeah.
Just like
Especially
that.
fucking Gettysburg.
You walk through a Gettysburg, there's a weird energy about that place. Not saying because of spiritual or reincarnation, as much as it like the amount of shit that happened there 200 years ago is still bottled up in that atmosphere.
Dude, you go there, you'll know. You go there, you'll know.
I tell people, I told my kids, I was like, hey, we're going to go right before the reenactments just because it's crazy. But like, we're going to go out there and I want to talk about it. But it's just, it's hard to put in perspective that like tens of thousands of people died on that battlefield. Tens of thousands in a 3.5 day period.
And
It puts it in perspective, dude. You're one person.
It's Americans versus Americans.
I know. And it wasn't that long ago.
No.
Like 200 years ago was not that long ago.
Jinx.
Yeah. Not that long ago.
And look at a tree. Look at a tree. How many trees do I see? It's like, oh, there's a property corner. You know, you guys are real estate guys. Oh, here's this tree. It's 200 years, 250 years,
150, 200 years old.
I'm like, yeah, that was fucking here.
It was here when people were shooting each other.
Fucking playing the flute.
Yep. Marching across.
at each other. Yep. I feel a connection big time with Gettysburg.
Dude, it's a weird thing.
Civil War was like yesterday.
That was the one.
It was weird, man.
That was the one.
And that's where like all you talk about, like, you know, you don't talk about the Vietnams, you don't talk about the Normandys. You don't, but like that on this landscape from a Civil War front, it's a weird atmosphere. There's a ton of attention on Gettysburg, Antietam, Vicksburg, like all of these places where there are major battles of like there's an entire group of people in this country that go to those places and are like, I feel fucking weird when I'm here.
I feel very weird when I go there.
Yeah, if you know what happened.
Look at our timeline. I mean,
it's not that long ago.
I wonder if we fucking, we don't know what the fuck happens when you die or whatever. It'd be pretty cool to look back and say, oh, my buddy Will Flynn and JP
is pounding in the Irish Brigade.
We were in the fucking brigade or whatever.
Lost a leg in the cannonball.
I don't believe in
You're
that.
not a reincarnation guy.
Christian thing?
I mean, dude, I'm not to get biblical on you guys, but like,
please get biblical. You should get biblical. It
says 1,000 years is like a year to the Lord.
Yeah. So that's nothing.
Who said that?
It's in the Bible.
So you're saying
but who said that though? It's kind of like
I don't know if it's a direct quote from like Jesus Christ himself or
it's in the Bible though.
It's in the Bible.
So if you say that, then essentially the Civil War was no more than 3 or 4 months ago.
In the eyes of the Lord.
In the eyes of the Lord.
Yeah.
It's like nothing.
Well, it just gives you some. It just gives you some perspective on like a time frame, and it's like we're talking about. We're feeling connected to people in that. And it's like
you guys feel that
just happened.
You guys feel that in the earth though. That like when you're in a stand in the evening and the thermals drop, you feel pretty deep.
The black cap chickadees show up.
Yeah, you feel a pretty deep connection to the earth, don't you?
Yeah, get your fucking balls just vibing. It's just like,
yeah, I feel tied in.
This is
no different than whether it's deer season or turkey season. When that sun rises, there's only so many you see, right?
No, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's a weird.
100%. It's a weird thing whether you're Muslim or Jew or
Doesn't
Christian
matter.
or no.
Only so many times the sun rises and sets.
Yep, you'll feel
it. This is 2 Peter.
Yep.
3:8-9.
Okay.
But do not forget this one thing, dear friends. With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years.
A day.
And 1,000 years is like a day. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness.
Wow. That's pretty powerful.
1,000 years
is a day.
I mean, do you think back on 1,000? We can't remember.
So you're talking.
We can't remember 300
when
years.
We started the first podcast we started this podcast 4 hours ago. That would have been the Civil War.
It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, that would have been the Civil War.
So
is that why it feels so weird?
Isn't that interesting?
Close?
Well, let's fuck it up. That sounds kind of funny.
Wild.
1,000 years is 1925.
And the other thing is, what's interesting is, I'd fight for both of you. I know you both would fight for me.
Yeah.
And, it could happen again.
There's a weird thing. I mean, I remember, I can't remember exactly who it was. You know this now. You will maybe at some point. But when I had my first son, kid, whatever, first son, when he was born, there was a primal takeover of me of like immediately like I defend this kid with my life.
Yeah.
Like anything that threatens him, I'll fucking die for it. And it, like I did in my mind have that before, like this will be my family.
I didn't get that.
Really?
No. I got it as I want to protect my wife.
Interesting.
Like, fuck the kid.
Interesting.
like I like the kid.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Go, came out of here.
But they are the producer.
I looked at it as like, and I delivered both my children.
Oh,
both
wow.
my kids, like they came out and did the whole.
Oh, wow.
But am I?
Wow.
Oh yeah, both
Wow.
kids.
Is that home birth?
No, at the hospital. But I told.
But you did. You pushed the doctor out of the way, like I'm going to do this.
The doctor thought I was going to push him out of the way, and I was like, "No, man, I'm not pushing you out of the way. I'm just saying this is like a fun thing for us, and
Fun thing.
well, if
Yeah.
everything goes to plan,
Yeah, this is
let me do.
Let
this.
me be this.
And he was like, "Yeah, that's cool."
Interesting.
And my wife,
Was cool with
she
it.
did a good job, and,
Yeah.
and everything came out great. But what was the point that you just made? It
My
was so
point.
good.
My point was that I
Yeah.
was viciously
yeah.
defending
I
the
was
child.
I was vicious. I'd fucking throw those kids off the cliff. I
Interesting.
love my children.
Yep.
I fucking love being a dad.
Yep.
What you just said was, oh, my kids. Mine was
The wife.
my wife.
Interesting. I've heard that a lot of times too.
I've
Heard that from the wife side.
I love my
honestly.
kids. I love
No,
my kids.
I don't doubt that.
I'll fucking make more kids.
Well, see, that was my thing.
My brain was like, I'll
wife.
fucking make like
I've heard that
You
from the
don't
wife
kill her.
side a lot.
like
Yeah.
when babies come out.
I've heard that from the wife side a lot. Is the wife is like as that moment is happening, which is obviously super intense, is like, don't let me die.
Yeah.
Not that they're unfavoring the child.
Totally.
But the fact that in that moment they're very
Isn't
much
it-
in
and
a
you're-
scared position.
And you're a white-tailed deer podcast.
I am.
There's no fucking buck licking ass.
No. He's gone.
No.
He doesn't give a shit. He's
When
eating,
you're there-
He's eating grain
When
bar
you're there,
somewhere.
which hopefully you experience, if not pushing it on you. But it's like, fucking A. When
Interesting.
that shit happens, I don't give a fuck about anybody. Jared, you're one of my best friends. You could blow up and die. I want my wife to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that the whole push
Yep.
back and it comes and it's like, oh, holy shit.
Interesting.
And it's in my brain, like, I don't want to say fuck that kid because
Yeah.
that's really rude.
But I need to
say.
make sure my
They might
wife is
listen.
alive.
No, I need to keep her alive.
Interesting.
And when that baby comes out, and like my first kid came out really nice and everything.
That's very ancient thinking.
The second baby came out and she was like
Yeah. Alien.
and she
I
had
get
a
it.
total alien.
Yep.
And she had the cord wrapped around her neck.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the doctor, I was like, she's got a cord wrapped around her neck. And he's so good. He just like put his finger in there like a spaghetti noodle.
Yep.
Yeah, like nothing. It was so great. It was so amazing. And like, that is so prehistoric.
Yeah.
There's nothing
No.
you can compare that to.
No.
Nothing. And everybody has their birth story. Everybody wants to share it for that fucking reason.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. I highly recommend it.
Jared's like, fuck.
Your life is over. And that's what I also say
It's
that to
interesting,
people,
man.
too. I tell everybody, your life is over if you want to be a good parent. Like, your life is over.
That's
Gone.
it.
See you later if you want to be a good parent.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, you see something that looks a lot different.
Yeah.
It's like you're looking.
It's a different side of things.
It is a wild experience, but human beings, not like a deer, not like a turkey, not like a bear. We're there watching.
Well, that's the interesting thing. We talk about it to wrap this up and like go back to the beginning. We talk about the father presence, like in the wildlife field for most of them, except for things like geese and some of the duck species and coyotes. They're not there. Like the geese and the ducks and the coyote species, they are. But like a whitetail buck, he ain't around. A gobbler, he ain't around. Like they're not there when mom's taking care of the offspring.
Yeah.
They're long gone.
And even a goose isn't even really there.
Yeah.
Even
Don't believe Bambi because he
really
ain't
there?
around.
What animal in the animal kingdom in Pennsylvania?
Not many. I mean, swans, things like that,
Yeah,
maybe.
Are we wild? Are we crazy to want to stick around?
Yeah, it's animal nature not to.
1940s, 1950s, 1960s, men weren't allowed to watch that happen.
No, they sat in the other room smoking cigs.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing when you get into it, but anyways, so. Well, that was a good one. It was a good pod. Do you like it?
I had a blast.
Enjoy it?
Yeah.
Is it over?
It's over.
What do you think, Jared?
Man, the kids thing isn't interesting. It's like, man, it's hard. It's weird to try to relay the feeling of like my perspective, you know, just on, I don't have kids.
Mm-hmm.
I very much appreciate your guys' perspective on the act of childbirth and having kids, and having had great parents myself, I can almost relate. I'm as close as you probably could get to understanding what it's like to love, you know, to have kids and put them before yourself and all this and that. And I'm just, it's a weird place to be, I think, you know, like to where I'm like, while I can understand that, I'm also just not currently to the place where I'm like, there's something that Margie and I are wanting or at, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's like, man,
I'm blink.
It's not a yeah, that's it too. It's like it's not like it's not like it's gonna be there.
Grunt. It's a snort wheeze and it's gonna grab you.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Nothing that can change you. It's wild.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if on the other side of it I don't think there's a right or a wrong. There's just it happened or it didn't.
Yes, there's that habit, but I think, Lil Flinner and I, it's like we have something to connect to, and we're very we want it's like it's almost like we want you to experience it because you've hit a snort wheeze and turned a buck, so have we.
Yeah,
it's a fucking wild request.
Yeah. But I've experienced, I know of people with kids to be like,
shitty fucking
it
parents.
ain't great.
Yeah.
It ain't great. You know, in some aspects.
It's not all bells and whistles, that's for sure.
Yeah. No
Yeah.
fucking
And
shit.
I'm all for work. You know, I don't expect just, hey, it's all good.
No doubt. But again, we're hunting the same animals that we are. And we are HUNTR Podcast.
We are. We are HUNTR Podcast.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, we appreciate everyone listening to episode 250 of HUNTR Podcast with Mr. Mike Lauer. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Is that everything you hoped it would be?
What's that?
Is that everything you hoped it would be?
Yeah, more, many times over. So
lots of folds into it, huh? So
yeah, this is the longest podcast you've ever had.
It's a good one, man.
I have so much fun here.
Yeah. Well, dude,
I could go 4 more hours.
I know it goes so fast at the end of the day, but dude, we appreciate you dropping in as always, and we'll make sure you come back in before episode. I can't do the math.
187.
487.
Yeah.
It's been 150, I think, since he's been on, or give or take. So
yeah.
But yeah, dude, we appreciate you coming on, and we appreciate everyone listening, and we will catch y'all next week.
Later.
Take me